Так, ку-ку-ку, здорово всем. Там чемпионат сейчас идет. Сейчас будем смотреть. Я буду голосовать за команду Алекса. Мне интересно будет, до какого уровня. То есть они весь чемпионат выиграют. Либо там, не знаю, против тотем. Или они против Зета вроде будут играть. Я сейчас сеточку посмотрю, проголосуем. Сейчас я закреплю ссылку с этим. С Ваней, с гемами. И сейчас в телегу закину пост. Надеюсь, я не ошибся. Сейчас вроде должен чемпионат идти. Он уже вроде сейчас начался. Пока что там, не знаю, играет, не играет команда. Сейчас мне надо в телегу быстренько еще стрим свой закинуть. Так, сейчас. Так, а где превью? Ладно, пофиг, я превью искать не буду. Просто ссылку сейчас накину на свой стрим и все. Потому что время сейчас терять нельзя. А почему у меня через динамики... Так, сейчас. Все. У меня на динамике этого монитора было переключено. Так, ссылку. Здорово всем. Привет. Будет интересно. Сейчас посмотрим, кто что выиграет. Вот. Но еще раз говорю, буду голосовать за команду Алекса. А там уж посмотрим. За тотем тоже интересно, я хочу голосовать. За Зету. Зета сильная команда, но Зета заебали выигрывать. Я хочу, чтобы тотем, блядь, кто-то там, чтобы их уже перекорили, перебили, короче. Вот. Так что посмотрим. Вот, дальше. Уже начался. Кто выбирает этот матч? Через 30 секунд. Так, все, за Алекса голосуем. Лол, а я уже не могу сетку... Но я проголосовал за Алекса. Я не могу уже сетку выбрать. Ну, то есть за всю сетку сразу заранее префом проголосовать. Ну, пофиг, я-то весь чемпионат буду смотреть. Но я не могу за всю сетку сразу проголосовать. Я хотел вместе с вами сейчас, ну, показать, за кого я. Но тут уже начинается матч. Так, сейчас.
Most unpredictable matches. Definitely these first two could go either way. ANR and BHS just both looking on pretty much top form at the moment, and really anybody could take it. And the region as a whole, we've got teams who aren't qualifying to this stage. SK Gaming,
Вебка нормальная или поменьше сделать?
It goes to show how
Можно вот так. Нет, вырезать не хочу. Ну вот так можно.
It is very exciting to see.
Вот так нормально?
We're going to have to be waving goodbye to yourselves as me and Teddy will get underway with this first matchup. It's going to be ANR versus BHS, Teddy.
Так, и чат я с телефона открою. Задержки стрима нету, ребят. 2 секунды. Просто вдруг многие думают, что задержка у меня только когда я там sh.d играю или еще что-либо. Так, Ноб, Мебиус, Рама. А где Алекс не участвует? А чё, Алекса нету? Алекс где пишут? Мне тоже интересно, Алекса нету. Да, они, наверное, таким составом решили сейчас отыграть. Потом, может, Алекс появится в... То есть, помните, как было? Не знаю, кто в курсе, кто нет. Когда Алекс в Нави был, и когда вот эти мировые были, 22 года, типа, сначала Алекса не было, ну, в четверти, когда Нави играли против Трайб, а потом, если бы Нави выиграли, то уже Алекс там бы против другой команды бы... Короче, Алекса бы там кем-то заменили бы в этот момент. Вот, и тут то же самое, наверное. Они сейчас вот таким составом играют, потом, если выиграют, то дальше Алекс будет вместо кого-то. Братан, чё с вебкой? Ты чё? Алло. Чё учила с вебкой? Так, сейчас я чат открою. А, он открыт. Ой, на весь экран сделаю. Все, я вас вижу теперь. Ссылку на чем? Так, ребят, ссылку на чем? Там ивент, Brawl Stars, да везде, в любую телегу зайдите. Там, не знаю. У Вани там есть, у Артема видел я. У кого еще? Петя видосы вроде записывал с чемпионатами. Нави? Не, Нави тут не играют в этом ежемесячном. Еще раз смотрите. Мы сейчас голосуем за команду АНР. Это команда, где бывший в Нави составе Алекс, потом там еще Ноб, Мебиус и, получается, Рама. Вот, это все, ну, максимально крутые челы. Вот, и они вроде, когда в том ежемесячном играли, практически выиграли тотем. Вроде они против тотем играли. Они практически выиграли, но там прям на соплях не повезло. Там прям на соплях, там Алекс прям трусы рвал. Вот. О, взятие моста. Вроде карта. Баны, Ева, Бит, Бонни. Пайпер, Гром и Лола.
Nonetheless, coming in now, A&R, got the chance to maybe
drop здорово всем.
A pretty solid shout, just in the eventuality of having some more versatility. We've seen Colt coming through as well, Bridge too far. I don't want to mention it too early on, but it's more of a later draft. I'm not a fan of it, I'll be honest. We do see it here. Whoever's playing it has got to land those shots. Max, I feel, is a much safer idea, and that's the way to start things.
Max?
But A&R
Окей.
to follow things up shortly as well. And
уже проголосовать нельзя. Да, я тоже не успел. Я хотел вместе с вами все предикты проголосовать. Вот. Но я вот только успел один проголосовать, который сейчас идет. Итак, по одному буду голосовать.
The mid with the unbreakable walls now, you can still open about half of it, and that can be more than enough. Plus, Brock in general as a sharpshooter, he's going to be your highest damage dealer on the safe. If you manage to win your lane, it's massive amounts of damage with the fire that just sticks onto it. You can really capitalize very nicely. So I like that approach quite a bit, especially matched up with that.
Отис, что? В ограблении. Ну, типа, не, он норм, но... КЗ, именно по урону. Но они на контроль будут. Они на контроль пик взяли. Да, у них пик на контроль. Никто, кстати, не рискует, там колет всяких не берут. Кстати, нормально слышно или чуть потише сделать? Давайте на 30% сделаю. Нормально вот так? Что-то они прям громко говорят.
I'm not too convinced. I mean, ultimately, there is the chance to have a bit more of additional movement speed when it comes to RT. It's definitely an interesting brawler to have as our first match in the AMU region. We saw it once, I believe, already today in the APAC region. Maybe even more than once, but it definitely was the first time that I saw RT being played out.
Так, я тут, ребят. Погромче чуть. Сейчас сделаю. На 50%? Вот так, давайте. Вот. Вот так нормально? Алекс будет, я так понял, играть потом. То есть, когда, смотрите, если они выиграют эту команду, Алекс будет попозже играть. Так что Алекс будет, ну, скорее всего. Скорее всего, Алекс будет.
So far, the more standard ideas working out just a little bit better here, but it's only 3%, so fairly equal, all things considered.
Запасной, да не запасной, у них там по плану так это все. Они же там планы составляют, там тактики, галактики. Он потом играть будет.
Obviously, you can't jump as an RT, but same idea of like getting to the safe and then popping that super, getting massive amounts of damage and then getting taken out. Not sure.
Хочу финал с этой, с Алексом. Ну, чтобы их команда прошла в финал. А если они выиграют еще в финале, там, не знаю, против Z, допустим, под конец, или против Тотем, то это жестко будет. Но я просто примерно на будущее предполагаю, кто там в финале будет. Хороший Рама. Блэк все урона накидывает. Мебиус ускоряет. На ней играет, ну, короче, Блэкси играет с второй пассивкой, с щитом. И с телепортом. Не, ну логично, с телепортом-то в ограбление играет, но я иногда без щита играю на Нане. Типа, просто может урона, ну, зарешать там на 1000 урона больше. Но щит тоже может зарешать, типа, если прикрыть, допустим, телом сейф, а там щит 90% вроде. Найс, молодцы, ребята, отлично. Молодцы, молодцы. Легчайшая.
Of how they were going to play it out. I'm still a bit on the fence with the RT, to be honest. I mean, it's definitely one that's not serving too much avail when it comes to the super. The legs are not really kind of...
Пока они... А, сейчас уже другой, да, начнется? Да, другой раунд начался. Хотел расписание посмотреть всех команд. Ну, кто против кого будет играть сейчас. Потом после Алекса. Найс, уже продавили, Мебиус продавил. Рама накидал дофига урона. 68%. Они снесли уже 32. 32% снесли на халяву. Найс, хорошая Рама. Убил циклона. Продолжает наносить урон. Помог Мебиусу. Рама прям максимально все идеально делает. Максимально хорошая отыгровка от Рамы. Очень хорошая отыгровка от Рамы. Прям вообще красавчик. Отмансил от Нани. Все легчайшее. Хорош, красава. Легенда.
And kind of figure out where things went wrong. That in terms of the draft, though, A&R had a pretty good handle on things when it came to the meta.
Миша, что, думаешь, кто самый слабый в Нави? В смысле слабый? Никто не слабый, все ж на команду играют. Если играть на команду, то никто не слабый. То есть, не знаю, если сравнивать с глобалом и с уже сыгранной командой, то это очень, ну, разные вещи. Когда ты глобал просто рандомных челов пригласил, с которыми редко играешь, допустим. Ну, короче, это разные понятия. Не может быть слабых, если команда уже коммуницирует давно. Так, повторы показывают. You know. Короче, дальше. Now or Never. Я не знаю, что это за команда, хз. Посмотрим, чисто ради интереса. Я поставил... я же еще не ставил. Но я, наверное, поставлю на вот этих. Foot eSports. Посмотрим. Потом реплей ТТМ против FA. Тоже... Не, FA... ну, короче, FIFA или FA. Короче, она тоже сильная команда. Я ж помню, они играли. Но все равно на реплей ТТМ ставлю. Думаю, они посильней. Вот, Z против M. Короче, на Z. Вот, поставим. А дальше посмотрим. На два полуфинала, на финал посмотрим. Вот, пока что такие предикты. Ну, мои предикты.
We've seen a meta forming and shifting when it comes to shooting star, Teddy. The sort of favorable buff that we saw to Byron is bringing him a bit more into the mix.
FA — это команда Линайна, ну вот. Я же говорю, там я же помню, ну, какие челы и так далее. Так что, ну, я думаю, ТТМ все равно будет посильней. Не, Линайн уже не тот на самом деле, без рофла. Типа, он не может определиться, с какой командой. То есть он играл в Трайбе, еще где-то. У него ни там не идет. Типа, они лузают. Вот, он не может определиться с командой. Когда он был в AQM, была всегда, ну, стабильность максимальная. Вот, именно по винрейту. Но сейчас он то в одну команду идет, то в другую, то в третью, четвертую. И все, он не может с командой никак определиться. И у него все, ну, игра не идет.
So I'm not entirely sure what I know about the meta anymore, because it doesn't necessarily feel like a map where RT would be ridiculously good either. But again, I'm all down to see it. A&R made it work earlier on Bridge 2-4. I'm sure BHS could make it work here.
Coming in as well. It's just interesting to me that, like,
Промокоды будут? Я, кстати, забыл запросить. Я сейчас напишу и запрошу попозже. Также, ребят, не забываем 1000 лайков, первый промокод. Второй там на 1,5. Ну, я не знаю, стрим, наверное, долгий будет. Да, второй на 1,5 и третий на на 2. Так что лайки прожимайте, не забывайте. Всем приятного просмотра. Покушать что-то берите с собой. Вон, если хотите, вон вам Варкондер в чат скинул ссылку на на Event Brawl Stars. Это вот на этом сайте, в котором мы сейчас сидим, чемпионат смотрим. Вы также можете зайти там через Supercell ID зарегаться. Вот, и также, типа, очки фармить. Тут, получается, самая максимальная награда — это вот этот значок. Вот. Еще спрей есть с этим кулаком. Я его не забирал. Надо будет забрать. Вот. Вот такая сетка по наградам. Сейчас я в телегу напишу этому и Владу. Так, все, Кивладу написал. Так, следующая, да, игра. Все, я тут. Уже первая звезда. Не знаю, как они забрали. Карл, наверное, на Мебиус, на гаджете залетел и забрал. Мое мнение, что пик сильнее у этих. Как их команда вообще называется? Как правильно? ХС или как? Как правильно команда их называется? Ну, противников. Ой-ой, Рама хорошая вытяжка. Смотрите, короче, мое мнение то, что у них пик, у Джета, у Блэкси, у Циклона на контроль сильнее, вы видите, как давят. Но если, допустим, вот видите, Мебиус, взяли, все аккуратненько все делают. Вот Мебиус залетел с ульты, убил, не знаю, там Раму вытянул, грубо говоря. Ну, кстати, Мебиуса обидно, что сейчас убили. Вот, Рамы вытянул, то есть они так спокойненько, даже хоть их прессуют, они так спокойненько не нервничают, просто мансят и, ну, выбираются с ситуации. Вот, а так, да, у этих противников, ну, то есть у Блэкси, у Джета пик получше на контроль. Если они там, ну, только толку от этого контроля. Они контролят, но не убивают, видите? То есть время тикает, ну, блин, Рама тут с вытяжкой чуть это зафейлил. Короче, ну вот сейчас уже прям начинает нервничать из-за тайм-кода. Что время уже, ну, подходит. Мебиус опять убил с ульты Спраута.
We see a turnaround here. There's time at the chest in there. Solo has to jump away. He can't really contest the situation now, but there's 7 stars. There's
9-6. Найс, отлично.
Into a better spot to be able to survive on. And that they do.
Рама керри, да, Рама керри. У Рама есть YouTube? Не знаю, наверное, есть. Да у всех есть, наверное. Типа у всех, наверное, YouTube каналы есть, но типа ведет, не ведет, хз. Типа делает какой-то контент. Спасибо за донат. Я посмотрю после того, как мы игру досмотрим. Потому что я не могу альтабнуться.
Be locked into an awkward position, but the shots don't quite reach him just yet. Surely he will be going down and gives the lead back to BHS. They are now 2 stars ahead. Let's see if A&R can turn this one around, as they are going to be a little bit behind for the time being.
Проходил СПО? Нет, чемпионата не проходил вроде еще. У Раму ульта, у Мебиуса ульта. У Ноба сейчас скоро будет. А теперь они давят. Но преимущество у противников на 2 звезды. Но если одного выбить или вытянуть, если Рама вытянет, Мебиус как-то там с ульты начнет челов косить. Раму на ульту пытается забайтить, скорее всего. Мебиус как-то вышел немножко рискованно. Мебиуса чуть не убили сейчас. Спасибо за донат, посмотрю после каточки. Ой, после катки, после того, когда смотрим. Я просто на рефлексе уже говорю, потому что привык, когда я там в катке, говорить то, что после катки. 9? Не, ГГ. Ну, хз. Хз, что сказать, ну, чисто мое мнение, то, что они раму постоянно пытались забайтить на ульту, постоянно, то есть и рамы никак не было, ну, прям такой возможности, чтобы вытянуть. Спраут по КД, кто там на спрауте играет, Блэкси или кто? Спраут по КД закидывал стенку, и из-за этого, да, на Блэкси Спраут, и он по КД закидывал, и они никак пройти не могли, то есть просто контроль держал. Кстати, я так и не увидел, Рама реализовал ульту или нет, или он ее слил.
RT right-hand side lane as Cyclone just trying to land some shots to get that additional damage to apply to the shots that will then follow on from it. But so far, just that singular star positioning power though is all with all with BHS rather at the moment.
Миш, что ты делал сегодня? Я спал весь день. Не, без рофла. Я буквально недавно проснулся. Весь день спал. Потом меня разбудил курьер, который должен был микроволновку прислать. Потому что у нас микроволновки не было. Вот, и мы заказали.
Will connect as well, and Black Sea is in a bit of an awkward position, so it's Nob, to be fair, but Nob gets to live on because Rama created enough space for him to heal back up. He was trapped in that right side. He does end up going down to a nice snipe from Jenna.
That was such a patient play there, but it really did pay off.
5-4. 7.
Anything more than just the indestructible wall. 7 stars though to 4. As maybe goes in with another flying hook and is cancelled out there. Beautiful wall again by Blacks. He's just right on the money. But BHS are behind still with 15 seconds closing in. They do need to secure some takedowns here if they're going to be able to take this set.
10 seconds left. BHS going in. Final push now. Cyclone is low, so it's not to be
Nice,
fair,
легчайше.
should be able to easily
Отлично.
Black Sea, and it's even going to be a team wipe to close it out. A&R now 2 sets up, and BHS, they got to wake up.
Стяга топ пишет. Алекса заменяет. Алекс будет позже. Позже. Так, последний нокаут. Я думаю, они тоже это заберут по фастику. Будет 3-0 счет. И потом мы увидим АНР в полуфинале. Значит, из интересных матчей это реплей ТТМ, Z Division, вот эти, которые после, ну, вот этого матча будут, я хз, не особо прям интересно будет. Ну, даже посмотрим, понаблюдаем.
Yeah, they did a really solid job in defense, and earlier in the second game, BHS were able to take the lead, and ANR had to play more offensively, and it was still incredibly close. But that was really the only chance that BHS standard with. And the thing I do.
Кстати, ребят, пока перерыв, я напоминаю, что, блин, как вам показать? Мне надо сервер, наверное, включить тогда. Сейчас. Сейчас. Пока вы матч смотрите. Так.
Yeah, I mean, the 7 kills he was able to obtain with the, combination of the entirety of BHS.
Так, R-сервер. А, уже карту показывает? Ой-ой-ой. Тогда после карты уже, я уже не успеваю. Досмотрим. Сколько, подожди, сколько стрим идет? А, 24 минуты. А, ну тогда нормально. Как раз в полчасика проинтегрирую. Погнали. Ну просто напомню, что в описании ссылки и в закрепе вы надежно, дешево можете гемы приобрести на пины чемпионата, которые сейчас есть опять, которые добавили, потом на Карла вот этого Аладдина, или как он там называется, там на Тару спецакция, короче, все спецакции можете приобрести по дешевым ценам по ссылке в описании, самый первый, и в закрепе. И для первых покупателей скидка в 2 раза дешевле. О, кстати, смотрите опрос. Кто выиграл февральный финал в регионе Европы, Ближайший Восток, это... Z Division вроде. Кто выиграл финальный регион Европы... А, Европы, подожди. Реплей Тотем вроде. Да? Нет, Зета выиграла. Ближайший Восток, Африка. Я думал, Зеты нету там. Алло, я 40 очков просрал. Если бы сейчас за Зету проголосовал бы, мне плюс 50 зачислило. А мне эти очки нужны. Мне 2000 нужно нафармить как-то.
So I don't mind what I'm seeing on either side. For me, the bunny is a little bit more of a question mark.
Я же сказал, Зета, зря ты не послушал. Что будет, если выиграть сейчас чем? В смысле, что будет? Смотрите, быстренько вкратце расскажу. Если кто не понимает, нафига делают ежемесячные, просто многие, ну, реально не шарят. Я даже раньше не шарил. Типа, для чего ежемесячные? Ежемесячные это, то есть они идут каждый месяц. И команды, которые занимают там топ-1 в финале, допустим, или топ-2, или топ-3, им баллы зачисляются в стату. В их команду зачисляются баллы. Вот. И у кого больше баллов за все ежемесячные будут, то, ну, получается... Ну, там... Подожди, как? Ну, да. Ну, каждый месяц там... Вот Европа, еще... Ну, там, кроме Европы, другие эти... страны играют. Ну, короче, каждый месяц проходит, баллы зачисляются, и потом по этим баллам, кто больше набрал, тот в мировые чемпионаты выходит. Вот. Поэтому, типа, вот, ну, за мировой чемпионат самый первый что там? Да, за него баллы дают. Короче, за самый первый, ну, боже, я запутался. За мировой чемпионат... Ладно, давайте... Господи, у меня сейчас башка взорвется. Давайте смотрим матч, потом скажу. Я что-то запутался. У меня что-то в голове мыслей много стало.
But great plays. Maybe it's just so dangerous. And I feel like this is a player that had a great run last year. Him and just a little bit late to the season almost in that respect. But this year, I mean, he is absolutely popping off.
Yeah, I love the energy he brings out and those aggressive brawlers. Snob is forced to jump back quite early on. Cyclone sitting on that supercharged shot could be dangerous.
Так, я тут.
And he does get pulled. That is going to be a free kill for BHS. Rama taking the jump pad to try to maybe seize an opportunity, but really much to be seen there. As ANR will be losing another player. No, just trying not to feed that gene pool. Doesn't care as much about the B super. They're playing very patiently, and Black Sea will get the connection.
Что я так не дообъяснил? То, что просто баллы зачисляются, и на мировом, то есть сразу префом там фонд 10 тысяч долларов. Типа даже если ты лузнешь самую первую четверть, то 10 тысяч долларов ты залутаешь. Вот. Ну, то есть это потому что, ну, ежемесячные там трусы рвали и так далее. Вот, то есть поэтому вот так. Все, вроде это я и хотел сказать. Найс, молодцы.
Very close, but yet it is still ANR which continue to come out in front.
Yeah, feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity, I think. That was a game.
Как думаешь, стоит ли покупать на ОБП? ХЗ? Как хочешь.
Was incredibly close as well at times, and those very, very close encounters that ended up all going the way of.
Да не, ну можешь купить по ссылочке в описании и в закрепе. И для первых покупателей скидка 2 раза дешевле, так что можешь прям дешево приобрести. Нифига, Ноб нормально раздает. Ну легко, легчайшее. Все, это матчпоинт. Все, ластовый остался выиграть, все, они сейчас заберут это. Они в ноль их выигрывают.
Coming in, but not gonna find a connection. As Mebius was a little bit aggressive on the right-hand side, will get punished for that. BHS forced to fall back just a little bit because the HP count wasn't too great across the board.
Ну сейчас аккуратно отыграть.
So far able to play it still safe, and Rama finds yet another great connection.
Нормально, Ноб засейвился.
With the round advantage in the 3 versus 2.
Ой-ой-ой-ой, с дизлайком.
Roma there with the thumbs down, and Knobs sharing a little tear for BHS. This could well lead to their demise as the gas closes in now as well. Amplified shot to Cyclone is somewhat of a saving grace, but he does collect the slow, but the jump surely there inbound as Roma gets to take down to Jess, and one more jump in from Mavis.
Легчайшее, все. Молодцы. Фух.
What a way to do it as well for A&R with a 3-0 scoreline. Did lose some games here and there. But it's still 2 games lost, and Rama is gonna be quite excited about that result. As honestly, we said it earlier, this was a tough goal prediction-wise for us. And A&R, they really did.
Найс, моя ставка удалась. Подожди, MVP сейчас еще надо проголосовать за MVP. Рама MVP сделаю. Все, 200 очков зафармил, найс. Смотрите, быстренько я вкратце рассказываю, пока у них небольшой перерыв. Сейчас. А как мне экран вот так? Подожди. Вот так сделать. Смотрите, пока у них перерыв, быстренько рассказываю про... про акции, которые сейчас в магазе проходят на пины чемпионата. Кстати, странно, я думал, иконки чемпионата будут выдавать, потому что помню, один раз вроде спецакция была с иконками. Очень часто с пинами акции выходят с чемпионата, а именно с иконками, хз. Короче, смотрите, вас перекидывает по ссылке в описании, самый первый закрепен, на бота, вы перешли, и тут вот такая у вас шторка вышла, и тут вы можете приобрести гемы по дешевым ценам, и надежным, логично. Вот, лучше закупать тут, чем у каких-то левых челов абсолютно, которые могут заскамить, что-либо угодно. Короче, смотрите, небольшая инструкция. Вот у вас гемов нет на балансе. Вы перешли, купить, вот этот ботик, нажали Brawl Stars, вот все ценники, то есть там, допустим, 170 гемов приобрести хотите, почту от Supercell ID ввели, вот в бота, потом оплатили через любые реквизиты, вот, и получается, код вам придет на почту, вы его тоже боту отправите, заказ выполнен, там чел за 2 минуты зайдет, задонет, и все, гемы у вас на балансе. Вот, также есть вроде, Ваня говорил, гемы за моды. Есть гемы за моды, но вы берете под свою ответственность, то есть читайте этот пост, читайте, что вот важная информация, там тыры-пыры, так-то, так-то, так-то. Вот, и так что, то есть перед тем, как приобретать за моды, если вы хотите, вот, то читайте обязательно всю инструкцию. Вот, допустим, вот 15 гемов, не знаю, там на какой-то скин вам не хватает, буквально чуть-чуть, и тут можно, чисто докинуть 15. То есть тут абсолютно другие ценники, то есть не как в BS там 30, 80 и так далее. Вот, но это потому что через моды, еще раз говорю, под свою ответственность берете, тут все описание читайте, если хотите через моды приобрести. Вот, но лучше через обычные. Вот, так что вот такие дела. Вот, приобретайте, ссылка в описании и в закрепе есть. Так, Все, переходим дальше смотреть. Что там, сейчас начнется матч следующий. Так, Так, вот это закрою. И звук включим.
Despite maybe going against my MVP prediction, hopefully you went with our prediction of that last game and got lucky on that, because I thought that would have been a lot closer, Teddy, I've got to be honest.
Yeah, very much the same here. I really thought that this could go all the way to the 5th set, and to be honest, we were not even close to getting there. So, yeah, I'm expecting a little bit more from BHS.
Чел пишет, холдиген сцены завышенные. Нет, не завышенные. Не знаю, мне Ваня вроде говорил то, что даже сейчас у них дешевле, чем на плеерке, допустим. Ну, когда мы в Дискорде сидели, обсуждали все, кто выиграет этот матч. Я ставлю на вот эту команду. На вот эту. Я не знаю, можете поставить... Я хз. Тут на рандом. Но думаю, вот это. Либо, подожди, что там за состав у вот этого нон-нон?
They're a very capable team, and as you said, Luki for me was a bit more of a question mark. I didn't know him until this year, or maybe
Ну, ладно, проголосую, как и все. 65 на 35.
I hadn't really seen him play very much. And so far, I'm still not 100% convinced. I mean, I definitely think he's good enough to be a part of the team, but comparing him to like Joker...
На фут ставь, я тоже на фут поставил.
Seems a little bit stretched for me, and don't get me wrong, I want to be proved wrong here. I want him to show me why he's being called those names, because I need a new Joker in my life, and he might very much be it.
Yeah, I agree. I think we did see a little bit more just to kind of...
Челу на чиле, чисто в телефончике сидит.
Definitely a player to watch, and we'll take a look at Foot Esports as well in just a moment. See Ziaki there just getting...
Ой-ой-ой. Какой взгляд у того чела. Был бы телочкой, дал бы ему. Он еще так на вебку смотрел, как будто, не знаю, как будто не знает, что его показывают. Ой, семантик, дрейдж, OP. Ой-ой-ой-ой-ой. А, дрейдж? Что, реально? В этой команде? И семантик, и OP очень сильный тоже игрок.
Take a look as well, a little video package there of Drage and Semantic, because this is a team which had so many matches last year against...
Это что показывает? А, то, что раньше он в этом составе был, типа?
Coming together now as a roster, they make a very, very dangerous pairing, bringing in OP here as well into the mixed Teddy to really, add that catalyst of aggression to this roster.
Yeah, it's gonna be some of the freshness here in the competitive scene.
Семантик типа раньше в СК был.
But never really managed to solidify his position in the tier 1 scene. This might just be his breakthrough year, and so far with Foot, he's been able to find some pretty good success.
Ой-ой-ой, интеграция KFC, Red Bull.
It does feel like they are where they want to be, and
Нифига, а я не помню такую организацию. То есть это недавняя прям созданная организация? И уже такие спонсоры солидненькие.
Just to throw a little spanner in the works, though. In the first round of the Snapdragon Pro Series, it was actually now or never, which did place put esports into that lower bracket. The first available.
Я думаю, сейчас в сухую они быстренько выиграют за, 3-0. Быстренько выиграют, и получается мы перейдем к матчу реплей тотем против этого FA, где там Линайн и так далее. А кто там с Линайном в составе в этой команде? Я не помню просто. Так, Дрейдж был трагенько, семантик ВСК. Ну да, составы меняются со временем. То есть, я не знаю, как вам объяснить, то есть у каждой компании, у каждой организации есть контракты типа с каким-то определенным временем. Там контракт на год, допустим, контракт на 2 года. Вот, и они этот контракт, типа, смотря на игру чела или просто, хз, или просто видят, что, допустим, он как-то, допустим, в команду не под... или, не знаю, или просто само желание. То есть они могут по своему желанию. То есть даже сам игрок может сказать, хочу я продлевать контракт или нет. Вот, то есть тут даже не то, что от команды, то есть не организация, а может сам семантик не захотел. Я думаю, да, сам семантик, вряд ли его, типа, бам, и все, и кикнут. Типа, он сколько там с в AQM был, потом его в СК взяли, пригласили. Вот. То есть, скорее всего, он сам просто ушел.
Now or never, but these are all brawlers on the side of Foot Esports, which they would like to have had as well. It's a different kind of draft that I'm seeing unfold for Now or Never that I've been kind of used to seeing much more. Like they just love to pair the max with everything else, but you know, Surge is such a dangerous thing, and I feel like a good foot in the door so far with this one. What are they going to round up this comp with? That is the question. Could be potentially something like a Gene to be able to pair this together. They do need something that's going to be able to blend it.
А, Пума еще там. Я видел.
Some support wouldn't go amiss. Carl going to come in. Really like that. Taking a leap out of the book of
Ну, спонсору, то есть чисто ради интереса смотрю.
Feels like the stronger draft already, so I've got to feel like Now or Never. I've got to maybe bring out the RT as it seems to be the go-to brawl in this particular region, Teddy, and it wouldn't be a bad one here in this.
Но пик сильный. Под ускорением Карла. Там Карл залетит, у Дрейджа Вольт. Я думаю, Дрейдж будет на максе, они, я думаю, поменяются. На семантик будет либо на Карле, либо на Вольте.
RT, but Ems has been a brawler that's been strongly coming back into the meta, especially with unbreakable walls and the return of tanks at the forefront of it. I like the Ems and where it is right now in the meta, and it's not necessarily my favorite map to bring it out, but it can work here, and I feel like both drafts are somewhat decent, but as you said, I do kind of prefer Foot's draft just a little bit more as well.
Yeah, I mean, the M surely cause a ruckus if you get right up into the face of your opposition spawn and Hoppy Super.
Да, семантик на Вольте, Дрейдж. А, нет, Дрейдж на Карле. И ОП на Максе.
As a very good start so far, as a takedown there, and Дрейдж tried to spawn back in, but Semantic falls shortly after here. OPE just desperately trying to gain the super off the back of this to be able to have some pushback potential. Now healing, which I think is a wise call, as Semantic does obtain a stack and will not give over any value there to Tomsy. He came off the invulnerability, but pushing the ball through now. Slightly more, but
Но пока что прессуют. Но они пик хороший подобрали под футов. Пик хороший у этих, у нонов. Они Эмс взяли против Карла и против Вольта, ну, грубо говоря. Бонни, Отис. Ну, сейчас они могут уже рашут потихоньку. Дрейдж перебил. Миша, нажми на красное лицо, там дают... Не, я знаю, так я уже давно знаю, я же уже сколько раз эти чемпионаты смотрел. Просто помню, раньше по 1 очку давали, сейчас по 5. Ну надо, не забывайте нажимать. Просто я как-то на игре более сконцентрирован. Типа просто, чтобы смотреть, что происходит. Поэтому забываю иногда прожимать эту, ну, штучку снизу.
Still, the aggressive lane continues on this left-hand side, and Zaki will get a pickup now. Dre's well out of position here, pass through the ball, and this could well be the opening that Now or Never needed.
1-1. Пока что.
They have a lot of control now in the mid, and 15 seconds away from the map opening up.
Кстати, я думаю, под финал, сейчас еще время, сколько, 12 по МСК. Я думаю, когда финал будет, примерно там время 2 будет. Вот, как раз еще многие со школы придут, и прям очень жесткий контент будет. Прям реально будет интересно. Если еще команда Алекса пройдет, и там, не знаю, Зета, Тотем будет. Ой-ой-ой, как интересно будет. Пока что так, на чиле, просто смотрим. Какая школа? Сегодня суббота. У меня каникулы. Какая школа каникулы пишет? Школа суббота. Так у есть шестидневки. Алло, ребят, вы чё? Есть у кого-то есть шестидневки. Мне пятидневку только сделали в 9 классе, чтобы вы понимали. В 8, в 7 были 6-дневки. Я там в субботу по 7 уроков... Ну, то есть у нас по 7 уроков было. И я там пол-третьего дня приходил домой. Каникулы пишут? А, ну тогда окей. Ничья.
I mean, the thought process was absolutely there. I don't think the shot was there either. I mean, he obviously missed the angle, but I'd love to step back on the replay to see whether that was a potential goal there.
Ребят, чисто такой вопросик, быстренько, опросик в чате. Вас будет в школу мамы или вы сами будильник ставите? Чисто быстренько вопросик такой, префом. Ну, честно, честно, только честно, ребят. Давайте, без этого, без скама. Отчим? Сам? Ой-ой-ой. Будильник сам? Меня до 9 класса всегда мама будила, без рофла. Мне лень просто будильники ставить было. Реально, мне просто лень было будильники ставить. И мама как-то будет так чисто, вот так, ну, за плечо, так сказать, это, потеребонькает, и я проснусь. А в колледж я уже сам вроде, когда я в колледж ходил, на первом курсе, я сам будильник ставил. До школы, до 9 меня мама будила, потом я уже стал ставить.
Slightest placement mistake gets harshly punished by their opposition. This time around it is going to be favoring foot as they even things out again.
Ну, короче, процентов 30 мама будет, 70 из чата сами встают. Чел пишет, что у меня нет ну, бывает. Но у кого-то мама есть, у кого-то нету.
Yeah, I felt the same. That was for me a bit of a goal opportunity, but I mean, playing foot, taking it slow and steady.
Ой.
I don't know whether now or never other team to play that kind of play.
Ой, вот это очень огромная ошибка. Вы видели, что Отис сделал? Отис закинул дефьюз, я не знаю, как это правильно назвать, дефьюз ульты, закинул в Карла в тот момент, когда Карл уже ультанул. Когда он вот крутится, и ты закидываешь в него ульту, а она не деактивирует его ульту, которую он только что заюзал. Вот. То есть многие Отисы прям жестко фейлят над этим.
Super finds some nice value as well from Shiaku, resetting semantic on left hand side, and the positioning is right. Looking at the super, goes for it.
А мог бы в правый угол постараться ультануть. Опять сейчас, неужели опять ничья будет? Какая-то прям потная игра. Да нет, думаю, забьют сейчас. Что-то прям трусы рвут. Я думал, сейчас легчайшее 3-0 будет, но нет, кажись, прям душная игра будет. Блин. 25, да неужели они еще и забьют? Давайте, давайте. Летим, летим. Ой-ой-ой. Найс.
Is the one to score it, and what a perfect final execution there from Foot to finally take
Молодцы, молодцы. Чисто доели сыр. Не могли доесть, сейчас доели.
Let's see how they play it out this time round. It's normally now or never we should get the first goal here in these early outset moments, as the utility needed on the side of Foot's defend takes a while to obtain, but OP now low. Semantic just, oh my word, eating up every ounce of that smoke.
KFC футболка. Ты за АНР болеешь? Да-да-да. Они прошли, они сейчас в полуфинале будут играть. Скоро. Ну не прям скоро, где-то через часик, наверное. Вы слышали комментатора? Кто это? Он там рожает, что ли?
They were able to secure in the previous game. Semantic is going to fall again, and this is looking quite amazing. For now and never, 2 kills, OP, low HP, and staying away to not feed any more supers. As now or never lock in an early goal again, but a little bit slower than the previous ones, which does mean that...
Затычка в попочке, поэтому...
Also, Drake doesn't win the left-hand side. Semantic really does need some stacks here. He's so slow and sluggish. He just needs to...
Не, реально, прикиньте, чисто там же... Ну, там же 2 комментатора стоят, да, и смотрят. И чисто один другому чисто там что-то в попочку такой присунул, и другой... Ну, ладно.
Now or never, they are able to keep it there. They have the lead. They just are able to defend this off this push for a little while longer. Zaku is in a tough spot. He needs to get super to be able to defend it realistically on the right-hand side. As now OP and Drake will contest from the left-hand side, pushing in hard. Thompson jumps in, but the face shift there was strong from OPE. Pass through to Drake.
Давайте, давайте. Найс, легчайше.
Is there as well. Bit of a risky one. Drake didn't want to walk it, but clearly things paid off, and Foot will secure it.
I think the fake trick shot messed with their heads, you know. They didn't want to get trick shot.
Боже, как они душат. Ладно, нормально, нормально. Не нормально. Ой, господи. Ладно, третий раунд. Это повтор, Миша? В смысле, какой повтор? Не, это не повтор. Не, это катка, ты чё? Я чел запутал, чисто одно сообщение написал, это повтор, я что-то... У меня чисто загрузка с обезьянкой в голове, с барабанами. Не, это третий раунд, все нормально.
Now, good pressure onto Drake, forcing him back, and protected pirouette won't be enough to keep him up, but so far so good for now and ever's.
Давайте, давайте, ребята, ребята. Нет. Ой, господи. Давай, Дрейш, ну рви ты свои трусы, пожалуйста.
Able to stand strong. A little bit of a fumble, as you said, in the first game, as they nearly close that one out. Let's see now if there's a chance for now or never to take the upper hand. No, Ope shuts down Tom Z. Semantic aggressive against Shaku, and he just barely finds the angle there as well. Nicely done. You complained about him being on the first stage for too long in the previous game, which was absolutely valid, but he's looking to turn that around quite nicely here in game 4.
Well, Semantic now, you know, commanding position with those max stacks available, the speed and the range now, and just that's take down.
Найс, 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 прессуем, прессуем, давай, Дрейш. Легчайше. Молодцы.
Oh, beautiful team wipe there from Bert. There will score it. Lovely stuff from them. 45 seconds now for now and.
Ты умоляешь порвать трусы Дрейжу? Да, да, да. Ну, не я, что порвал, а чтобы он сам порвал. Ну, закерил. Чисто трусами закерит. Ой. 1-1. Так, давайте на контроле, ребята, пожалуйста. 20 секунд. На контроль, на контроль. Ой-ой-ой. Все, легчайше. Найс, молодцы. Ну, они пипец трусы порвали. У них 4 раунда было, 4. Первый ничья, второй они выиграли, третий выиграли вот эти ноны, и четвертый они выиграли.
what a match we have on our hands here. We really do. This is something special. Great stuff from both sides. I mean, that could have been a now or never set, really. It absolutely
Так,
could have been. I
баунти
can't wait to
сейчас
see some of
будет.
the highlights of that game go down, but whew, I feel like I've been through it. I mean, what can you say? I mean, now or never did so well, and it was only by a narrow margin that FUT were able to secure it, but secure it they did. They'll take the first set.
Как куропаточка, Миш? Нормально, нормально. Яички высиживает.
Yeah, I love the fact that this first set was pretty much longer than our first quarterfinal, which says a lot about
Что?
the first quarterfinal. Yeah, that's a replay.
Чё такое?
So close.
А?
Did it bounce on
Ну
the
просто
side? I
яички.
think it did, right?
They just clipped the right hand side. Was there an angle though? That's the question here. I think there was.
А там об
maybe
штангу
just
там
an angle.
ударилась.
Oh, but you can't, blame him for it. That was such a commendable attempt and one of many moments in that series.
Там типа повтор показали, где об штангу ударилась.
Right, is being able to do all of those mechanics there so quickly. I think the biggest chance would have been if someone went down at that moment, right? And the ball would just end up going through. But at the end of the day,
Миш, ты сейчас общаешься с Меганубом? С Пашей? Нет, не помню. Ну, сейчас уже нет. Не, ну типа нормально общаемся, имеется в виду то, что давно с ним не общался, там, ни в Дискорде не видел, нигде. Но он с Артемом вроде сейчас, что-то они вот, ну, вроде с Артемом он общался, общается сейчас. За команду OP из Food играл в 2022 году. OP? Где OP играл, ребят? Ребят, я не помню, где OP играл. Он не в Team Quest точно, не в Humble. Либо ФИА вот это, либо ОГС вот это. Давай, FIFA, давай, помоги. FIFA? Блять. ОГС, блядь, ёбаный гусь. Я методом исключения, типа, голосовал. Я помнил то, что так, квеста точно он не был, Хамбля его не было. Бля, и прокакался чисто в последнем опросике.
It's really up to FUT to get ahead of the game here. And we've seen this from them before, going with Barley here. They do really quite favor this particular brawler on this map. I do prefer the call pick myself from now or never. That'll be a very easy blue star to obtain.
Миш, как думаешь, будут ли делать ремодель Булу? Не знаю. Может быть. А что за вопрос такой? Миш, будешь когда-то в киберспорте? Буду. Дай бог. Миш, проба на косарь, да, на 1000 лайков. Ребят, не забываем, промокоды. На 1000, на 1500, на 2. Промокодики на 100. На 100 рублей в Холди Гемс. По ссылочке самой первой в описании и в закрепе. Если кто хочет, быстренько, вкратце, пока они пики пикают, быстренько на словах скажу. Потом, когда уже матч закончится, я покажу именно прям на экране. Вот, короче, если хотите приобрести там пины, которые сейчас в магазе проходят, акцию с Карлом, там, плюс иконка, плюс эмодзи, старые тоже акция. Это все дешево, можете приобрести по ссылке в описании и в закрепе. Вот, и для первых покупателей скидка в 2 раза дешевле. Вот, но если уже покупал, то, ну, скидочки не будет. Вот, но можно, допустим, промокоды чисто фармить со стрима. Там, ну, по 100, и чисто там 100 сэкономить, грубо говоря. Вот, так что закупайтесь обязательно. Вот еще модер ссылку кидает. Че у меня с носом как будто заложен? Не, вроде нормально.
Kind of more APAC regional idea to have Ems on this particular map, but against the Primo, I think makes a lot of sense, and it is going to be Zeku on that Ems, and already the whole of Now or Never all congregating together to ensure that takedown to Semantic to give themselves an early lead.
Nicely done by Now or Never. Semantic jumping in, though. Shaku is
Найс. Ах, это что найс? Не найс. 8-5. Они опять эмсы взяли, Спраут, Карл. Я пока интегрировал, я по пикам чуть-чуть это проскипал. У них эмс, Карл. Кто там еще? Спраут. А у них Барлей, Сэнди или Прима.
Yeah, but they've got to ensure that now or never stay on this left-hand side because Semantic needs those bushes on the right-hand side is completely open, so they're probably going to try and force it now to the right and give themselves that kind of favorable matchup there. But it is starting to show legs on this side of the comp for Foot.
А говорят, куда-то они в Японию отправятся. Они вроде какой-то какой-то турнир выиграли. Не знаю, я сам не шарю. Какой-то турнир выиграли и в Японию, да, скорее всего, полетят. Наверное. Я сам не шарю, ребят, что там с Японией.
That's crazy. Now or never at a really good start, but Foot Esports now was nearly double their stars.
Я именно смотрел чемпионаты ежемесячные. Я не видел стримы с турниром, где они вот в Японии. Может, оно не, ну, типа не транслировали просто турнир этот. ХЗ.
Will be the one to take him down, and it's still 6 stars in favor of Foot, make it 8 now as Semantic finds a follow-up.
Ой-ой-ой. Все, молодцы, легчайше. Все, те челы сейчас поплывут, и они в сухую выиграют. Ой-ой, надо эту штуку не забывать прожимать. Найс, успел чисто по таймингам, и она пропала.
Here we go again, Samantha just trying to force his way forwards. It's like that's almost the strategy for now for esports there. Just trying to earn his super by going down, and they're happy to kind of do so. It's a bit of a risky idea, but it did pay off in the last game. Will it pay off this time round, though?
For the esports, they really want to lock in a second set already. This is, on paper, quite a
Давай.
closely matched.
А, не, что давай, господи. Я не за ту команду болею. Я такой смотрю на Спраута, смотрю на Барлея, и типа он почти его добил. И я такой, давай. Блядь, ну как, блядь, 14-2. Как с такой жопы выбраться? Господи ты помилуй. Не, это все, это просто чисто... ГГ, наверное, ГГшечка. А нет, подожди, какая ГГшечка? 19-18, ебать, они камбэкают. Ебать, там счет был 16 чем-то там, 16-2. И контроль у них, 19-8 счет. И 30 секунд осталось, им чисто килл зафармить один и все. Донат чекни, ща гляну, да, забыл, кстати. Ща посмотрю. Минус М. Ой-ой-ой, 20. 20-19. У Семантика есть ульта, я думаю, он сольет ее. Попозже. Легчайше! Лол. Чисто добрали сыр. Сейчас донаты гляну. Все, они баунтиш выиграли, да? Сейчас я быстренько донаты посмотрю, ребят, секундочку. Так, Миш, привет, рад тебя видеть и всех смотрящих. Медведь, спасибо за 200 рублей сердечком от души. Как у тебя дела, как настроение, что будешь делать после чем на стриме? А я офну потом, когда чемпионат закончится. Так чемпионат будет идти часа 3-4 где-то в районе вот этого времени. Спасибо за донат. Вот, потом отдыхать после чемпионата буду. Вот, ну после того, как посмотрим. Кумиш, я только купил пин Нави, и я круто еще хотел спросить, если за это выйдут против Тотема, кто победит, как думаешь, если честно, я болею за это. Тотем, ну я хочу, не знаю, ребят, Зета задолбало выигрывать. Я бы за Тотем чисто по КД. Голосовал, потому что Тотем сильные. Ему вот прям чуть-чуть не хватает, чтобы Зету перебить. Прям чуть-чуть. Не знаю, реально, я заколебался за Зету голосовать. Хочу уже, чтобы кто-то, какие-то другие команды повыигрывали. Так, все, сейчас включаю экран.
pretty good whilst doing so, but now or never. I mean, the scoreline could have been a completely different story. It could have been a 2-0 in their favor. It could have been
Так, что еще? Еще гемы выиграть им, и все, и 3-0 будет.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see them, you know, make something happen in double swoosh or dueling beetles coming up next and pushing things maybe even all the way to a fifth. Although at the same time, I feel like momentum.
Ребят, я пописать отойду, ладно? Быстренько. Пока они тут пукают, пока пикают персов, сейчас приду.
Yeah, do I talk about this? Do I jinx it? I'm gonna do it. I mean, you know, FUT Esports have had their fair share of reverse sweeps recently. Let's be honest, they've got reverse swept by SK Gaming in the Snapdragon Pro Series. They were almost reverse swept by BHS in the Kesso Cup monthly finals as well. So they have had their moments where they've just dropped the ball. You know, I remember it was in one of the heist maps. They played Colt, I think it was in the Snapdragon Pro Series against SK Gaming. I think it was a bridge too far, and it just went down from there. They have these moments where they get confident and they draft, and it's not quite the draft that we're expecting to see from them, and it just starts the catalyst process of them going downhill. I don't think today is that day, based on what I've seen so far, but nonetheless, definitely something to just keep in the back of their minds. They've just got to be able to just keep a bit of a cooler head when it comes to their confidence right now, because it is still early days for them. It's kind of weird to say that with this roster in the BSC, but it is still early, excuse me, early days this year for them. Going into double swoosh, a draft here or there could very much go in favor of now or never. And we are hearing that Tomsy is going to be subbing back in for Lukey. So they clearly got some ideas up their sleeve for this one, and different brawlers can definitely make a big change when it comes to gaining those sets.
I really like your point, to be honest, about the reverse sweeps, because if you think about Semantic and Drage, they're incredibly emotional players, right? And that is going to be a huge asset when you're doing really well and you can, you know, kind of steamroll with the momentum you've built up. But it can also be scary if something's starts going wrong, especially as you get closer to the finish line and, you know, you're already starting to feel a little bit of relief because you are 2 sets up. And that's when you get struck by
Донат стулу.
the Colt against SK Gaming and
Стул
Heist,
стримит. Я тут, я тут.
sideways. And I'm not wishing that upon them, but I wouldn't eliminate the thought as well, as Gem Grab is a game where they can be very volatile as well. You know, the right gene pool or the right flank and what is a commanding lead in gems can quickly become a counter for your position.
Lol.
Okay, let's do the Sandy bans there from now on ever. It's kind of interesting to see Sandy being banned now, but it has been the case a little bit more recently since that favorable buff. Just bringing Sandy a bit more into life in the BSC. It's great to see. Bans on the side of FUT were Crow, Squeak, and Otis. And their first priority was getting that penny pick. Interesting for me because it's not the max, and that's what now or never going to pick up instead. And ooh, it's one.
Ой,
really well.
ребята.
It does feel like I've got a bit of a game plan here. Pam going to add to the equation on the side of now or never. It's a great lane to have, absolutely so. Vision Gear too, you know, able to really bring that particular brawler into life and keep everyone on your team all knowing as to where.
Спасибо за донат, сейчас посмотрю.
But an Amber could change that on the side of esports if they want to try to break open that possibility. We've seen some great spike plays as well from Semantic recently. And some tankier ideas as well coming to the table. Sam's still here as well. Ash, don't forget that. We'll see though. They want to choose Colette. Probably Drage on Colette. Been playing a lot of that one particular brawler recently, and does tend to be one of those moments where he can turn the tide and be going to come in for FUT. They want to go for defensive measure, which makes sense considering the nature of the draft and the orderings here. They want to prepare for a tank and not be able to be countered by the ideas on the side of now or never.
Yeah, I like to be here as well. I think it can be quite a dominant force if played well. We're never gonna have to be extra careful with their final pick because it might very well be their final pick of the entire monthly fund if they don't do well, and they're gonna go for Byron, which honestly, I mean, I haven't seen here in like over a year, so I don't know what to expect from it. What are your thoughts?
Я тут, ребят. Все, я тут. Да, Куропаточка попросила тоже голосовать там, если что, за команды. И я через другой браузер сейчас заходил и, ну, Supercell ID заходил, чтобы и там голосовать. Допустим, какие-то когда вопросики выходят, потому что типа 50 очков дают, вот, чтобы там и там голосовать. Ну, вы поняли. Поэтому я микро вырубал, пока там код, почту там и так далее. Все, катка началась.
let's see. I'm open to it. I mean, it's Zaku on it, and that makes me feel confident around the idea. So more often than not, now I never seem to have a game plan, a strategy in mind when it comes to the ideas that they implement in their draft. So I'm open to it. So far, it's 3 gems, and already Zaku.
Ну, я хз, Байрон сейчас не особо актуальный перс.
So one less for Drage and much better amount of control there for now and ever.
Pretty decent start for them, all things considered. Drage was a beautiful super, and actually the poison will take him down. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade on the left-hand side. Considering that he used his super, it means that value might be slightly favorable for now or never in that encounter. However, gem-wise, it's going to be a 1-gem lead for esports for the time being. As the next one spawns on their side as well, they could extend that furthermore. Kanan will see if he's daring to go that aggressive, not quite. And Snowblade will be the one to pick it up, and Semantic can just chill behind his gadget as Tomsy has no way to easily dispatch of it, and eventually a pinch there, very nicely timed to take Tomsy down and relieve even more pressure. Drage not quite able to go for the gem he wanted there, and doesn't find a connection onto Kanan either. Still fairly even, but for the esports was just a little bit.
Что за команда, но он я их раньше не видел. Тоже не видел. Не особо прям наблюдал. Хз. Новая команда какая-то. Ну, у команды Нон нету организации. Вот Фут это как организация прям считается. Ну, не как, а прям реально, потому что там спонсоров много и так далее. Найс, легчайшая. Легко.
I love how Food completely messed the timing there as well with the gems, because you were right, it was a 2-gem spacing, right, between the two teams for the most part of this game. So if they kept it up like that, now or never would have been able to equalize by picking up 2 in a row in the mid and make it 10 each, but they stole 1 gem. Food stole 1 gem from now or never, which meant that they did not have time for gem number 10 to spawn and even things out. It was very nicely done there by Food Esports, and that means that now they're locking in 2 match points, and now or never, there's no more room for mistakes anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely unlike now or never, to be honest. You know, looking back at the Snapdragon Pro Series where they got that sweep over for esports in the upper bracket, and today it's like the favors being returned, isn't it? Pushing forwards now, our Foot. Semantic there with the honey molasses onto Tomsy, and there's a nice idea, but he is forced back. Second, in fact, trying to
Ой-ой-ой.
In the meanwhile, Drage loses lane again, and that will push Zaku forward.
Блин, ну Байрон прям так нормально катает.
Connective OP, slow down his healing and keep him out of the mix just for a little bit longer. But despite that reload buff that Byron received, it was I think from 1,600 down to 1,450. This doesn't seem to be cutting it for me, and there's 7 gems down to pocket for Foot.
I understand now as well why they're going for the Byron, because yes, it did get buffed, so it's not nearly as bad as it once was. And so far, I wouldn't say it's necessarily what's letting now or never down, to be honest. But I think that from the top of my head, Shaku's favorite brawler was Byron, and it was one of the brawlers he used to play the most last year. So it's not that shocking to see him rocking it now as well, that it did get buffed up a little bit.
Ну, я думаю, тут легчайшая.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision from now or never. And there is a counter for Food, so either way, they need to find an opening now. Semantic does full, but that's not going to be nearly enough as Kanan is one shot as well. Esports surely should be locking in this countdown.
Yeah, I think they're looking in the entire series, to be completely honest. Drage, though, is low, but he's not going to
3-0, сухую. Молодцы, молодцы, красавчики. Так, MVP сейчас выберем. Семантик радуется.
Dude, you're sealing the word straight.
Какой, говорит, легчайший. Так, MVP.
We're back. Well, anyways, what a phenomenal series from Food. The first 2 sets were really.
Так, зачитала ставочку за выигрыш. И давайте за, не знаю, OP, думаю, MVP. За Семантика проголосовали.
narrowly out-edge their opposition and
За семантику, я думаю, проголосовали чисто из-за вебки. Чисто вебку показал и... Типа просто... Ну, тут без разницы, за кого голосовать. Тут 100 очков дают.
Yeah, they're looking much better. You know, it's taken a while, and still early days for them in the BSC. But this was exactly the start they needed to have after all the work they put into their qualifier.
Ладно, ребят, быстренько опять к интеграции переходим, пока там следующий матч начинается. Смотрите, по ссылке в описании, в закрепе, вы можете быстро, качественно и надежно приобрести гемы. Вот, именно в плане спецакций на пины, на Карла, на который вот 23-го, когда? 23-го же Карл вышел 2 дня назад. На Тару, любые спецакции, которые есть в магазе, вы можете тут надежно, реально, ну просто чики-пуки приобрести. Вас на бота перекидывают в телеге, вот такая шторка выходит, выбирайте вот тут BS кнопочку и убирайте какое количество вам нужно. Вот, и также вот видите, значок чемпионата, видите? Вот такая шторка есть. Вот 199 один пинчик стоит. Не все это пинчики, а именно один определенный за 199. Также есть моды, но, короче, именно донат через моды вы берете под свою ответственность. Вот тут в Holdy Games в группе чуть-чуть полистаете посты. Вот, и вот тут все написано, максимально всю эту инструкцию прочитайте внимательно перед тем, как брать ответственность и, ну, покупать. Вот, потому что там фиг знает, как разрабы на это отреагируют и так далее. Вот, короче, внимательно это все читайте. И быстрая небольшая инструкция. 14 гемов на балансе у вас нету. Вот, как я показывал, группа, тут купить. Вот, вас на бота перекинул. Также BS нажали там кнопочку. Вот, допустим, 170 гемов, да. Почту вводите от Supercell ID. Потом оплачиваете через любые вам удобные реквизиты. Киви, там, банковская карта и так далее. Оплатили, потом вам код придет на почту. Вот, код принят. Вот, чел зашел, за 1-2 минутки вам задонил, и все, и гема у вас на балансе. Вот. То есть также все просто вписываете в бота, там почту, потом, когда код приходит, тоже в бота надо код написать. И все, и потом там все чики-пуки успешно, и за 2 минутки, ну, донат уже у вас, ну, на аккаунте. Вот, так что вот такие дела, все всем рекомендую. И полетели, подожди, вот. И полетели дальше смотреть чемпионат. А что это? О, вопросик какой-то. Какой у РТ должность в парке Стар? Наблюдатель, уборщик, повар, наблюдатель? Наблюдатель? Да, найс. И тут ответить наблюдатель. Найс, успел. На 2 аккаунтах. Чисто плюс 50. Так. О, сетку показывают. За тотем голосуем.
Yeah, the semi-finals is already looking very stacked, as could the lower bracket side as well start to form. Reply Totem versus FA Mr. Dosa. Let's first start off with Reply Totem. I mean, do they need an introduction at this point?
Joker, Maru, Maori.
And Maori, of course, some of the best players in this region, in my opinion. 2 straight seasons of champions of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and a commendable performance at the World Finals last year. Such a strong roster, and they just look to be, again, performing so well. Surprised to not see them take it all the way last month, let's be honest. I think many as well were watching and just assuming that they would take it all the way. This could well be their month, though, to do so.
Где это тоже смотреть и голосовать. Есть сайт, Event Brawl Stars называется. Я не знаю, может чисто в Ютубе вбить там чемпионат ежемесячный. Не знаю, там Петин видос открыть, там может в описании есть где-то. Еще чей-то видос открыть. То есть там Event Brawl Stars, ну то есть внимательно читай. Вот, и там ссылочка будет официальная.
Less experienced at this high level of competitive Brawl Stars, they've definitely got the mechanics to be able to match Linane and bring this kind of underdog team up to light.
There he is. His hair's getting longer as well. But again, such a talented player. I still wonder how this man has not been signed to an organization, but nonetheless, I cannot wait to see what he brings to the table today. I'm pretty sure, if I think back to the qualifying stages, that Mr. Dosa...
Я случайно за 6% проголосовал и мискликнул, чел пишет. Ну, бывает. А чё с вебкой у Линайна? Чё у него там башка где-то в нижнем левом уголке?
It was a best of 3, best of 5. That's the thing here for me, and that might
А чё с прической у Трава? У него реально какая-то трава на голове. Что это такое? Так, нокаут, первая карта.
94-6. I'll just touch on this before I get into my pub, but 94-6 is going to be one of the most
Штрих-код.
predictions we've seen from the audience.
Ой, так, надеюсь, Тотем тоже сейчас в сухую 3-0 выиграет. Надо сейчас к самому интересному потихонечку. Пока что такое чисто не прям интересное, потому что команды по силам не равные. Прям реально не равные, ну, по силе. Быстро пикают уже пики. Джокер пикнул Арти. Брока взяли. Спасибо.
I like RT to start with. He has had some good moments, some good plays. We saw it work pretty well.
Будь здоров, спасибо, ребят.
For the first team in Bridge Too Far, I believe it was, and it worked pretty successfully there.
Спасибо.
Еву.
Жина. Так, вот Тотем пик сильней. Будь здоров, спасибо, ребят. Короче, у Тотем пик сильней в разы. С новым персом, с Джином, с Кевой. Грома взяли. Ну, с Громом, да, чуть потяжелее будет, конечно. Есть же Арти, который, ну, если что, типа Джокера разделяться же будет в какие-то моменты. Но если Грома убьют, конечно, там Джин вытянет, то есть Маури вытянет, или Ева как-то убьет.
Give themselves the edge. It's a relatively even draft, though, I would say, for the most part, in my opinion.
I think the same. I mean, as you say, it's going to have to be a little bit careful these breaks because you don't want to break up too much with the Grom being there, but you also don't want to break up too little that you're not getting the value that you're desiring. So on things over on the right-hand side here is we're probably going to have a little bit of a stalemate between Lane and Joker. He's starting to pinch over the right-hand side as well, but now he does fall over. The couple of connections from Dorian, follow-up shots from Lane and Ian, and he does go down. Mario going to have to jump away there. A little baby dropped on the way, but so far, so good for Mr. Dozer.
Harry here. Still surviving on, but that'll be the shot to secure it, and already, I mean, it's just not looking good for Maru in this situation. He'll be looking to try to earn a super, or at least avoid giving one over, as he finds the gas, and he's doing a pretty decent job so far of actually evading these shots, and will he try to champion this? I don't think he will. Just literally buying time, gas now coming in, and yeah, he'll call it a day, and he'll be back to the drawing board for this.
Он в дым ушел, чтобы они ульту не нафидели. Но первое они забрали. Фигово. Ну, сейчас Маури ульту набьет. Джокера прям Гром прессует сильно. Бля, Джокера убили. Маури вытягивает. Какие еще шансы есть все? Живем, хилимся, живем. Бля, Лин9 прям на Громе очень сильно играет. Вы видели, как он убил этого? Кого он убил-то? Джина. Он Маури прям там ультой очень сильно запрессовал.
Turned around. I mean, Maru's got nothing to lose at this stage, and he will go in here trying to evade everything that they've got to throw at him. But that will be the final bullet to land. And what a start! This is exactly what we want to see from Mr. Dosar, keeping the pressure on and keeping Reply Totem aware of the fact that they're not indestructible. They are just not invincible.
Да я думаю, они это тогда проиграют, скорее всего. Да, думаю, они это проиграют. Нокаут, короче, лузанули тотем. Из-за пика. Я думал, пик сильнее все-таки у тотем, но с громом все поменялось. Тем более с громом, у которого руки, ну, не кривые. Хотя могут еще. Они прессуют, в принципе, нормально.
Pushing forwards now from the bottom. Lenan trying to connect onto Mari, but he is juking wondrously well. And Joker now full HP too. Looking to earn his super, but again, not feeding into him, not allowing him too many shots. Because those amplified damages will start to take their toll, and Lenan now will feel the front of that as well as Salty. Gas now is going to push through Maru, and that
Тяжело.
jumps away and tries to place the hatchling down, but the rocket rain on the left hand side will connect the Mary, will go down. Salty survives here. 3 versus 2, Joker goes in. Oh,
ГГ.
the legs are not enough to carry him, and Mary goes
Да.
down. Is it going to be a straight
Нокаут
set for Mr. Dosa?
лузанули.
I mean, it's looking that way. Even when Totem changed their strategy, changed their tactics, it doesn't work out for them. We're seeing a triple lane stack over by Mr. Dozer over the right side. I don't know if that's going to help them or harm them because they're being pushed back pretty quickly. But Joker pushing up nicely now. Salty got this super in hand, and they're obviously not going to be able to deal with these spawns just well enough for him to not be this low, but terrible position for them now. And if Joker obviously in a position to use and plant his legs,
3 в 2.
a lot of damage was going to come out there, but chose to go with the Mori tactic instead and hit that pull, making it a 3v2.
Хорош Джокер.
This could be the moment. Let's be honest. Mary would love to get a super for the next round, but he might have just fed actually over to Dorian, but the gas now so far behind things, and it's going to allow
Камбэк изрел, давайся. Не, прикиньте камбэк реально. Ну, с такого счета. То есть у них один раунд слит, и вот эта ячейка одна. То есть если сейчас они проиграют, то все, нокаут за этими, за фифой.
Yeah, got to be scared of this pull as well. Vengeful Spirits being popped and finds a little bit of damage, almost taking down Dorian on the top side there. Lenane's low as well. Wants to find some connecting shots onto Joker, but actually connects a couple onto Mori. Brings him very low, and now it's his turn to have to be a bit more patient and heal up because obviously he can't use those healing buffs on himself. Shots coming from the right hand side. Now it's Salty trying to find some connections, but at the moment, it kind of just seems like it's Totem changing their strategy and making improvements, and Mr. Dozer just bring the same thing to the table every time. Play 3 people on this right, and it hasn't worked in that previous.
Давай, Маури, вытягивай. Ай, бля.
Another missed scramble from Lenan, but the pressure is the key here, and Joker is incredibly low. Rocket Rain as well will miss, but Maori on the bottom right-hand side there, just trying to survive on a little bit longer. He's going to trickle down now.
Ай-яй-яй, ГГ. Нифига Джокер мансит.
Shocking start. Put Reply Totem behind at the first available opportunity.
Yeah, you see the name with a little bit of a sigh of relief there.
У Линай на кудряшке. У него же другая какая-то прическа была до этого. Стяну в стяну. Ребят, вот такое лицо после того, как ты сделал стену в стену. По станции. Да ладно, не смешно. Грустненько, ребят, грустненько. Ну, по пику обкакались. Тотем по пику обкакались. Да не, реально, тут просто с пиком облажались. Ну вы как думаете, с пиком? Я думаю, с пиком. Будут промо на косарь будет.
Stats as well say very similar story. I mean, that's, you know, takedowns to only 4 of that entire set for Reply Totem, and just definitely not what you'd come to expect from a team like them.
Да, я тоже думаю пик. Какой пик там Джокер не попадал? Джокер плохо отыграл на РТ, пишут. Ну, наверное. Скорее всего, да. Но я видел нереально попадания, прям, не прям какие-то жесткие. Мансы хорошие были у Джокера, но по попаданиям реально отмена.
Wow, this is a much more reply totem based kind of mode for me. Let's see what the bands are. Crow, Stu, and Spike for them, and Spike.
Посмотри, что-то есть перекусить в холодильнике. Для меня нету.
Often thrive, and the win rates are very, very high for it at the moment. So, be going to come in as the first draft for reply totem. It's always a very, very solid mid to have, and especially on this particular map.
Чебупицца? Ой-ой-ой.
I think, for me, Surge is a great map for him, and despite, B being a pretty decent tank counter, with the way this map is situated, it can really lend itself strongly to brawlers that can just really force their way through with Poco and heal ideas. Otis is going to come in as a pretty hefty tank counter as well. Mr. Dosa, quite like the way that they are thinking when it comes to this particular draft. But that early lead as well has got to be making them feel good about this.
Реклама, что какая реклама?
The max is quite a key ban as well. Taking away that speed is going to be quite crucial here and quite
Чебупицы?
Let's see what they add to this mix, but so far so good from
Не, реально ничего перекусить нету там?
Yeah, I mean, you're never really going to go wrong with a B first pick, are you? It doesn't have that many counters and it counters quite a lot.
Нет,
Otis is
не
very,
хочу.
very similar in terms of not really got too much that it's not good against. Ems, on the other hand, though, I feel like it may be a little bit too early for that draft. I kind of like that as maybe a later pick against some of those tanks or something like that. But
ну, кстати, да.
Something like that's going to come out. A Barley against an Ems on a lane on Super Beach, it's never going to go in the Ems' way unless there's some wall break. But they can add a primo to it as well, which kind of gives Ems a little bit of legs, especially when you have those friend zoners early on, and when you use them, you always kind of got to have a super in hand to be able to make a getaway. But then Gray, last return pick from Mr. Dozer. I mean, I don't know. What do you even say about this comp now? I mean, it's good. I like Gray at certain points. We've seen it work so well in NA, but it hasn't really been translated to EU2 recently.
Ну, по пику.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. Since the
Il Primo
come down to a much more balanced place, you can no longer, combine with your teammates in those teleportations. It's just basically Gray gonna be doing great things.
Как думаете, смогут они Il Primo контролить? Я думаю, нет.
I'd prefer to have the M's in mid here, so I'm just kind of wondering where it sits, but ultimately you can break open the map. The Grand Piano, that's, I imagine, where the strategy will be here for Lanun. We'll see. No, he's actually going with the walking stick. So, okay, fair enough. It will break the same amount of coverage. Has a bit more utility as well. And Mary, already feeling the front of it, has to drop a quick healing tonic to bring himself back to life. But the way that Mr. Dosa are playing so far, I'm all for this. It's just not necessarily what I was expecting, considering the nerf has brought Gray down such a...
Эмс контри, так у Иль Примо потихоньку ульта же фидится. Ну, из-за того, что Эмс урон дает.
The only thing that can really go better is if more of this map's able to be broken up, but Dorian almost finds a way through there. Maybe with a knockback and a shot, he would have been able to finish that one off, but Maru's going to get the jump, instantly muted out by Salty, but they're just too low now. They're not going to be able to do too much, have to retreat, and Dorian even using a super before he goes down there. Not the best use.
Я и Маури разменял.
Chance here to push forwards. Salty, the last man standing for Mr. Dosa, and just trying to delay the onset. But Maru is a threat. He really is, and if he...
У тотема пики странные. Да нет, почему странный пик? Метатель под эту карту отлично. Пчела тоже. Эль Примо, если Эль Примо ульту напидит, бам, прыгнул. Бам, сейчас префом сразу следующая ульта. Да не, сильный пик, ребят, вы чё? Не, без рофла. Джокер забил, хорош. Не, сейчас у них пик хороший. Не знаю, кто бы что ни говорил, сейчас у них нормальный. В нокауте реально фигня была. В нокауте и пик фигня, и Джокер, ну, не попадал. Хотя, может быть, и пик был бы и нормальным, если Джокер, ну, попадал. Но мне даже кажется, если бы он и попадал, все равно было бы как-то тяжело.
Dorian's got the super as well, going to be slowing things down and actually should be able to stop this from being a goal. But it's just a question of what else they're going to be able to do in this position. 30 seconds left and really not a lot of legs in this game.
Что ешь? Ну, такую сухую, типа, засохшую рыбку. Ну, типа, ломтиками.
But Maru is such a threat. They've got to take care of him. And there's the TP in, but Lenon couldn't quite get it. Great observation there.
Я же люблю там сухарики, допустим, семечки покушать. Ну, что-то такое, знаете, типа не прям еда, ну просто, чтобы что-то перекусить. Вот, и решил рыбку купить. Вкусно, ну солененько. Микроволновка, наконец-то.
And I worried. Now I'm starting to feel genuinely worried for them. One more game lost and they'll be down 2 sets. And I've got, you know, reply to are not that kind of team that.
Чел пишет, ты пиво забыл к этому. Да не. Мы не пьем.
Recover from that if they were to go down another game here, but they definitely had a much better start than previous rounds of anything. So there is that to hold on to for reply token fans out there, and this is a pretty good strong arm here. Maori working the left-hand side, and Maru will finally go down the left, but Joker will gain the amplified shot, places it onto Dorian, great stone to Salty. So there's some good mechanics there still remaining for Reply Totem. It's just that Mr. Dostar just finding these little openings, and they just don't hesitate to make them count.
Yeah,
Ой-ой-ой.
soon as well. Does get it on, I believe, or maybe he just slid it underneath him as he jumped over, but couldn't see. The interaction was a bit hectic.
А что? ФА забрали раунд тот. Что-то все проскипал.
Maru can't be too far off another jump, but it doesn't even matter. The nade's going to go down anyway. Salty's going to join him back in the spawn soon enough, and the goal gets put in.
Deja vu. Kind of how things started off last time round, and Mr. Dostar had a great deal of perseverance in the situation. Mary's still trying to cycle, but Dorian has now fed and supers all round for both Lenon and him. Passing to the left, Mary has a bit more of an ability to control the situation, but this is the TP that we were worried about. Honey Molasses there from Joker. Oh, but he couldn't quite get a shot off there. Lenon survives. It's 3 versus 2 now. Mario jumps in, but has he got a jump though? The mute was there as well from Salty. Great work from Mr. Dostar, but they're not able to land the goal just yet.
Yeah, Maury's missed a few shots in there as well, but Joker able to fend off the left-hand side and just keep them in a better position. Taking on over the right side, 35 seconds on the clock. They made it work with this amount of time last time, but they've got to try and do it again. Otherwise, they're going to be taking a loss in this second game of Brawl Ball. Lenane trying to fight back and does need another TP if something's going to happen, but Salty's going to use the one that's already there, and he's going to get hit hard and taken down.
Экран с мячом показывают.
Can't quite get away. Dorian's going to TP up. He just sent Maru to the shops. Jump over the
No way.
Forwards looking for the ball. Needs help from his teammates. He's got another slow as well. He's cycling. Can they make the play? His teammates are now joining him. Salty's there, but Mr. Lenane isn't yet. TP as well. Can they make the play? Oh, the ball, I don't think. The mute's there as well, but just cut short. Mr. Dozer takes the loss.
Жестко.
Hold on.
That would have undoubtedly been a player of the day moment for me, but it just goes to show the awareness of Reply Totem. They are expecting those dimensional doors to come through on the grey. Absolutely so, and just able to intercept it. That was the second time I believe they've done so already. In the previous game, they did the same, and I mean, Lenon did it perfect. He really did. That was the perfect placement, but just as that board has been sitting now within the meta for a while, teams at this level, they know they can see it coming. Joker now with the amplified shot. Honey Molasses onto Salty there as well to slow him down a little bit, but Lenon is in such a rock and a hard place on this left-hand side, and Maori is just whittling him down slowly but surely. Another walking cane, but it's not enough to seal it, and he will get the trade off on that left-hand side, but it's just Joker now. He's got some utility, but it's a very early push from Mr. Dostar.
Миш, у тебя когда драйв в декабре было?
Tries to find the shot, but I think that was wide anyway from Salty. Joker did such a good job of staying alive there, but this left-hand side is broken up. TP from Missile Lane's there again, and this is the start they need. They need these takedowns, they need these walls down, but Maru's on the aggressive. 2v1 shouldn't be able to get too much done, especially with the mute, but his super should do a lot of work. He actually jumped over the mute there and gets both. I'm just eating my words. He gets a double kill straight over
Nice,
the mute,
молодцы.
and Ems can do nothing.
Камбэк.
Mario knows. He just knows, like Semantic. Primo is in such a good place when it comes to the meta. And the fire burn down there was enough to secure it. And this could be a goal to take the set entirely. Salty low here. More healing talking about Mario cycling the supers beautifully. Last calls all round. Nanana's got a world of hurt coming his way as well. They're just taking their time because they can just try to just whittle down that time all they want now. They've got the lead. They don't have to necessarily even score, just not lose control. But they're going to surely get it now as well.
Легчайше. Все, камбэк изрел, давайте.
It's not too late. We might see some energy in a minute.
He's just sitting there. He feels content with what he's doing. He's pretty happy, but at the same time, I mean, how well that Primo play was. I just said he's like, he can't do anything. They've got a mute. They've got M's gadgets still. He baked both of them.
Вы заметили, что у всех лицо такое, ну вот когда они вебки показывают, ну типа у всех такое серьезное лицо. Вот реально серьезное, там ни эмоций, ничего, когда они вот выиграют, там ББ, нокаут, там чисто переключать на этого. На Маури он такой, ну, выиграли ББ, камбэкнули, такой, ну, типа, такое лицо серьезное, типа, ну, блядь, типа, крутое такое серьезное лицо делает. Линайн такой, на Линайна переключили, такой, блядь, да мы вас выебем, блядь. Ну, такой в мыслях думает. Ну, короче, ну, я не знаю, я угораю, когда они так, ну, с серьезными лицами сидят, а в лицах они такие, ну, то есть внутри такие, блядь, ну, типа, бомбят. Не, без рофла. Ну, оно так оно и есть.
And that could have easily gone 2 sets in their favor. Check out the stats as well on the board. 10 takedowns for both Dorian and Lana on their right side, but Joker and Mary really did pull their weight. I mean, 12 to 13, 7 for Mary, but it's hard for him to get into those positions and that kind of spot to really pop off. But that was a much better set for Reply Totem. This could be the start of something of a turnaround here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you can get 7 kills, but if 2 of them are in...
Ой, так, давайте очки посмотрим, что там по очкам. Ребят, напоминаю, по ссылке в описании, в закрепе, акции сейчас, ну, то есть в БС проходят с пинами, с Карлом, с крутым скином, старый. Это все по ссылке в описании, в закрепе, по дешевым ценам можете приобрести, надежным дешевым ценам. Вот, по поводу закрытия БС, то есть в течение весны должны закрыть БС, скорее всего. Вот, и если что, то есть, я уверен, то есть, найдем какой-то, ну, мы же не прям БС забросим, то есть, просто VPN какой-то найдем, именно там европейский и так далее, чтобы нулевая задержка была практически, чтобы можно было играть и так далее. Вот, так что, ну, дай бог, надеюсь, вообще не закроют, но если прям реально закроют, то с VPN будем катать, ну, что поделать.
This is definitely a chance to be able to shut down some of these big lanes, especially now the indestructible walls coming into the equation. Sprout got to be up there on the bans for me because it's just such a great opportunity otherwise to really slow down the pace and just whittle down your oppositions, but also for some big...
18, да, мне 18. Блин, ребят, прикиньте, скоро, ну, там, в этом году опять декабрь, и 19 исполнится. Я уже старый, ребят, я уже старею. Реально, мне вот с каждым годом все страшно и страшно. Прикиньте, сейчас 18, ну окей, так, более-менее, но я уже старый, то, что мне 18. Я в 16-15 себя чувствовал прям таким молодым. Сейчас я уже старый, ребят. А в 19 все, это уже, блядь, на пенсию. Не, ну ладно, в 20 на пенсию. Вот где-то вот в 20 лет точно на пенсию.
With Sprout banned out the way, it probably makes the most sense to take the next logical thrower. At the end of the day, it's still quite early, you know, with the possibility of that aggression. I mean, Max out the way on both sides, it brings like less aggression, but still, as I said, Carl with the flying hook, it can be dangerous. Janet flying in and landing on you, also another dangerous thing. But we're actually going to see the RT coming out of Mr. Feeling confident in that one.
Сейчас, ребята, я пописать отойду. А чё они так быстро пики пикают?
Definitely feels favored. More so in this region than any other so far. As time goes on, though, we'll see how North America have sort of taken to it and how South America as well feel about the RT here. But it's a decent one, for sure. The legs as well might be able to get a bit more value on some of these side lanes than other maps, but from coming in, I feel is...
Все с армией пишут. С армией у меня отсрочка на полгода.
Reply Totem do need something of an aggressive idea. Roughs, I mean... You gotta have the survivability to be able to really make
Tick, Gavs.
Maybe dropped off a little bit now of indestructible walls, but letting the to the tick to be able to have more.
Арти, Гром.
A great thing. I just feel like it needs a long-range approach. It really does.
Ой.
To be a Bell or something along those lines, or maybe even a Bonnie. Yeah, that works for me. Ultimately, it's one that Again, this brawler is played more in EMEA than any other region. I'm not necessarily always sold on it, but I am starting to come to it. And Sam, for Mr. Dosa, it's a riskier one, I would say. It can have
я ж писать хотел отойти. Ща, ребят, секунду. Окей? Еще да, я хотел пасать, потом что-то вроде не чувствовал ничего, и потом опять, ну, короче. Сейчас приду. Ой. Так, это пшикалка упала, это... Сейчас.
I mean, I kind of like that Sam as a last pick. Tick's got pretty much no damage. Ruff's very little damage at close range, and the same with Bonnie. You know, they've already got RT to deal with as well, who's got a decent health pool. Not massive, not as big as Sam, but still something. They're going to be taking a lot of shots to try and bring down what Mr. Dosa are bringing to the table, and still they've got this Grom. If they do need to play a little bit more passively, when they get a substantial lead, they can still play defensive as well. Use RT's range, use Grom's shots over the wall, and already 5-0 before we even get in.
Those are not wasting any time at all, are they? Well, S-Ball coming in will force Lenan to the left. He's juking wondrously well, pushing forwards now. Might have to reconsider things just a little bit. Not throwing out the gauntlets too much. Where did he play? Has he lost them? The knuckle busters are somewhere. Maybe he threw them out too far and couldn't pick him up. Either way.
На Вине играет? Не, в этом ежемесячном не играет. Ой.
Let's see how they respond to it. This is what I do worry about a little bit. If Mr. Dosa get pushed back this tick, and the Bonnie could really start to work well in the synergy side.
Где гусь? Гусыня? Не знаю, где-то валяется.
Yeah, nice stuff from the Lene, though. Kind of baited his little retreat and then stayed in the position that he was and got some heals off his knuckle dusters, obviously, but now just throwing him out once more. Just playing the slow game, but he's getting hit hard by those rough things, and he's thrown that quite far backwards, going to get the heal off eventually. But Emmerich not able to get too much done either. In comes the ticket, and that actually might bring him down. No help from his teammates, and Lenane's going to get hit by that. Super coming in from Ross as well. Can he avoid it? Just evades it a little bit. But Joker's going to get the jump in, and there's no trades there from Mr. Dosa. Lenane should be dying as well. Another ticket thrown onto him. 20 seconds on the clock, and Joker's made all the difference.
Huge from him, really is. This could be a big meaty push coming inbound. Great use there of the gadget there from Lenan, but it's not going to be quite enough. They should be able to survive on Salty with 13 HP. Emmerich as well, really in the thick of it. That'll be a nice.
Ой-ой-ой. Я Александр, я настоящий андер. Я Александр, что-то там. Санечка, вырастешь, будешь куропаточек чики-брикать, да, Саня? Санечка, да? Ну, где-то через годик. Прикиньте, реально, Санечка будет деньги зарабатывать. То есть он вырастет и сможет, ну, чики-брикать. То есть, ну, животным же тоже надо, ну, чики-брикаться. Ладно, все, Сань, давай смотреть.
You really did waste no time last time round, but now really in a bit of a rock and a hard place. Yeah, supply coming down as well. Joke with the jump and the pickup of the stars. Supply drop already with Maru, and that's what you need to have. Having Tick buffed up in this instance is such an important thing to have to keep things under control. You lose that, you might well lose the game off the back of it too, but it is Reply Totem now pushed back. Unlike them to see as Lenan just going to heal himself up again, but closing in quickly. Great gadget.
О, тотем забрали первый. Найс.
I mean, I'm not sure what Salty was doing there. Didn't want to go in when Lenane did, and didn't really want to
7-0
after he didn't. So, bit of an indecisive thing from him there, and wasted his super along the way as well. Decided to use it about 245 health.
Не мешай-ка тут стримить.
Was there, but Lenane back up this right hand side and trying to aggress
Саня, Санечка.
Assistance off his teammates. He even gets the jump as well. Lenane can't quite reach him. They'll switch to the sides from Joker, choosing to try to stay alive. And even if he doesn't,
Саня.
to be able to
Я
win this one out.
Александр, я настоящий андер. Саня. Потягушки будем Саня делать? Санечка, давай потягушки. Ай, не кусай, Саня, ты чё? Саня, ну я потягушечки хочу сделать. Саня меня укусить хочет. Ай, ай, Саня. Саня.
Саня. And Anan uses the opportunity to push forward 10 seconds on the clock, but Salty can't really get the next to the attach. He does get
Сань,
one
ты
takedown,
чё
but
увидел
not
там?
more than that. 17 stars.
Ай,
Six.
Саня кусает.
Will take this set
Саня, ты
and
чё,
look
с ума
much
сходишь?
more like themselves.
Я Александр, я настоящий
The
андер.
triple go totem pins come up as well, and they're feeling themselves now.
Саня,
Definitely looking more like
Саня.
themselves, as you said.
Я Александр, я настоящий
This is why
андер.
it was 94 to 6% in
Саня, ты
favor
до
of
писечки
Screen,
можешь
while all
дотянуться?
three of us went with totems as
Саня.
well. This is the team we know and love, and we just didn't
Санечка.
really see that in the first set. Mr. Dosa took
Нет,
it
Саня, наверное, не
easily,
умеет этого.
and now they're bouncing back. This is what we want to see. It's close, but just not close enough for Mr. Dosa to really get any games in the pocket at this point.
Ай, Саня.
But I would love to see this go all the way. I felt like Mr. Dosar had such a great start. It just feels like a little bit where they're lacking is in their draft for me. Just a little bit. I mean, Reply Totem are
Сейчас гемы будут?
so much knowledge, so much
Да, сейчас гемы
awareness
будут.
when it comes
Первый
to
забрали,
drafts and,
ну, короче,
like,
команда
a lot of the
Линайна.
ideas I feel like Mr. Dosar are implementing
Сейчас
would
тотем
work
будут
against
четвертый играть.
anyone else, you know? A lot of teams
Ну, четвертый
really
сет.
struggle with Sam. Reply Totem just show that they can handle it. You know, the Grey and Brawl, similar kind of story there as well for me. But Mr. Dosar have got something special going on. And I would love to see this go all the way because I feel like they've earned it.
Ай,
They deserve it
Саня.
to get even into the monthly final. They have to fight tooth and nail. And you know, many kind of were not expecting them to be a team because, like you mentioned earlier, teams like Navi, teams like Humble, SK Gaming, these are huge giants in the Brawl esports, you know, machine. And Mr. Dosar to creep their way through.
Алло,
Really,
Саня.
like a bit of a, you know, surprise thing to me, not so much because they are playing out of their minds at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was really that much of a surprise. I mean, clearly to the audience it was with a 94%, but Mr. Dosa, they are a team who can take down the giants like this. And as you said, through the qualifiers, they already did this a few times to be able to make it here. They've had such a grueling process. It'd be sad to see it cut short at this point, especially with
Всё,
that
Сань,
set
давай.
as well. So I do kind of want them
Иди
to win the
гуляй.
Cyber mine and take it over to that hot zone game so we can see even more gameplay between these two fairly evenly
Хватит
matched
кота
teams.
мучить, да не мучу я
I didn't really think
кота.
I'd be hearing myself say that today. I thought this would have been one of the more convincing ones.
Лысого
They showed
гоняет.
up, they've proved to us why they deserve to be here. Now they just need to prove it to us once again and take it to a set number 5.
Саню держит в заложниках? Не, ребят, нет.
I feel like this is definitely a map which would cater much
Котом,
more to
наверное,
Sam,
лучше
which
всего
was
быть,
previously
ребят.
in Cake, but
Кушаешь, срешь, ничего не делаешь.
what each side is
Спишь
thinking,
постоянно.
Pro, 8-bit,
И
still
что
a
может,
bit
ну
bad
что
for me.
лучше этого может быть? Никаких обязанностей нету.
As well. Gene first pick for Reply Totem was a very solid mid, all things considered. Max ban as well, so you could be looking at Bell mid. Potentially could be looking maybe as well Bonnie potentially. It's tough to really say. There's a lot of mids being banned out here. The aggressive ideas will still remain surely in those lane sides of
Жизнь кайф у Сани. Да, Санечка вообще на чиле.
Rico as well still available. I mean, you know, it's not going to be chaos on it, but I still feel like anyone can land it. Ruffs could be potentially another idea to.
О, чел пишет, я с своим котом смотрю.
But it's the mids where these bans are really placed. Big is going to be the mid of choice, Mr. Dosar. I think kind of a wise idea just because of the amount of tanks that can show their face in this particular map. But yeah, very interesting draft from both sides. I mean, that's 6 unique brawlers being banned out here, so it is going to whistle things down quite considerably.
Ой, господи, что ж так уже...
Say I like what replied.
Я уже хочу смотреть... Так, значит, ой-ой-ой, будет интересно. То есть АНР будет против футов, то есть против Дрейжа, Семантика. Ой-ой-ой, какой интересный полуфинал. Короче, вот этот хочу полуфинал увидеть. Скорее всего, Тотем, если сейчас выиграют их, Тотем тоже в полуфинал, и Тотем будет против Z Division. Какие интересные полуфиналы! Потом АНР, если выиграют Foot eSports, я, дай бог, надеюсь, они выиграют, то АНР будут в финале, и они будут либо против Replay Тотем, либо против Z Division.
Reply Totem, which is a really, really solid thing to have. Absolutely so. Sandy, I mean, it's again one of those brawlers which you don't necessarily expect to kind of see because we've seen Sandy drop off so heavily when it comes to the meta, but another brawler which received a recent buff, you know, with the attack damage being increased. 860 was what it
Кто-то
was
с собакой
previously, now
смотрит.
to 900, so we have
Чё
a
за
bit of a
звук?
rise now.
Санечка
And of course,
кусается.
with a map like Hard Rock Mine, the amount of bush that is in this particular map running the Brute Sand star power, you're going to see so much
Фут,
more,
наверное, выиграет АНР.
you know,
Не-не-не, АНР
respect
выиграет.
for your team. Ruffs is going to come in for Mr. Dosar. It's not a bad one to have at all, especially when you know there's no Rico on the other side of things. You've got less range to have to worry about. It's going to be a better even matchup between that.
Миш, ты кури... Блин, братанчик, ты уже, не знаю, на протяжении 15 минут это пишешь. Нет, братан, ничего я не употребляю. По стримам не видно, что ли? Я ж, ну, сижу, ничего не там, не парю и так далее. Ой. О, уже, кстати, вот этот значок появился с вот этой штучкой, с голосованием.
I mean, smart from Mr. Dozer, but I do think it's pretty even in terms of draft. We've seen Sandy being used there by Foot, I believe it was, Drage picking up that brawler, and it works pretty well. As soon as you get the Sandstorm, everything flips, and you start to do a little bit better. The stun's going to connect, but can he get the finish off on Salty? Not yet, and it looks like the name might be able to secure the pinch here. With a little bit of help from a teammate, he does manage to take it down, and it's actually Mr. Dozer...
Не, ребят, вообще парить никому не советую. Просто это реально зависимость, которая нахер не нужна. То есть, если ты, допустим, захочешь отвыкнуть от этого, то это Unreal будет. То есть там, типа, организму будет фигово, и он, ну, будет хотеть и хотеть. Поэтому я же говорю, типа, вообще реально, это фигня полная.
Alive. What a snatch, what a steal from Reply Totem.
And Mori on top of that, he waits for Emmerich to get too aggressive and go past those sandbags. He knows he needs to make the move and he can't go back, so he knows he can hit that pull. We're going to see Reply Totem going on to a match point now here, and that's the difference that Sandy Super can make. We see one throughout the entire game, and it flips the gems. Well, not really flips the gems because they did have some anyway, but brings the countdown into the hands of Reply Totem. And honestly, Mr. Dozer had so much control throughout that game. It kind of just seemed like Reply Totem did get a couple of takedowns and the game completely flipped on its head, but still, it's going to be a match point, and if they can repeat the same again, we're going to be all over.
Big side there from Maru, and looking much happier, but not visibly, but I mean, compared to what we saw off that first set, there was a difference, a much more focused expression. I'm just banking on a smile. Give us a smile, Maru, if you win this, please. Let us know you're okay. Blink twice. Let's see. Big start, though, here for Mr. Dozer. 4 gems in the pocket. As we saw, they just dropped the ball a little bit in that last game. They cannot do the same again. Sandbags completely annihilated there from Joker, as Sandy's been such a great brawler to do so, as well as the Janet, but look at the pressure being mounting here.
Миша, когда непором стал. Ты про футболку? Или про что?
Yeah, Slow comes in and makes a connection as well, but he's doing a good job of juking these B shots. It's actually going to be Maru's picking these gems up again and retrieving them once more. He was the gem carrier in the last one after he saw them fall down. Can Joker pick up this kill on Salty?
Миш, за сколько у тебя комп? Не знаю, ну, сейчас в районе, наверное, 150 он стоит. А до этого стоил под 100, ну, когда я покупал. Вообще комп не я покупал. Не знаю, кто помнит, я же историю рассказывал. То есть, мама взяла кредит у меня с учетом, что я сам оплачу этот весь кредит на ПК. Потому что мне очень срочно нужно было, ну, оборудование. Ну, чтобы просто контент делать и так далее. Вот, и я оплатил, я сдержал свое слово. Бля, еще помню, там под проценты прям ебейшие. Этот кредит был.
Hey, gems on the floor, but the pull comes in onto Emmerich there, and he does go down. The reset can be done from mid. Mute going to be missed there, though, and Linane has to back up. He's too low.
А где работал? Я нигде не работал. Так это все с Ютуба. Это все именно с контента. То есть с донатов, просто с монетизацией и так далее.
It's just amazing how much a Sandy super makes all the difference. Maori's got the magic hand to hand and Salt takes to the skies. I don't know whether there's going to be enough time and miss pull there for Reply Totem. The gems that can't be tied for the mid. And that's
Легчайше.
Reply Totem turns
С счетом 12-11 забрали.
to the semi-finals.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great performance from Mr. Dosa as well, just not enough to be able to...
Что-то по прическе я прям на Маури похож немного. И по мимике лица чуть-чуть. Найс, халява. Джокер, хотя нет. Ну ладно, за Джокера, какая разница. Так, 700 очков уже. Ой-ой-ой, сейчас дальше Зета против вот этих челов, они по фасту их 3-0 выиграют. Ой-ой-ой, ребята. Прическа очень похожа. Да мне реально, я что-то... Да я сам, мне саму не нравился, я помню раньше. Ну, мне просто без разницы было. Вот, то есть бывало я там прям челку коротенькую делал. Ну, не прям коротенькую, а типа такую нормальную. Но сейчас вот длинную такую отращиваю, чтобы... Ну, просто чтобы... Ну, я не знаю, мне так больше нравится. И куропаточки тоже нравятся. Короче. Сейчас, что я хотел? Смотрите, быстренько. Пройдемся по интеграции. Спецакции, которые сейчас в магазе проходят. На пины чемпионата. На акцию с Карлом, которая недавно вышла. Это Таладин. Плюс там иконка, плюс пин. Короче, прикольная акция. Плюс Тара еще. Только Тара, это да, внешний скин уже давно выходила. Но тоже, если кто ее не приобрел и хочет приобрести, по ссылке в описании и в закрепе вы можете приобрести. Модер ссылочку тоже закидывает. Смотрите, вас перекидывает на бота в Телеграме. Вы этого бота запускаете, у меня он уже запущен. У вас выйдет вот такая шторочка. Выбираете, допустим, БС. И тут вот, допустим, видите кнопки там 30 гем, 170. И вот тут есть кнопка значок чемпионата. Вот. И выбираете вот витрина. То есть за 190 один пин. Не все пины, это один пинчик. То есть выбираете там Нави, Зета, допустим, Трайб. Выбрали. И смотрите, дальше такая небольшая инструкция, короче. Ну, типа, гемов нету на балансе. Вот, перешли, как я вам показал. Вот этот ботик, вот БС выбрали. Вот также, видите, там кнопка значок чемпионата. Но тут, допустим, 170 гемов, да. Почту от Supercell ввели, оплатить нажали. Киви через банковскую карту, через что вам удобней. Вот. Потом код придет вам на почту, которую вы ввели от Supercell ID. И потом заказ выполнен, все, за 2 минутки чел заходит, донет, и 184 гема у вас на балансе. Ну, это примерно видосик. Вот, также есть гемы через моды. Вот, то есть в самой группе можете посмотреть Холди Games. То есть в группу вы можете перейти вот тут, вот сразу ссылка есть, когда витрина открывается. И вот тут предпоследний пост примерно. Вот, про вот это, ну, короче, про гемы через моды. Но внимательно, под свою ответственность берете, читайте всю инфу перед тем, как покупать через моды. Допустим, вам не хватает там на скин буквально 10-15 гемов, вы можете тут задонить, потому что тут цены другие. Ну, то есть не цены, а гемы, то есть там 48-60, тут нечетные эти количество гемов. Вот. Короче, все внимательно читайте под свою ответственность. Так-то, потому что фиг знает, как там разрабы на эти моды реагируют. Вот. Так что, короче, если через моды хотите, вот, только под вашу ответственность внимательно читайте весь этот пост. Вот. Акционные гемы это называется. Вот. Все, вам инструкцию показал. Гемы показал. Ну, то есть, ну, лучше, конечно, советую через обычные. Вот. И для первых покупателей скидка в 2 раза дешевле, я напоминаю. Вот. Все легко, все просто. Вот, то есть все пинчики, все прикольные, все красивые. Вот, Нави, ну, то есть у меня пинчик есть вроде Нави, Трайб и Тотем. Вот, Sky я не покупал, за это не покупал. Вот, у меня 3 пинчика я вроде закупал, помню. Ну, именно у себя на аккаунте. Вот, так что вот такие дела. Закупайтесь, ссылка в описании в закрепе. Быстро, качественно, надежно. Ну, все чики-пуки. Лучше реально у левых челов не закупать. Лучше у гарантированных, надежных. Там никто аккаунты сохранять ваши не будет. Просто чел зашел, задонил и все. И удалил учетную запись. Ну, удалил в плане, чтобы он больше заходить не смог. Вот. Так что все чики-пуки. Так. За Зету голосуем.
That's kind of what happened to Zeta's division. They went down the first hurdle to Mr. Dosa.
Голосуй, ребят. 98% за Зету. 98. Я, наверное, впервые такое вижу. Максимально, я помню, видел 92/8. Или где-то... А, нет, подожди, сколько? 94 вроде было. Вот, 98 это, наверное, самый максимальный пиковый процент, который я видел за команду. Ну вот на данный момент сейчас.
Couldn't have said it better myself, to be completely honest, and that's exactly why Zeta Division are where they are at the moment, and you know, also in the team house it seems as well, so that's going to help a great deal when it comes to their team morale and.
Это Zeta в буткемпе или другие челы?
Love to see that. Dedicated is definitely the word for me, and let's see how it goes for them. And now it's so destroying the party.
Да, это Zeta.
Wearing Shitambo's shirt. You'd love to see it. But again, you know, it was a fantastic month for them in February.
И чисто чел в бункере сидит. Прям, ну прям темнота такая, с телефона просто вебку включил. Ногти грызет. Или что он делал?
And I think pretty similarly, Reply Totem were the huge favorites coming into the last one, and Mr.Doza put up against. They just put up a massive fight.
А давно ли Найн в очках ходит? А это очки, наверное, они огромные, я ж видел. Типа как у Петра Олеговича такие для защиты глаз. То есть это не для улучшения зрения. Ну то есть, короче, это не из-за того, что там с минус зрения, да, там -1, -2, -3, а просто для защиты. Типа, чтобы на будущее... Ну, просто в этих очках, типа, лучше, чтобы зрение вообще не портилось никак. Вот, это вот для тех, кто долго сидит и так далее. Но я не знаю, я чисто... Ну, честно говоря, я хз, типа, очки эти работают, не работают. Просто я за ПК... Ну, сейчас я реже сижу за ПК. Вот, но в любом случае, типа, я просто дистанцию от монитора держу огромную. Я ж не прям впритык сижу, я прям очень далеко сижу от монитора. Вот, там, ну достаточно большое расстояние. Так что, ну, я хз. И от айпада я тоже, когда играю, дистанцию держу. От телефона тоже дистанцию держу. Вот, я думаю, ну, от дистанции влияет очень сильно. Хотя хз, но это мое мнение.
Well, Bonnie going to be the first selection from Ammo Fantisi here, and honestly, I don't hate it. I don't know if it's a first pick for me on Safe Zone. I'll also have a little bit of a look at the bands just in more depth. Obviously, we've got the long range of Bell, Colette.
Но я не помню, чтобы у меня хоть раз глаза болели или еще что-то, когда я даже часов 15 сидел. У меня глаза уставали, помню. То есть была усталость в глазах, но они не болели.
But B's still on the table. We've still got a lot of these long range brawls that will counter out Bonnie available, and I feel like that's something Zeta Division will probably go towards it.
Yeah, you love to see it. Penny's been a big pick for Zeta, and very first pick worthy as well for me on this particular map now. Daryl coming in, and that, I mean, this is like the dream coming together, isn't it? Having Daryl not being banned out here and picking it as this early stages. I mean, the Colette's banned out by them as well for that same reason. Sure, you can have a spike on defense. I mean, that's not the worst of ideas here for Fantisi, or maybe want to go in with the B to have sort of a more long-ranged affair as well to have. But ultimately, Zeta are going to be trying to just keep the pressure on, rolling in time and time again, and you've got to have an answer for it very, very much to hand. I do worry for them a little bit here. Coming in with what they're going to have, it is going to be the B. It's probably the best that they can hope for. And that will allow them to go with a more potentially here, as long as they keep an eye on that Daryl.
I mean, that probably is one of the answers to the Daryl, you know. I mean, it's not going to be the best, especially when he rolls in and gets a bit of a shield. If he lands directly on you as a B, you're not going to be able to do too much. But if you can keep him at a range, if you can keep him in that defensive area of the map, then it's going to be pretty solid. Carl on top of that as well. And it's rare you see a Carl being picked into a Daryl.
А я что-то не понял, Zeta они в Европу, что ли, переехали? Не помню, чтобы они в тех ежемесячных были в том году. Они в, ну, типа, регион, ё-моё. Ну, Европа, то есть. Ну, я ё-моё называю, потому что так легче. Не помню, чтобы Zeta в Европе была. Они переехали, кажись. Ну, именно та... У них же две команды. Zeta. Я знаю вот этого Геру. Чел в лигу по КД играет. Филиппа знаю. Подожди, что? Гера в Z Division? А, лол! Лол, в Z Division вообще другие челы. Гера, Нови... Так там другие челы, там не эти. Блять, короче, я теперь понял, в чем прикол. Они не переехали, это, блядь, другой состав. Это европейский состав Z, ты прикиньте? Я только сейчас увидел. Вот этого Геру я в лиге видел. Очень часто, когда, помню, играл на мастере, на лиге 3. Нови 297 тоже в лиге очень часто видел. Миову вот этого тоже в лиге видел. Лол, у них что, 3 состава Z, что ли? То есть, помните, Z Division Zero, Z Division что-то там еще, ну, то есть у них там 2 состава. 3 состава, что ли, теперь у них?
As the roll is there, and this could be the chance, but I like the bait. Taking it slow and steady as Philip does have the amplified shot, and also the slow and also
Залагало? Что это? А чё лагает, алё? У них трансляция виснет. ZT распалась какая? То есть у них, ну, 2 команды?
Fantasy flying who came from same, and I do like that, trying to get the pick of Meow at the same time and see the pressure on Meow's juking this wondrously well. Gets a tap, gets a second, and the follow-up was great as well. Defense there from Zeta, but Fantasy are making opportunities for themselves.
А мне интересно, типа, как они сами, да, наверное, написали организации Z про, ну, чтобы вступить хотят? Или как? Z это вообще, это японцы же, да? Ну, типа, мне интересно, они просто там на почту написали «Хуйня! Хуйня! Хуйня!» И, ну, это они написали, типа, они такие «Да, мы вас принимаем». Ну, или как это примерно? Ну, наверное, они заявку подавали. Вроде на японском или на китайском очень есть много матершинных слов, типа в плане того, что они звучат, ну, по-другому. То есть другой смысл имеют. 26% на 30. 28 на 26. Но очень близко.
He almost threw that so hard. He stood behind a salty barrel, moves to the left, gets hit and provides him with super.
Блин, что-то никто не смеялся, кажется, вообще, ну, никто прикола не понял.
Got the nice little turnaround in the last few seconds, and then gave them a chance out of it. But sadly for them, they didn't manage to do it with that Bonnie jump. Not enough damage came down, and 2% is what it was to decide it. Data Vision going to take the first game, and it wasn't confident.
Not confident at all. Team like Fantasy, who again have got a real opportunity now to be that huge underdog story, just showing.
Не смешно было? Не знаю, по мне смешно было. Ну, типа, ну, скорее всего, они заявку подавали. Я просто, ну, в этом контексте имел в виду.
Honeycomb shield, but now he's got it. That will help out a lot, especially against an RT. You do need to land that and allow your teammates to then work off the back of it, but as quickly as that, it's gone and has to be re-earned.
Yeah, well, just playing it a little bit slower this time. Has it super early on, but can't really go too aggressive with it just yet. Now he sees an opening down the left hand side.
Салса, другой темп, и танцевать шлифут вроде, пришли европейцы. А, реально? Хз, Дизенфучел написал или реально так?
From Meow, Spin comes in now, has to bait out Jiro, and that's a lovely play from him. He is going to get pinched down eventually, but still got rid of this RT super.
It goes down there as well, leaving Stel to pick up the mantle, but the roll-in is strong, and now he gets to get a lot of damage off the back of that. Splash back as well.
Нифига там Гера прошел через фулл карту. Еще и Карла дамажит чуть-чуть. Так, убили.
That is the concern here. Jump in, big jump in from Stell. More damage raining down and
53-61.
take the lead.
Филипп сильный игрок.
Yeah, well, still only 10%.
Филиппа тоже в лиге видел.
They kind of had to make this last push comeback.
Ой, извиняюсь.
Super to have some stuff tank, and obviously he'd like to be able to do just that. Now he's looking for the super as well. Same's just too low to be able to do anything. Now super's being built up by Zeta. We've got the penny turret, the RT legs, and the barrel roll. This should be a big push, but 20 seconds left. Jump comes in from Stell. He's taking
Будь здоров, спасибо, ребят.
more damage. Roll through the big damage of Philip there, and he gets the kill. Can his teammates come and join him? We've got a call.
Вот этого как он, SQME или как у него никнейм читается. Его тоже в лиге я видел. Будь здоров, спасибо, ребят. Ой, надо эту штуку не забывать прожимать. Найс. Будь здоров, спасибо. Обе старые зеты распались, Тенсайз темпа и создали команду. Зет только одна команда европейская. А, да? Ой-ой-ой.
I'm actually very impressed. I mean, especially when you consider 98 to 2% vote. Fantasy looks great.
They really did. And you know, I don't even know if it's just
Гона 750 рублей. Не, на косаре. А еще косаря лайков нету, да?
You know, they were in the lead for the majority of both games. It was just kind of those last push attempts. So we saw it here, a little bit of a lag, but he got 2% within turning it round again.
Ну сейчас самое интересное скоро будет. Сейчас полуфиналы будут интересные. И финал.
So the splash damage came through, penny mortar, RT damage. You're never really going to be able to match that in the closing seconds. But now he somehow got 6 kills with 70 DPS.
Yeah, that is a shit sign of a kill stealer if I ever saw one. Meow as well with the 12. I mean, absolutely flying there. Got more than the entirety of Fantasy put together. But, you know, that's what I like about these kind of high statistics, really, for me. Because, I mean, Zeta, you know, did have much higher stats, but considering how...
Блять, стабильно весь стрим 600 онлайна. Я не знаю, я думал, он будет увеличиваться со временем. Блять, ну дай бог на полуфинале, на финале сейчас, ну под косарь хотя бы будет. Хотя бы под косарь стабильно. Надеюсь. Что-то прям онлайн пипец. Плакать хочется. Ну сейчас БС уже, блять, все скатывается. Плюс еще скоро БС закрывать хотят. Если что, через VPN можно будет, но охват аудитории все равно упадет. Потому что многим лень будет либо VPN включать, либо еще что-то. Хз. Ой. БС скатывается? Да, БС скатывается по чуть-чуть. Потихонечку. Раньше БС прям хайповая была, сейчас уже все уже не хайпует.
I do like Gene a little bit more versatile, and obviously you can add some more high kind of damage range.
Мишаня на хайпе. Да не, да без рофла, реально. Мы когда до этого чемпионата смотрели, помните, по 2000 ребят сидел, и по 1500.
And that's why I'm not really the biggest fan of Viper as a first pick, because it has counters.
Man, he's a big counter as well. Viper pretty much a hard counter. Ultimately though, depending on how this map is broken up, and that could be what now Fantasy are thinking is like, do we want to go in with Brock here? Do we want to take that risk and kind of allow more maneuverability for Anani to be able to take his toll? But the shots can also bend around corners, so there's that to consider also.
Ты показываешь правильный ответ на вопросы? В смысле показываю? Но я тыкаю, я сам выбираю. А потом, кто успевает, тоже тыкает. Но пока что вопросов вроде не было. Были вопросы? О, вот вопрос. Как называется 17-й сезон? Кстати, я не помню. Конфетная страна, страна приза, фабрика, случай... Станция призов, фабрика роботов. Фабрика роботов, пожалуйста. Блять, случай концерте. Ладно, сейчас на втором проголосую правильно. Ладно, на втором хотя бы проголосовал нормально.
So we do still have these long-range brawlers because throwers were pretty much only banned. Still Brock and stuff like that available as well, but they're actually going to go for the roughs. Roughs is the last pick. Have those sandbags, going to be able to tank a lot of shots, I will say, and I kind of like it. It's going to be better than pretty much everything Ammo Fantasy is going to be bringing in the late game, but it'll struggle fairly.
Чел пишет, не успел из-за меня. В смысле из-за меня? Я-то что сделал?
Like, I get where Ammo Fantasy are coming from. They want to break up in the map, used to be, you know, and be able to then, you know, have the walking cane gadget do its thing just to open everything up, but other brawlers can do the same.
БС уже надоел, это одно и то же, все. Ну, согласен, согласен.
You kind of need to consider it over it in this situation here because you would have had a lot more of a range advantage over the roughs. But let's see what they got up their sleeves going into this next one. I'm personally preferring what I'm seeing on the side of Zeta, but especially if Geru, and I've seen Geru play Nani a lot in like 3 bridges.
Но я хочу в будущем по какой-то другой игре аудиторию набрать. Дай бог получится. Просто надо контент делать уникальный, и тогда получится. Я думаю, ну, чуть-чуть народу все-таки будет. Мне повезло, что у меня, ну, есть же первоначальная аудитория. То есть я думаю, народ, который просто, не знаю, как личность, допустим, смотрит. Чисто, ну, ради интереса. Либо просто, ну, по КД смотрит. Прям каждый стрим. То, думаю, эти ребята будут, ну, смотреть другую игру. А потом еще со временем как раз и другую аудиторию, ну, со временем наберу. Ну, другую аудиторию по другой игре, имею в виду.
That's the aggressiveness so far from Zeta. The supply drop already onto Meow is going to provide a great deal amount of support, and the sandbags for safe measure. This is looking like a good day gone bad, isn't it? Really, for Ammo Fantasy, 3 versus 1, and already that is.
Легчайшая. Сейчас они быстренько пластиком 3-0 выиграют, и сейчас самое интересное будет. Полуфинал, где Алекс будет играть против футов. Это очень интересно будет.
Instantly just pushing back, and I mean, off the start, it was thanks to that Nani versus Piper kind of opened up a world for the roughs to push down mid. But to be honest, they're just playing it better as well.
Стендоп или паб? Блин, хочу пабку попробовать поиграть. Я вообще ни разу не играл. Вообще не скачал ни на ПК, ни на телефоне. Хочу попробовать поиграть. Потом, наверное, вне стрима как раз попробую. Ну, просто посмотреть чисто, чё, как там. Там типа на 100 человек получается карта, и ты соло должен всех раскидать. Или там до еще есть. Я думаю, там до есть команды, и, ну, и соло тоже режим, скорее всего. До и соло, сквад есть, пишут. Там соло, дуо и отряд. Понял, понял. Я помню, играл в Counter-Strike этот... как ход-зона, или как она называлась. Вот. Ну, это примерно как пабк, наверное. Вот, тоже там, только там сколько, 100 человек или 50. Тоже, типа, прыгаешь, там, лутаешь ящики, дроп всякий. Я попробую пабк поиграть, посмотрим вообще, что как.
Kind of what we saw last month. They took a bit of a time, a bit of a slow burn to get into the swing of things, but when they got to that grand finals, they absolutely smashed out of the park, and you know, it was a bit of a slower start in the quarterfinals, however, so that could be where we're at today as they get warmed up. But Ammo Fantasy needs to go back to the drawing board big time because their strategy that they obviously had in mind just did not make the cut.
Есть другие карты, где 50 человек. Как думаешь, какая команда выиграет? Не знаю, трудно ответить. Хз. Трудно ответить, какая команда выиграет.
And this kind of shows it. 0 kills.
Counter-Strike 2 вышел, будешь играть. Я знаю. ХЗ надо попробовать посмотреть. Спасибо за донат. Сейчас посмотрю. Так, сейчас донат быстренько фастиком. Мишперед сегодня был на стриме Куба. Он с Алексом играли, смотрели чем. Алекс сказал, что он сам не будет играть. Там состав, но Прама Мебиус. А, Алекс вообще играть не будет? Обидно. Ну ладно, в любом случае будем голосовать за этот, ну, за их команду. А я думал, Алекс будет играть.
If they're going to have to bring it, they've got to bring it now into Gem Grab. The bans being Max, Squeak, and Ash banned out by Zeta's division. First draft for them will be the Janet. On the side of Fantasy, the Ruffs, the B, and the Stu. And the first pick of the Carl. Doesn't necessarily mind it here. I kind of prefer, though, what I'm seeing with the Janet ideas. They do need to have something of a... I'm assuming they're going to have... Yeah, they need a G mid. I was going to say...
Миш, как настроение? Нормально.
It's not really going to work for me.
Нормально, нормально.
Aggressive tears and Gene much more safer. So let's see how Zeta respond.
I actually kind of preferred the Ammo Fantasy pick here. I did like the Carl in comparison to Janet start with. Yes, Janet's just so versatile, but Carl on the lane on this map is just so strong. You just peek around those walls, get the shot off, and you just move side to side to be able to hit them pretty much flawlessly. And when you have control, it's tough to get it back off the Carl as well because of that spin. Gene, on top of that, just makes it even better. It pairs it up for a real nice comp in the long run. Even me going back to the old days of seeing Sandy on the end of it as well. But that is not something I expected.
Yeah, I'm not that much of a fan of Buster. I can kind of see, I'm a much bigger fan of Nita. That's where I feel like now it makes a bit more sense trying to have the Bruce and the Buster kind of push everything towards an aggressive standpoint.
So зачем? Ежемесячный.
That makes some sense to me, but they have got a serious lack of range, and if Ammo Fantasy want to try to exploit that in some way, open up some of the map with some kind of wall breaking that's aside from the magic hand, then they might leave Zeta high and dry here. The Janet is their longest range brawler, and obviously they just don't feed into the Nita. It could work out well in their favor here, but Surge gonna come in. Definitely one that can be high risk, high reward here. But again, without the wall breakable side lanes, I kind of worry a little bit for Ammo Fantasy here because the Buster and the Nita can just do what they want to do. I mean, you're not really gonna get a gene pool specifically on those left and right hand side lanes. So I just don't feel like they've kind of thought this one potentially through. I mean, even like a Griff would have been great just because you just instantly break and then have the range advantage. But they haven't really kind of fed into the counter idea here for me.
Кто шарит, куда Little Shark пропал? Виталий в доту играет. Виталий уже месяц как пропал, или может больше. Он в доту играет в Дискорде. С челами сидит.
Stell's going to go very aggressive, and he's actually not on the lane that I would have favoured to start with, but Meow's missing shot after shot, but the rest of Zeta are doing a lot better.
Gary, getting 3 gems into the pocket, but the positioning now better in favour of Ammo Fantasy. It's going to be tough for Meow to really push into this. There's a second gadget pop there from Stel, but considering a big takedown there from now in the right-hand side, forcing there Philip to the left. He's going to pull back drop the base for his troubles as well as generally continues to advance in favor of Zeta. Now Stel trying to come around the backside, gets another stack off and just kind of bases in Meow, but flying hooking from Same and into the skies from Garu, and that's what you want to see, but where will he land? That's the question. A nice amount of defense there from Zeta, just coming to the aid of their teammate, allowing the gems to stay in the pocket.
Well, we're playing a complete flip here. Same's just gone back into the spawn where I believe someone's actually respawning, so probably not the best idea. But now they are kind of swapping back around, but in comes the suck from Naui. Philip goes for a wild ball and does miss it. But 8 gems in the hands of Giro, and it just keeps on going up and up. 2 gems on the side of Ammo Fantasy, though, and a good shot from Same. Good takedown from Stel, kind of brings it back even.
I mean, with a Janet Scotty, you can't even go for a gene pull at the best of the times. It's just going to take to the air, but Gary didn't even bother to pop his super because he just knew it wasn't going to reach anyway. Big jump in there from Stel, wins the trade-up, and now he as well wins his on the right-hand side. 6 gems to 8. It's a nice deficit being reclaimed back here.
Нави будут играть? Не, ребят, Нави в этом ежемесячном нету.
Big foe there coming in, and that will force him back slightly as the big super in from Same. Get double teamed on that right hand side. 1 gem away from countdown for Zeta, and it could be a match point looming in.
Looks that way. Now he's going to get the shotter as well, keeping Gene back so well, and he just follows up with another shot as well. That does connect onto Stel. Flight's there. 8 seconds and it's
Миша, сыграй тоже доту. Да не, ребят, какая дота.
4 seconds and he does take flight. Amofentese going to be facing a match point as Zeta Division carry on this beautiful gameplay. Even when I doubted the bus to start with, even when we saw need to pretty much get destroyed throughout the game, they still managed to be able to pick up gem after gem.
Не, дота интересная игра, но затягивает очень сильно. То есть она очень много может времени отнять. Типа просто в никуда. Ну как в никуда, типа. Просто катаешь, играешь, но... Хз. Я говорю, дота прям сильно затягивает.
So far, Stel's struggling to get off the mark here. He needs to get those stacks in. Popping gadgets to do so would be favorable here, but now finally gets the speed, but now he gets the takedown. That's what's more important. 3 versus 1, nothing Philip can do here.
Yeah, has this pull though. Nita Bear's there, but drop the base should also be there from Jiro as well at the same time, so can't pull either of them. Now he would be a pretty devastating player to pull as well on this buster.
У Геру ульта сейчас появится, нет? Нет, ульты нету.
We do have Meow though, picking up these gems, and he actually leaves 2 behind, doesn't want to go for them, but now turns back and pretty much going to take the gems into the spawn. Another bear and has to replace, but this time he's just doing so well. Jiro cleans up the strangles. And they now have 7 gems, and after such a weird interaction.
Миша, где ты живешь? Ну, сейчас я в Новосибирске живу. А до этого рядом с Уфой жил.
Heels coming in, big time for Amofentese, but the countdown is inbound now for Zeta. They've got to push this, they've got to reset this. Big flying hook in, big takedown there from Same, but Meow is the problem on the right-hand side. He goes down, 8 gems now in the pocket. Zeta might be throwing this. Gary takes to the skies, but at the same time, this is a big potential turnaround here for Amofentese.
Does reset Stel, and now he has this buster shut thing, so he's just going to shield forwards. Same's going to go towards Meow, not going to get the heals off onto him, and he just can't push far enough forward. They've just completely thrown the game, and the need to getting pulled in was absolutely devastating for Zeta. And they've just got to hope they don't lose this next one, otherwise they could be facing a reverse sweep.
Эти челы выиграли сейчас раунд.
It's a long way away, but I'm hopeful.
О, радуется одним раундом.
You might be getting yourself a little bit ahead of yourself there, Trav, maybe. But, I mean, I'm with you. Let's dream big, you know? Dream big or go home.
Чел порадовался одному выигрышному раунду.
Wow, it is a lot to muster up, but when you've got less expectation on your shoulders, it does go a long way and does speak volumes as well. Let's see what they can muster up here against this match point. Zeta's still in a commanding position here, but a better start for Stel. He's got speed off, but still struggling against Naui, and Meow with the bear as well. Bruce surely going to come in, and just at the moment, Amofentese just cannot really get out of this spawn.
Yeah, Bruce being thrown towards Same, but actually does pretty much give him a wall.
Что думаешь по поводу перехода Ноба в Нави? Да в Нави сейчас, ну, типа, в состав. Но им, ну, они ж вроде сейчас не берут никого. Им вроде, ну, они троем играют и все, после того, как Алекса кикнули. Нету сейчас ну, прям игроков. Ну, 4-го игрока нету. Ну, кого бы вы в Нави хотели 4-м игроком чисто увидеть, как думаете? Кого бы хотели увидеть? Крайсола? Тебя, меня? Нет. Так я ж никак не смогу, ребят. Я же ни скримы никогда не катал, ничего абсолютно. Я только лигу по КД играл. И ШД. Хуру. Не, я бы хотел какой-то организации побыть. Прям реально, без рофла. Игорь Мирный? Ой, ребят. Легенда будет стену в стену оформлять в мировых чемпионатах.
Good plays, they had a good fight, they were ahead both games, got turned on, almost turned back one of the games, but
все легчайшее, за это выиграли.
And they just looked incredible pretty much throughout this one. You can't really expect to come into a game.
Это в голове представил, как этот Игорь стену в стену реально на мировых делает. Так, старплеер. Не знаю, ну Геру давайте. 960 уже очков. Я думаю, 2000 я смогу нафармить.
Definitely going to be a very stacked semi-finals now as a result of that big pickup win. What we expected to see, but gotta give some praise to Emma Fantasi. It starts off great for me. That's where it kind of started.
2000 очков, ура, кто-то пишет. Ой, ребята.
And they do. They should come back. They've got some points on the board now. I believe they were sitting about 6th or 7th on the leaderboards coming into today, so still.
Ух, ребята, дамы и господа, я опять напоминаю про акции в магазе. На пины, на акцию с Карлом, на акцию старый, ну то есть со скинами крутыми, максимально прикольными. Если кто хочет приобрести, ссылка есть в закрепе, в описании ссылочка есть. Самое первое, переходите, вас перекидывает в Telegram бота. Вот так, вы его запускаете, у вас вот такая шторка выходит. Вот, вы нажимаете BS, и тут есть все цены для первых покупателей, скидка в 2 раза дешевле. Вот, если ни разу не закупались. И вот тут есть кнопки там 2000 гемов, 170, и есть кнопка значок чемпионата. Вот, и тут, видите, витрина, тоже со значками чемпионат, 199. Вот, подожди, в смысле тоже. Ну, короче, немножко запинулся, ну, язык немножко заплелся. Короче, 199 за 1 пинчик. Вот, и быстрая такая краткая инструкция. Гемов на балансе нету. Вот, как я и показывал, перешли. Вот эта шторка, BS. Вот, все, видите, кнопочки. Также там значок чемпионата. Там яростные, ну, это старые акции. Вот, ну, то есть, когда какие-то акции выходят, эти кнопочки с новыми акциями появляются. Вот, в этой витрине. Вот, 170 гемов, да. Ну, это просто, к примеру, Supercell, почту от Supercell ввели свою. Оплатили через любые реквизиты удобные. Вот, потом ввели код от который... Господи. Короче, ввели код, который вам пришел на почту. Вот, код принят. Чел заходит быстренько, фастиком вам за 1-2 минуты донатит. И все, гемы у вас на балансе. Вот, все чики-пуки, все легко, все просто. Вот, также есть гемы через моды. Вот, тут 15, 48, 64 гема. Но важная информация, читайте обязательно вот этот пост. Это есть в группе вот Холди Games. Тут чуть-чуть надо пролистать. Вот, тут недавний это пост. Вот, и внимательно прочитайте всю инструкцию перед тем, как закупать. Вы берете под свою ответственность, потому что разработчики фиг знают, как на такое отреагируют, когда там через моды донатят и так далее. И кнопочка «Купить», если хотите приобрести. Вот, но внимательно перед тем, как приобретать, покупайте всю инфу. Но лучше, конечно, советую закупать обычные гемы. Но если кто через моды хочет, можете через моды. Допустим, 15 гемов там докинуть, вам не хватает там на скин какой-то и так далее. То есть, допустим, не 30 надо донатить, а тут 15. То есть, буквально чуть-чуть, бам, и все. Вот, и потом скинчик можете какой-то купить, если вам там не хватало. Или на БП, допустим, не хватало. Вот. Короче, все, в принципе, все вкратце я рассказал. Ссылка в описании и в закрепе есть. Все, дальше мы переходим смотреть. А что, про Нави показывают этот ежемесячный прошлый, что ли? Который был? Ребята, меня опять поссать охота. Я сейчас отойду, пока тут перерыв. Перерыв, блядь, 5 минут, алло. Ребят, тогда берите что-то покушать, сейчас самое интересное будет. Реально, сейчас будет, получается, АНР против Food, это очень интересно. И реплей ТТМ против Z будет. Вот, очень интересные матчи, так что присаживайтесь поудобней. Вот, и я в туалет отойду. Ну, на 5 минут, наверное, пойду, что-то, может, покушать возьму. Вот, все, давайте, ребят, не расходитесь, кушать что-то берите тоже. Все, сейчас приду. Найс, найс, найс! Кричат там, все, ладно, приду сейчас.
Jinlo. Nice mute, I focus him. Surge, nice. Nice. Good job, good job, good job. One more. Okay, we'll go with super if you kill him. Go. Going. Right. I need to defend. I will feed Surge, Okay, we'll do damage, guys. Yeah, need to go. I'm going. Nice. Good job. Come on, last. Bravo, Mauri, well late. Good job. Okay, go. I will feed Surja.
You can go. I'm good.
Okay, Surge mid, he have level,
Nice kill.
Good lead,
Good lead.
Okay, super.
Ignore him. Okay, don't feed him.
I go mid.
Don't feed him. We go.
I will do some damage,
Nice.
Let's go.
Nice.
Bravo. Good job, Jokerino.
Vamos.
I can hold the
Okay,
artist,
go.
I'm coming to get the ball.
This one shot. I pinch one. Nice. Mari.
Dead.
Nice.
Good job. I have super,
Okay.
I super top left. Okay.
Dyna left with
Dyna
super.
super.
The bush.
Okay, so.
Push left. Super. Use.
Nice, okay.
Nice guys.
Good job. Good hits.
Okay. Nice.
I focus the Dyna.
See?
I shoot.
Good job.
I don't have ammo. Okay.
Nice. Come on.
Nice.
Nice.
Get the ball.
Okay.
We go. Go.
Keep the pressure. We're winning. 30 seconds, guys. We're winning.
Chill,
Just keep
we're
it, just keep
winning.
Keep it no risk. They can go out, guys.
Okay.
He uses super.
Nice.
Nice shot, Joker.
Okay guys, come on, let's go. Push, push. Come in, mother.
Coming.
Nice guys.
Nice. Good job.
Let's go.
Max right.
Good gadget. Oh, good hit.
Nice hit.
Push it.
Bravo.
Focus. Okay, we just need control.
Burn buff. Focus.
Ой.
I'm coming
We
mid.
need to go win.
Так, я тут.
Nice.
He has no gadgets. Okay, we need to kill him quick. Nice, but control guys. Don't feed. Nice. Nice.
Nice.
Important one, guys. Nice.
Bravo, Mauri.
Nice.
Nice.
Piper 100.
Nice, mother, can we go?
I go corner.
Nice.
Gonna pinch me.
We have 30 seconds.
Be dead.
Nice, mother.
I will do damage.
Damn it, done the moment. You're late.
Just try to keep it 20 seconds.
Be dead. Okay, we put down.
Nice, guys. Nice.
Nice.
Roof one shot.
Мне кажется, во всем английском языке можно nice просто выучить и все, и больше, в принципе, английский язык не учат. Ну, это учить не надо.
Okay. Now I have gadget. I'm good. I'm super.
I'm good.
We have a good leader.
No,
I go?
You can go.
Going.
Nice.
Muted is gonna die. Piper dead.
Done. Take first.
I hit really good leader.
Piper mid.
Hey, wait. He was.
Piper dead.
Ой.
Be dead.
Nice, guys.
Nice, guys, nice.
Nice, Joker. Nice kill.
I'm dead.
Okay, only any damage.
I go right.
Yeah.
You have gear. 1 HP. I go left, I think.
Okay. Go left. One shot.
Penny right side.
100 HP, mother. Okay, mother, you can go left.
I'm going.
Nani
Is there
right side.
someone?
There's
No,
nobody
no,
left.
no.
Nobody left.
Ой.
100 HP. Let's try it. Nice, mother.
Bravo, Mauri.
Need damage, mother, go.
Wait.
Damage.
Was close, guys. Let's focus on second set.
Dead.
Nice kill.
One shot.
Mhm.
Let's go, guys.
Okay, mother, maybe I need to jump on.
Yeah, when I see him.
Can it?
Jump on the mother. Ah, yeah, we don't. It's okay. Okay. Go back if you can.
I will die at 5.
Okay.
Don't die, Joker.
Nice kill.
Okay, we wait.
I need
Wait,
3
wait,
seconds.
Wait.
I need
Don't
3
use
seconds.
Nice. I wanted to wait together.
Have it.
Okay, nice.
We go up.
Shield spike. What is it?
Ой-ой-ой.
Okay, it's fine with time.
I have it soon.
Okay.
I have it.
Come.
We can kill
Max
only
one.
win.
Però ragazzi, cioè hanno fatto
Тренеры?
ragazzi attenzione, pochissimi secondi, due player sono one shot, rimane solamente il Mauri con 3000 di vita, tutti one shot e non possono pushare, niente ragazzi.
It has all been coming down to this. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Ой-ой-ой. Ребят, голосуем.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars Championship monthly finals. We're in EMEA for the month of March. We have 4 games already.
Миш, сколько задержка в стриме? 2 секунды. Блять, опять 5 минут, ну вы рофлите. Господи, блядь, только что 5 минут ждали, еще 5 минут. Ну ладно, сетку показывают.
Seems like so far things are mostly going according to plans, and actually quite quickly as well, with 3 sweeps and a 3-1 between Reply Totem and FA Mr. Doza, leading us to ANR versus Foot Esports for our first semifinal, and Reply Totem versus Zeta Division.
Миша, что у тебя с временем на iPad? Так плюс 4 в Новосибирске от московского времени. Когда я в Уфе жил, ну, рядом с Уфой, у меня плюс 2 было.
Of differentiation here. Teddy, you know, do you want to quickly talk me through why you've gone with ANR and Totem, or is it a bit self-explanatory?
Well, to be fair, I feel like the semis here are much more crazy and you know, up in the air compared to the quarterfinals. So
oh my god, it was Danilo.
Very tough to call.
Danilo.
Just feel like ANR looked a little bit more solid overall so far this year than Foot. A Reply Totem, their Reply Totem, even though they did lose to Zeta last month, I feel like this month they're gonna have us covered.
Yeah, well, if you go with us or you don't, make sure to go to event.brawlstars.com and place your predictions. Getting into the game, though, ANR versus Foot Esports is lining up to be an absolute beauty. Starting things off with ANR, we have Rama, we have Mebius, and we have Nob. Absolutely incredible teams so far this year, and I saw on your predictions video on Twitter, you've got them going all the way today, Teddy.
Dude, honestly, ever since we watched them in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 2.5, they took it all and they did
so две футболки висят с разных организаций, которых он был.
Watching them quite a bit during that event. My take was they might just be the best team in the EMEA, and I can really see them winning this monthly final. Now, Foot Esports is going to have a totally different agenda in their mind, and to be honest, it's a really tough call here because they've been looking better and better. I just feel like ANR so far, they've been a bit of a wild team.
Yeah, they are. ANR are kind of a bit of a wild card, whereas Foot Esports are players we've known and loved. ANR, yes, we've kind of known the same, but these are big names in the scene, especially Semantic and Drage being joined this year by
Кто кушать хочет на Смотрим, так возьмите что-то покушать. Так не знаю, с телефона там зайдите, стрим смотрите и там на кухне что-нибудь кушать, ну, готовьте или, не знаю, там, бутер, там, не знаю, с колбасочкой, чисто по дефолтику, или еще что-нибудь.
Aggressive position this year as well, playing some more lanes instead of what he was doing last year, which was a lot of that mid work.
Yeah, I think you make a very good point there as well, because it did feel like sometimes he was a little bit underutilized last year, not being able to necessarily play with the highly mechanical brawlers that you'd want Drage on.
Ой-ой-ой, какая карта.
So far,
Господи, как сейчас интересно будет.
I just feel like success-wise, ANR have just a little bit more to show when it comes to 2023 than Foot Esports. But I'm really happy to be proven wrong here. It does seem like most of you guys at home are going to be going with ANR as well for your predictions. So I would say ANR here might be a slight favorite, all things considered. But Foot Esports, they're really not far behind.
Ворона.
And I will say, you know, I think 59-41 is probably one of the closest predictions we've had, and that's weird considering how kind of far apart it is. Crow is that first pick coming in there as well. Ban's going to be Stu, Bell, and Janet.
Уф, что за тяги.
Pretty self-explanatory at this point. Same with the Poco and also the Bonnie on a map like this. It's dangerous. Crow is the first pick though. I like it. You've got the slow. You've got a lot of capability. Good amount of spray. Can't really miss shots. But Lola, however, going to have that ego. Freeze frame. Penny's going to have the salty barrel and the mortar to be able to tank a lot of that damage that Crow's going to bring to the table. And honestly, Foot Esports kind of lining up right now. I wouldn't mind a Pam as a third pick for them, but I'm sure ANR might snag it first.
Yeah, I mean, Penny being picked up here alongside Lola makes a lot of sense, right? Penny being one of the strongest counters to Lola. So snatching both for their side is going to be something very valuable here for Foot Esports. As I mean, as you mentioned, you know, they have some utility to tank for the Crow, and Crow already not necessarily being the heaviest damage dealer.
Миша, покажи, какие у тебя... Как под Радуля? Ну, вот эти сапоги, типа, у меня таких нету с длинными тягами. У меня одни кроссовки, в которых я хожу зимой, летом, весной, осенью, в любое время суток. В любое, ну, короче, не суток, а, ну, вы поняли.
It's a beautiful way of putting it, to be fair. Obviously, as you said, Max is going to be very, very solid, and I kind of like the look of kind of going towards a Pam here for esports, but with that Amber there, it's got a lot of piercing damage. It can do a lot of work against some of these healers, against the mortars, against the egos, stuff like that. So it might have swayed him off it just that little bit more. Don't know really what they'd kind of go to as an alternative, because a lot of the really solid brawlers are banned out or picked already. With 6 bans and 5 picks already on the table for esports, aren't really left with a massive amount.
Спасибо за донат, сейчас гляну быстренько. Что там? Я смотрю каждый стрим и устраиваю бесплатные. Братан. Не, братан. Сорян. Спасибо, что каждый мой стрим смотришь, но я турниры ничего, ну, я не заинтересован в этом. Вот. Спасибо за донат. Ну и спасибо за предложение. Так.
Yeah, I like both comps quite a bit. I do tend to agree with you a little bit. I feel like the Amber is going to have a lot of opportunities to shine here against both the Lola and the Penny, and even the Bee, to be fair. But I still feel like if Foot utilize their utility efficiently, they might be able to out-edge them with that draft. So, to my eyes, it's going to come down to execution for this one, as we are ready to jump in now, and we'll see the Max in the mid, a little bit lonely early on, and the fact that Rama was playing it a little bit safe will get A&R punished quite heavily in the early game, as Foot Esports are able to get an early team wipe, and A&R will have to pick up the scraps from here.
Yeah, Semantic not popping a freeze frame too early. With it now in front of him, it's going to be able to tank a lot more. Ram having to back off just that little bit more as well. Throwing down a little puddle of ice there instead of fire for once. Drage going to get that pickup, and they've just established themselves so nicely here. Semantic's going to cover for Drage whilst he's healing, and Ope can just sit behind this wall. They're in such a great position.
Yeah, the slow pop by Mebius, but really failing to capitalize so far.
Но пока что контроль держит Футе.
The salty barrel to tank, the mortar plays down as well at last. Nob will find a kill.
Блядь, Мебиус от мортира умер.
And with Rama left in a 1v2, a 1v3 now as Drake respawns. Still a pretty awful spot here for A&R early on. Mebius does have his jump, as the shield is going to be popped on that ego, and so far Foot Esports able to keep the boat afloat quite nicely. Rama does take quite a bit of damage on the bottom right, but Foot Esports are able to maintain their lead as Rage hits a nice supercharged shot onto Nob, and that should help Foot Esports cap in a couple more percentages.
Yeah, NRR starting to come back little by little, and with all this oil on the floor, it can be quite difficult for Foot to push on, but they're just getting so many connecting shots, and they can be patient because they're so far ahead, 25% as it is, and Amber's going to burn all that really to no avail. Got nothing back from it. Ego going to be there, freeze frame through that as well, but straight burn through by Rama. Nice pinch from his teammates as well, and his percentage deficit is just getting smaller and smaller. Ope going to find so many shots, and Drage with the 3k hit does miss it narrowly, but should have some fight back now that it's a 3v2, but quickly made a 2v2 by Rama with some nice plays.
Yeah, a nice comeback, to be honest, from A&R, because things started so poorly on their side, but now they're only a couple percentages behind. Is that going to be enough, though, as Foot Esports get a nice double kill?
64 на 80.
At least delay the heal and reset from Foot Esports, but Foot Esports getting dangerously close to the finish line now, as Semantic should be going down. He will be indeed. It's only 1%.
Блять, на 1%! Давайте! Давайте, легчайшее, блядь, давайте! Пожалуйста!
Able to walk it in and lock in that final percentage there for Foot Esports. A strong first game on their side, but to be fair, I feel like if A&R didn't have this awful of a start, they probably would have made it a lot closer, if not even taken it.
Yeah, I mean, it took about until a 5% kind of difference between them before Foot Esports started to get it in gear again and get going, but definitely seems like a bit of a better start from A&R this time. Not going down as fast, but Drage has the 3K and it connects onto Maybe as he's taken down by a nice pinch. And yet again, more of the same as A&R. The exact 9% they had last time, and FUT Esports once more with all the control.
Yeah, it does seem like we are seeing the exact same early game played out. As FUT Esports are able to lock in a nice and healthy early lead. Not needs to be more consistent on his dodges, and the ego coming in here from Semantic as well, providing so much value, helping him win that 1v1. Rama should be getting sprayed down. Eventually Rama will be falling to OP, and it seems like the start is going to be even more disastrous than the previous one. As the Salty Barrel is finally taken care of, and A&R are desperately trying to force the situation open just a little bit. Not able to do so very successfully so far though.
Yeah, just being held back, and Ope's holding this round lane so strong. Rama with the super now as well. Maybe it's with his.
Nice. Более-менее.
Last time they got to about 60%, and then it all started falling apart for FUT when the gadgets start to be used or poor. Maybe the supers aren't getting as much value at this point, but it seems like it's a little bit better from this time as Nob brought down to one shot. Semantic.
Бля, где мансы Ноба? Я не пойму. Почему, блять, он подставляется под все заряды? Блять, он юзает только гаджеты, чтобы прикрыться. А где просто мансы обычные, дефолтные?
Gets the finish off now, and it just doesn't look like we're going to be seeing the same from A&R. But little by little, they're bringing it back a little bit.
A little bit of a comeback for A&R, but is that going to be enough? With Mebius being so low HP as well, it's going to be scary. Is Nob full? Semantic also very low, but Rama is down to one shot as well. This gives time for FUT to heal up a little bit, and again A&R have brought it very close, but they started their comeback too late in the previous game. History doesn't seem to be repeating itself so far, as they are going to be able to overtake the lead somehow, and that mortar is going to be a nice waste of utility, favoring A&R just a little bit more. 10% in their favor, and the kills are
забрали.
Mostly in favor of A&R. They're going to run away with this one, and they failed to bring back game number 1. Game number 2 will be brought back. This means that we'll go to a third game for this opening set.
Ooh.
I mean, I don't know how they can start so well on the side of FUT Esports and then have it all fall apart throughout that mid game. They get like a 50% buffer or something like that, and then they just lose it, and it just doesn't make sense of how they're doing it, because it's not like they didn't have any gadgets left, which I said mid-game. I kind of checked, and they were still looking pretty replenished, and they had supers and stuff like that, and it just seems not to work out. Maybe a little bit of lane swaps what A&R kind of put down mid-game, but splashes come through, and maybe this is going to go down early on with OP with some nice connecting shots.
This is the best start for A&R yet. Semantic will be able
to
survive, but Nob gets a nice trade there as OP falls, and A&R kick things off with a healthy 30% lead. OP will be scouted in the right bush. Means that Rama won't be caught off guard too much by his presence. Does feel like A&R doing a much better job at dodging now as well, which has been making a world of difference, as Semantic is going to be slowed down by Mebius, but it's not quite enough for a kill. Rama gets dispatched, and at last things seem to be going right here for the esports, but even then they only were able to find 3% of that interaction.
63%, отлично. 68.
Burns down some of that bush, stops the ability to kind of slide through, even though they're not really doing that anyway. OP and Drage trying to find some shots, but Semantic is locked in by Mebius.
Nice.
Left on the side, and he's not going to be able to anyway, because this should be game to A&R and the set along with it, regardless for how well FUT were playing.
Легчайше.
The rest of this set, it's just all fallen apart so badly for them, and 5% in the entire last game is, quite frankly, embarrassing from FUT.
Первый сет забирают Pioneer. Ой-ой-ой. Лучшие легенды, ребят.
which
Легенды?
horrific, but in the first game and even for the most part in the second, I felt like they were getting hit by way too many shots, including the mortar. And I understand that, you know, sometimes it can be overwhelming and there's a lot of shots from different directions, but a penny at max range as well as a mortar should not be finding nearly as much value.
Да, почему я уверен, знаете что? Типа, ну сейчас быстренько вкратце, пока тут они там пукают, типа, и так далее, реплей показывают. Почему я думаю, вот, ну вы же видите, сейчас 700 онлайна, да? Типа, короче, БС скатывается потихонечку. Реально, БС скатывается. У всех там прям, просмотры по БС вообще, Короче, почему мне кажется, что в следующем обновлении разрабы такие, ой, бля, ребята, короче, мы немножечко поспешили, то, что сундуки убрали, мы их обратно вернем. Но я не знаю, очень огромная стата упала, когда сундуки упали. Вот именно этот период. Короче, вот сначала было хайпово, когда там их уже все, там последние дни сундуков и так далее, было хайпово, а потом все. Все уже чисто все подупало. Чисто из-за сундуков, реально. Типа, сундуки решают. Хз, почему? Реально решают. Хотя, почему хз? Просто реально интересно было открывать и так далее, что-то выбивать. Не, реально. Типа, чисто из-за сундуков. Из-за того, что... Нет, наверное, даже две причины. Из-за того, что БС просто очень сильно надоело многим. Реально уже просто года 3-4. Вот когда рояль прям надоел, добавили БС. И БС прям очень сильно оживило, прям интерес огромный был. Вот. Им либо новую игру надо делать, либо, я не знаю, что в БС прям менять очень глобальное. Прям невъебически глобальное что-то.
So to that extent, it's gonna have some similarities, and already a first pick of Penny for A&R seems like they didn't really like facing it in the previous one and want to give Foot Esports a taste of their own medicine.
You can't blame them. It's very, very good on a map like Safe Zone. Place it in those safe, unbreakable walls, and they bring in Brock, regardless of them being unbreakable, still can get some damage on that safe and get the incendiary down, which obviously is base kit for quite a while now. RT to go along with it as well, and regardless of him having this super which puts him in an aggressive state, he can just
промокод Косарь есть, нет? Первый промокод выдам на Косарь.
I believe it was played by Zeta in one of the previous ones in their safe zone, and it really did work.
Yeah, I'm still curious about RT and his place in the meta. It feels like in the MEA more than in any other region so far.
Сколько мы уже смотрим? Часа 2,5, наверное? Когда я начал смотреть? Я помню, в 11 где-то. 11:30 по МСК. Сколько мы смотрим? 3 часа уже? А, реально уже 3 прошло.
I do like A.т.д here. For me, is one of my favorite brawlers. Not necessarily always the strongest, but if you remove Penny from the equation as well, since they have it locked in on their side, anyways,
Саня.
I feel like there's no super strong counters to it. So we'll see how much work they can do with that. They always are gonna have to be careful, because if there's a team wipe or if the 8-bit is free to get a shot or two on the save with his damage booster, that's massive amounts of damage, and with the chip damage that Colette brings into the mix as well, it can be quite a strong combination here for A&R, as Foot Esports will be locking in Sprout as their final pick, which I do like on Safe Zone. I think it's a lot of fun. I just don't know if it's necessarily the best pick either.
I really like what A&R have gone with. It just seems like...
Алло, Саня, не кусай.
At this point with unbreakable walls, you can place the 8-bit turrets behind him, you can place the penny turrets behind them. Colette's going to be able to go towards the RT and get some good value, go towards the safe.
Он лысый, да, Санечка лысый.
It's just a question if not everything's going to be blocked off by this Sprout. I feel like it's got to be an early super from Sprout and have it be recycled for this to be able to work for Foot Esports.
Соню. Санечку забрать хочешь?
Pretty much the same range. Rama needs to hit.
Санечка со мной чемпионат смотрит. Да, Саня?
To find nearly the same value as Rage does with just a 1. Early on, it does seem like Rage is able to just ever so slightly outrange him. Find a bit more value therefore as well. 8% onto their safe. I think Ope found some shots sneakily on the right side, as Mepis was playing it very passively, but I was able to nicely capitalize of that aggression from Ope, and means that now he's locked in a forward position on the right side. He's going to be low.
Чуть-чуть урона накидали. Сколько месяцев Санечки? Санечки 2,5 месяца.
Just facing the complete wrong way when he chose to press his gadget. Should have gone forwards, really, but Semantic going to be able to keep this control now. Might see a TP forward from Rama. He does go for it. Gets jumped away from OP and does just survive a little bit more than he deserved, but Drage on the aggressive. Mebius cleans him up quickly with a solid barrel in his face.
Yeah, that was a nice TP, to be honest, from Rama. Opened up the situation quite nicely, but another wall is going to be placed down, and only 4 shots to recycle it. That's not even counting in gadgets. He's been doing a pretty good job for Foot to lock some areas out and reduce the area of play just a little bit, and Nob is gonna get locked by the sprout wall in the enemy spawn. That's less than ideal.
Подожди, что было? Семантик ультой прикрыл, и Ноб остался рядом с сейфом? Саня, ты куда? Саня меня кинул.
Well, this is the last push that they need, and regardless of them pretty much needing control for the entirety of the game to be able to win it, they might be able to do it now, but a push forwards, they don't get enough damage, and A&R are going to add some more up top onto
Легчайшее.
they're extending the lead even further now. One game away from being 2.
Саня за хлебом пошел.
So convincing from them. I don't doubt that they'll be able to do it now.
2 sets up, and that is quite scary actually. Sorry,
Саня пошел в Valorant играть.
This second set up, but either way, it's 3 games in a row now for A&R. I was just getting a little bit overexcited, but they've been looking strong, and for the esports, they gotta start striking back.
They really do need to just be able to keep control, and you know that kind of over-aggression from OP that we've been seeing is quite worrying for Foot if they do need to keep this control, which they obviously do. Nob's being kept by Semantic, and it's just a 50-50 lane. It kind of just depends what's going on the others, and you know, as you said in the last one, Drake seems to be able to get the upper hand when it's a one-on-one in this mid, and definitely should be able to get the upper hand with OP here helping him, but Mebius doesn't want to overextend down that mid because he just doesn't quite have the range to be able to match it.
Drake's taking so much damage. Rama finding some very neat angles and able to find some good value so far. Nob also playing it very respectful of the Sprout, but eventually does feed a couple of shots, and
Да я пошел сотки за ним, пошел чем керить.
along with it, that means that Nob has to reposition if he wants to help in the mid. A beautiful super from Ope takes out Rama, and that's a chance to get a nice couple shots onto the safe, which will give Foot Esports an 18% lead so far. Rama does have his damage booster. Nob has a super as well. It's so low HP, the damage booster quickly taken care of with the rocket rain from Ope. Still, Mebius able to find a shot on save. That's pretty much all for now, as Rage does pop his super, and Mebius is well aware of the range. Beautiful piercing shots as well from Mebius on that flank. However,
Саня покакал.
pinched himself as Rage respawns, and Semantic is able to find a good angle onto him. It's 9% now in favor of Foot Esports.
Did Samantha just throw a wall backwards onto safe, or was that just me being completely stupid? Because he threw a wall and OP just destroyed it with his immunity. I don't know if he was trying to stop the Colette super from coming in or something like that, or damage, but I may have seen that wrong, but I might need a replay on that one. Nob's actually going to miss the safe with his super there. Not the best considering
Воняет, Саня насрал.
damage onto it. Now he gets another one that actually puts them onto safe. With that damage gear, they will take the lead. Sprout super's there as well, and they can't really stop the damage coming through. They need to clean this up, they need to push up, and they need to get the defense. Semantic's got no gadgets left, can't recycle this back. So 9 seconds in a dream for A&R.
Да, Саня кинул, оказывается, чтобы покакать. О, на соплях выиграли. Рама радуется. Лучшие легенды 2-0 уже ведут.
I mean, you've kind of got to be. Foot are not in a good position whatsoever. That's 2 sets in a row. Super Beach coming up next as well, and we know they might be able to pull some things out of the bag. We might see a little primo coming in, but then again, A&R might know.
Ну все, Семантик KFC позорит. Все, лузает, все, ГГ. Семантику больше курочку по скидке не будут продавать.
They need 3 in a row, and they're usually the ones getting reverse swept, not the ones reverse sweeping, bear in mind. Although, I believe we did see them do a little reverse sweep against BHS in Queso, if I'm correct.
I can't quite recall, unfortunately, but I mean, Foot have highly experienced players that have, you know, been in this sort of situations before, that have been able to turn those situations around as well. Stats-wise, it's very low damage all around, but especially low for A&R.
Ой-ой-ой.
They had better conversion. Those kills they got, they mattered more and gave them more possibilities to get damage on safe. And eventually, A&R were able to steal away that second game that landed them the set. But either way, a win is a win. And now Foot Esports, with their backs against the wall, have no more room for mistakes whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, we see it in Heist quite often. When we actually see the pure damage that goes down on the safe, we kind of expect, I mean, the pure damage in the actual game, we kind of expect the team with, you know, the kills and damage to be able to get the win. But in Heist, it kind of doesn't even go that way a lot of the time. If you get the damage on the opposing brawlers, it doesn't matter if you don't get the damage on the safe. So even if you have all the control in the world, it doesn't really matter that much. Max, B, and Stu going to be the bans coming in from A&R. Penny as the first pick from Foot. Their bans are Barley, Dynamite, and Poco. Clearly didn't want to see any of these throwers in here, and you can't really blame them for it.
Ну, а же с Арменией, я не знаю.
Yeah, throwers
Не шарю.
are a pesky nuisance at the moment, especially with all those unbreakable walls. I like the Penny first pick. It's a very Foot Esports-like pick, especially for
Семантик приуныл немного.
Don't mind that. Try to stick around with some comfort picks. This is interesting. A&R are gonna go for
Ниту взяли.
which, you know, usually you would say gets countered.
Ой-ой-ой, господи, я что-то уже устал смотреть.
But I'm sure there's a plan.
Хотя самое интересное уже только сейчас началось.
Pretty on point, so I'm expecting there to be a plan with it, although I'm not entirely sure what it is.
Мне опять туалет охота, ребят, сейчас приду.
Yeah, well, I mean, the plan is... feel for A&R, I think it's pretty decent. I do like what they're bringing to the table. Semantic, you know, you can play that Penny down the mid. I feel that's pretty much the only place you can really play it. They're going to have to add some lanes to this as well. And yes, you can play this Otis down the mid to kind of counteract it. Fat Splats are placed onto it. And I think it's a pretty smart route to go. I mean, a lot can be tanked to these mutes by the Penny. But Ems is always a very strong shout. Did get dominated when we saw it played against Reply Totem. We saw a Primo come in and even do a lot of work against it, so that might be something A&R are going towards. But Foot Esports have this last pick. We know they've been playing tanks a lot, so it wouldn't surprise me if they do choose to do the same yet again.
Yeah, will we see that Primo pick coming in? The Nida is going to be a bit of a deterrent towards that. Obviously, Otis is a more obvious counter. No, it's going to be a Surge locked in for Foot Esports, a bit of a double-edged sword. Sometimes it will do fantastically and chain enemies like never before. Sometimes it will struggle a little bit more and stay for pretty much the entirety of the game in its first stage, and that can be quite a problem as well. It's a bit of a riskier pick. But A&R have their final pick, and it's going to be the Squeak that will be locked in. I do like it quite a bit, especially if you want to deal with something like the Penny Mortar that's sitting behind walls. You will have much easier access to.
Они напикали? А чё так долго? Они долго думали?
Overall, I really think that Surge is a pretty solid pick. We saw Foot Esports play it in their previous game, and it worked pretty well. Managed to get the win in the end. It was quite a long ruling set, I believe, but in the end they did manage to.
Стул, как прошел ваш день?
Squeak, on the other hand, though, I think it's very, very solid. There's a lot of choke points on this map, and with pretty much nothing that can break up the map, they're going to stay, and they're going to be dangerous for them, and they can take advantage of these kind of these areas. But as I said, we are seeing that Otis down the mid, Squeak down the lane. And so
тут Нави есть? Нет, Нави нету. Ну, и в этом ежемесячном.
The shot will be caught by Mebius. Able to get the ball away. Mortar placed in as well.
Ай-яй-яй. Казалось, почему он Дрейдж не забил, вроде была возможность.
But it's not quite just yet. as Rama comes back to defense, and this time around Semantic is able to walk this one through. With esports with a nice and early goal here, although it did look for a little bit like A&R might just get them out of that position.
I mean, that bear just got completely destroyed. Semantic looking for the shots on now.
Что это было, Мебиус, блядь? Ты чё, ёбнулся? Вы это видели?
Level 3 now has this extra range and Nob's missing some shots. Should connect that one though. Semantic's actually going to jump directly on some shots from Mebius, avoid that squeak shot. But in the end, managed.
Он взял, долбанул мячик об стенку и в стенку ульту вкинул.
Taken down pretty quickly, and this one looks like it might do the same. It has to use a knockback on it though to get rid of it, and only then does OP come and help.
Still over a minute left on the clock, so plenty of time for A&R to make a comeback, but Foot's positioning is...
Ой-ой-ой. Сейчас досмотрим, я гляну донат. Спасибо большое. Я не знаю, кто там задонил. Сейчас гляну. Спасибо, спасибо.
Yeah, we're going to need a connection eventually from this mute from Mebius, so as they're not going to be able to push out of this position. Semantic's got jumps, still got some salty barrels there as well, though. Slow over the left-hand side, knockback, and Rama's going to fall down to the mortar. This is surely all over for A&R here. Mebius, I think he accepts it, kind of gives the ball to them.
17-16 секунд. 15, ну тут Фут выигрывает. Ладно, сейчас я донат тогда быстро посмотрю. Я думаю, они это уже... Да, тут уже контроль, все, тыры-пыры. Сейчас быстренько донат посмотрю.
Yeah, it really has. I mean, to be fair, I don't like it very much. I wasn't too sure about Squeak. I know Squeak is not bad here, but I feel like pacing-wise, it's just a little bit slow, and that's typically not really what I like to see from A&R. And Anita, for me, was a bit lackluster as well, as it really needs to avoid depending against the
Курочка, спасибо за косарь. Легенда, легенда.
So, yeah, early on again.
Погнали смотреть. Эта куропаточка моя же и закинула. Я думал, тут прям измена на глазах.
Yeah, you kind of expect a slow start from Semantic and for esports rather than the other way around, considering he's still level 1. Mute's available now though.
Экран я включил.
As well, so shouldn't have another one in hand just yet. Follow-up shots from Nob. Rama's trying to find a bear as well. Does find one, throws onto Drage. That'll be huge. Didn't manage to get the stun off, and obviously doesn't have first super shots there. But Mebius can't find the way through. Wasted Mute, saved ball, and the slow on the goal was definitely a helping factor in that almost going in as well.
Yeah, that was close, but a bit of a missed opportunity here for A&R. Semantic still on stage 1. Very low HP now as well. Able to find all too many connections just yet. So Rama will take a hefty hit there from Drage. Drage that does have super is gonna pump it, but Rama takes him out. Rama trying to go for the goal and doesn't quite manage to line it up in time. The bear is going to be placed down on Semantic. A follow-up stun, I believe. I mean, there's not going to be anyone to stun at that point. Positioning is good for A&R. Surely they should be able to score this one eventually, but so far they're the ones getting pushed back, and it seems like Foot Esports will get them out of position.
Ну, хорош пишет. Я покушал, молодец, приятного аппетита. Ой, приятного аппетита. Я тоже, на самом деле, кушать хочу сильно. Я проснулся, я же говорю, встретил там курьера с микроволновкой. И к стриму готовился быстренько. Я потом, покушать тоже что-то закажу. Ой-ой-ой, Соня! Сонечка!
Nice pickup from Mebius. Semantic going aggressive, probably close to his super, which is why he's so daring. And yeah, he was 2 shots away, not quite able to take Nob down, however. Mortar is still going to be annoying in that position, and eventually Nob is able to take it out. As Mebius has his super, was considering if he could find an angle maybe to go for
Ну, думаю,
a
тут
super
сейчас
shot.
они затащат,
Instead,
скорее
gonna play
всего.
it safe and make sure to play with his team, try to find a team wipe instead.
Nice connection from Nob there, and Semantic brings him low, but Drake's doing a good job over the right hand side. It's Rama just keeping him at arm's length. Pass up might be there, and Nob shouldn't be too far away from a super. I believe he did kind of just use it, so not close, but within a few shots, maybe he'll be able to get another one. 2 shots connected to Semantic there as he walks over it again. Maybe he's still got this mute, but can't find the right target to use it on, and maybe Ems would be the answer. Super going to be thrown out once more from Nob to no avail once again. Now follow-up shots and still got this mute, but can't feed Semantic level 2, so doesn't want to aggress too far. 20 seconds on the clock, and this might be played for a draw here.
It might be, but there might be a chance here to go more aggressive, especially if the Ems falls. A 2-on-2 now, maybe as a charge shot, needs to be careful how he uses it.
Ай-яй-яй. Ничья.
Just about save it here for Food. Otherwise, it would probably have been a match point there in the hands of A&R.
Ну, что будешь делать после стрима? Кушать и отдыхать.
And Food Esports will keep the lead in this set. Still need to be careful because that game
Эту
was
штуку
a
надо не
lot
забывать
closer than the
прожимать.
previous one.
Definitely so, and I mean, they just need the start to be less on the side of Foot Esports. Like they've been taken an early deficit both games, and eventually managed to claw this second one back. But the first one, there was just no chance of them managing to do that whatsoever. Rama just trying to stay in this position where he won't be damaged a lot by Drake, and Ope's not in a position to pinch him. Gets a nice little follow-up after a failed knockback. Semantic's got this gadget activated as well, but Bear's there. Can't follow it in because the penny's going to splash through that. Follow-up, and I believe the stun might be there as well. Nob goes for the shot, and Drake, I don't know if he didn't have a knockback or he didn't use one, but they tried baiting it out. Stun going to be missed by Rama once more. Semantic's going to get the ball. Waste his super, and that's wasting the
Nice.
along with it as well. Nice stuff, as Rama's got his super, Nob's got his super.
Миш, ты не устал смотреть? Ну, устал на самом деле чуть-чуть. Ну, сейчас уже самое интересное будет. Это вот сейчас посмотрим, как они довыигрывают. Надеюсь, выигрывают. Уже 2-0 счет. Сейчас прессуют сильно. Я думаю, этот раунд они заберут.
Nothing too problematic just yet. The slow now, though, is going to be more dangerous. He does have a super of his own. That connection from Nob is going to claim the kill. Ope still has a turret nicely placed on the top left. Semantic aggressive against Ram is able to find the kill. Bull is cornered up, and A&R are approaching things very safely. Again, they're giving Foot just a little bit of a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, trying to find the connection now. Residue's going to be there, and Drage is going to be slowed once more, but survives that one this time. Super thrown into the mid, and a lot of it soaked up by that salty barrel. Nice stuff from him. Semantic just looking for this level 3 now. Eventually finds it, but Drage going to fall over the left-hand side, so not the biggest help whatsoever anyway, especially when they just sat so heavily behind these walls. It might take an M super to be able to break this in the slightest.
There is going to be placed down a stun that connects onto Semantic, and that results in a bit of free kill here for A&R. 30 seconds left, and for the esports haven't really put Foot past the middle line of the map.
Мяч в уголке.
Still looking
На контроль играют.
make a play.
Не торопятся.
This time is ticking. Their chances are getting lower and lower. Nice jump in from Semantic, picks up a very valuable kill. But is that gonna be enough? Mebius
Нет, 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 ну
It's
боже.
gonna be a 2v1 though. Semantic still looking for an opportunity. He should
О,
be able to hold this one,
боже.
and he will do just that, and just in the nick of time. Foot Esports even things out. Semantic gonna be hitting stage 3 in overtime, which is going to be perfect for him as well. But Ope needs to be careful, is able to knock Ram off the ball. The bear is going to be moving upwards and taken care of, as everyone is pretty low HP on the side of Foot. Single mistake, and it might be a match point for A&R.
Got some nice heals off though, and 2 supers on the side of Foot, but 1 on the side of A&R. Just Nob trying to reach for his now, but Rama aggressing the penny. Can soak up a few of these shots to get some control, as the mortar's not going to do too much at the moment. Throws it aggressively, and that's not going to do even. That's going to do even less than I thought it would. Semantics
Почти, но он хотел с ульты.
Doesn't manage it. Semantics very low, but Mebiz as well. No killing blow from Ope though.
Блять, опять ничья.
No supers anywhere to be seen, and it looks like we're going for.
Да вы рофлите. Нет, 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 нет.
Just in the nick of time, Foot Esports will be locking in this game and set, and Semantic gets a happier face, and
Смотри, не хочет скидку от KFC просирать. Курочка-то важна ему.
First of all, getting into overtime was in the last 2 seconds, and the final goal was the final second on the screen. You love to see it.
Ой.
I mean, that is literally as close as it gets for FUT Esports there. They needed that win. And, you know, another draw, it wouldn't have really made the biggest of differences, as they seem to be fairly in control of the set, I would say, in comparison to what we saw from A&R.
Господи, Павел, ну там прям
Scored by A&R would
очень потные игры были.
momentum in their favor. That's some good mindsets for A&R as well. But now there's this there's not a likelihood, but a chance of a reverse sweep from FUT Esports. If they can get this next one on the table, they're going to be able to have momentum. They're going to have everything pretty much on their side for them to be able to go down and take A&R off the map. And you know, they're looking for some revenge after the Snapdragon Pro Series MENA brawl as well. So definitely needs to make something happen for FUT to take this to a 5th set here.
Yeah, they definitely want that revenge. They got locked out of Tokyo last week. Looking at the stats here, I mean, there's one side that is very, very overwhelming. That's going to be on the upside of things. 228 DPS and 16 kills. He's been putting in a lot of work in this one, and yet it wasn't quite enough for A&R. It was close, to be fair. It really felt like they whiffed a couple opportunities there that could have secured it in 3 sets. But FUT Esports are bringing it to at least a 4th set now. Let's see if this is going to be biting A&R back later on, or if FUT Esports are at the start of a comeback.
Well, it's going to be Bell's Rock yet again. We saw it in the previous. And this is a map that we saw dominate for Zeta Division. So, going to see hopefully some more from that from FUT, so we can see a set number 5 between these two teams, as that is what we're here for. Close game, close matches. Max is going to be the first pick from FUT Esports, and we know that is a pick that OP loves.
Yeah, the Max has been one of his preferred picks, and we did see earlier how going for some comfort picks can really go a long way. For the esports, making sure to capitalize with those sort of ideas is RT. Well, you know, we're talking comfort picks, a complete opposite here. The newest brawler is going to be the first pick here for A&R as they lock in RT and B, which...
Миш, можно ли узнать пинг Бравлой? Не знаю. Ну, в PPS можно через, помню, эмулятор. А пинг, хз, не знаю, не шарю. Наверное, нет. Именно сам пинг нигде не отображается в ВС. Хотя странно, лучше бы отображался. То есть сделали бы настройку, что можно, чтобы отображался во время игры, допустим.
Well, Brock's going to be the next pickup from FUT Esports, and I like this a little bit more as well. Going to have that explosion radius, a little bit easier to hit shots, and with a bit of max speed as well, you can get in and out without getting hit, and you can also proceed to hit a few shots yourself as well. Incendiary going to be lingering on the floor also. Gives a good amount of area control quite a lot of time as well.
Что, кстати, по лайкам у нас? Ну-ка, да я гляну.
Obviously going to have this 6th and final pick to be able to try and counter out what everything FUT Esports has.
999, алло, 1 лайк остался до косаря. О, уже косарь есть. Сейчас промокод покажу. Пока они пики пикают, сейчас, ребят. Сейчас покажу. Так, сервер надо включить. И, ребят, напоминаю, по ссылке в описании, в закрепе вы можете приобрести акции с пинами чемпионата. И также на акцию с Карлом, которая недавно вышла с этим Аладдином. И старой тоже акции сейчас в магазине вроде присутствует, тоже можете приобрести. Если хотите купить, то быстро, надежно и качественно можете в описании это сделать по самой первой ссылке и в закрепе. И модер еще ссылочку спамит в чате. Вас перекинет на телеграм-бота. Сейчас быстренько вам промокод покажу. Надеюсь, они катку не начнут. Сейчас. Так. Сейчас. А где этот? Вот, а как, ну сейчас я его введу быстренько, смотрите, вот так, слэш-промо напишите, типа как его активировать, если кто не шарит, так, слэш-промо, и сейчас я вам покажу, на 100 рублей промокод, на 5 активаций, кто успеет, ну, то есть 5 человек, которые успеют ввести, те получат 100 рублей на баланс. Все, вот такой промокод. 64, F1, F2 и 0.5. Вот такой промокод. Вводите, кто успел, тот съел. Все, показал. Потом, ну, после того, как матч не завершат, потом проинтегрирую. Ну, то есть покажу все прям внимательно, там, с инструкцией и так далее. Просто сейчас уже 1000 лайков набралось, мне надо было промокод показать. Так, они уже играют.
Went in for that final kill and was able to feed himself another wall. Regardless, it's a nice value there. Range gonna open up the left side a bit.
Работает все, ребят, не врите. Все работает. Меня вчера, ой, когда? Не вчера, а 23-го. Позавчера на 3 промокода заскамили. Там работают промокоды, там все работает. Меня просто перескамили позавчера.
Rama trying his best to pick up the pieces and make something happen, try to bring it back, because ideally they don't go to that third round.
Ой, как Рама мансит.
Looking more and more likely, especially now that Rama went down.
Да, ребят, ну только не говорите, что вы поплыли. Пожалуйста, Мебиус, Рама, блядь, давайте. Ну, было ж нормально все, ну чё ж сейчас-то, блядь, поплыли все.
His super's really not going to be that useful, I feel, unless they get into these closing few seconds where it's really going to start to become explosive, but not very, very low. Rama forced to tank for him, and Mebius come across as well to relieve some of that pressure, but still not the best start for A&R in this third round of this first game of knockout.
Но если, ну, короче, команда А&Р Алекса сливает, то я дальше смотреть не буду, дальше мне не интересно смотреть. Не, без рофла, если они лузанут, то мне интерес пропадет чемпионат смотреть. У меня интерес будет смотреть, если они в финал сейчас пройдут. А если они сейчас лузанут, то я досматривать не буду. Я чисто только ради них смотрю чемпионат.
No, very low HP, but either way, it's OP in a 1v3. He does have max speed, but he needs a miracle if he wants to turn this one around.
Nice.
And there won't be any miracles just yet. Match point now for A&R.
Камбэк, давайте, ребята, ёбаный сыр.
I mean, A&R are looking so good. There was a certain point there where FUT Esports did seem like they were going to be able to take that one. If the rocket rain connected from Drage, if they had a little bit more of a pinch on it when he did use it, probably would have ended out better, but A&R are honestly looking so good, and they're just not using this RT aggressive. They're just using it as this long range kind of mark someone up, have that extra shot, do some more damage. And that wall break from Drage is even worse than the previous. Not even getting all the walls down now, both marked up on OPA and Semantic, but return sender will be coming in pretty swiftly if it did almost connect.
OPA was low. Was forced to face shift away, but Mebius is gonna take him down this time. Drage also in an awful position. Semantic left in a 1v3.
Nice. Молодцы, ребята, давайте, блядь, матчпоинт, пожалуйста. И вы в финале, ребят, блядь, матчпоинт, и вы в финале. Матчпоинт, и вы в финале. Матчпоинт, и вы в финале.
Now they are forced back. Nob not in
the
Rama's going to go down. Mebius has this 3k, needs to try and connect it, but also he's going to go down if he hits it on Semantic and it gets returned to him. OP low and has to face shift away. Still going to play for this one. They're going to use the walls, they're going to use everything.
Давай, Ноб, Дрейджа, блядь, ну. 93 хп, блядь, Ноб, пожалуйста.
This one round, if they manage to get these connecting shots, Mebius surviving out just a little bit longer, managing to evade these shots so well, and A&R's dukes are really on point. Nob puts himself in this awful position.
Бля, да ёпала мать.
Yeah, it really felt like they weren't far off on the side of A&R to bring this one back, nearly taking down.
Ну, ребят, матчпоинт, вы в финале.
Then it was OP, I believe. Yeah, but either way, it is going to be FUT Esports that live to fight another day. And let's see if this one is going to be their last.
Блядь, Мебиуса убили.
That's gonna be the case because
Окей, хорошая Рама, блядь, умничка.
Will be evening things out and bringing things back to a 2-on-2.
Pays very low as well, and bear in mind, no phase shift is available, so if that shot hits on another, then it's all going to
OP 1200 хп. Давайте, ребят, давайте, вы их прессуете, блядь. Финал, финал. Блядь, попахивает финалом, ребята, блядь. Просто близко. Близко пахнет. Давайте, ваша победа. Легчайшая, блядь. Найс, финал, финал, ребята, блядь, молодцы. Легенды. Легенды, легенды. Легенда, легенда. Найс, ребят, блядь, финал смотрим, до финала. Легчайшая. Так, за раму голосуем. Или нет, ну Ноб тоже хорошо отыграл. Ладно, за раму.
Yeah, I mean, it's disappointing for Foot, but at least they've got some points on the board, which is more than they had in the previous month. They didn't qualify to last one, they qualified to this one, and got to the semi-finals as well. So they're making improvements, and as you said, it's very much a work in progress, that Foot Esports roster. They've still got a lot to work on, and I know they'll work on it, because they've got, well, I know for a fact, two of the hardest workers in the scene in Drage and Semantic. Ope needs to kind of match that, and I'm sure he is doing, to be able to try and make this team work, because they've obviously got massive amounts of mechanics. They just need to kind of brush up a little bit on that team play, and I'm sure they'll be up there with the best of them.
Так. Мне спрей дали за косарь. Прикольный.
Really excited to see how they actually evolve as a team and how they progress. On the side of A&R,
Фига Рама радовался. Нормально, нормально, хорош, хорош.
Impossible not to love Rama, and looking at the stats for this final set, it's fairly even, all things considered. Just a couple more kills on the side of A&R, and when it's a game where that's all about kills, well, that will make the difference. A&R locking in their spot for the grand finals this month.
Следующее получается реплей тотем против Z Division. Слушай, только не говорите, что там перерыв миллион лет. Ладно, сейчас посмотрим, сколько там перерыв. Я думаю, 5 минут где-то.
Just not going to be the one they win to make it to those
Сколько,
finals.
5 минут?
Are going to be the ones who
Сколько
progress that a
перерыв?
little bit further, and in my eyes, you know, they definitely deserve it.
Oh yeah, they looked better than Foot Esports. Let's be honest here, and we kind of expected them to, considering both teams' recent form. But dude, Foot, they're not that far behind. Just a little bit more catching up to do, and then I'm sure they'll be flying in no time.
I'll tell you what, definitely all three of us didn't predict it, because my mind, I think Art predicted for esports, right? I'm not sure about that, but turns out he's trying to make himself the prediction master.
Ребят, за кого голосовать? Как думаете? Z или тотем? Тут 50 на 50. Без рофла. И та команда сильная. И та. То есть тотем, ну может Z посильнее, но тотем прям могут прям тоже в попочку. Давайте чисто ради интереса я за тотем проголосую. Я уверен, что все за Зетту, но я ради просто прикола за тотем. Может, они выиграют. Или Зетта прям. Не, давай за тотем. Ну я за тотем, короче. Бля, 27%. Бля, ладно, верю.
As they made it all the way to second place. They're the runner-ups of the February monthly finals, considered by nearly everyone, I would say, as the best EMEA team of 2022. There's a lot of expectations behind this roster, and they did fail last month at capitalizing and locking in the monthly final. Let's see if they can get their revenge this time against Zeta.
Well, let's take a little bit of a look at Zeta then. Jiro, Naui, and Meow going to be the roster of this team. And honestly, they've been really incredible, especially with Inso behind them as well. They've been making really, really big moves.
Вот это у них лица прикольные у всех.
Making all of these compositions and stuff like that for them, and he's gone off and he's been successful himself. He's in the finals now, but it kind of seems like they've stepped up, and with the addition of Inzo, they've been able to make some really good compositions, and I feel like that's kind of majority of the reason why they do so well, this team.
Yeah, they've been looking really good.
Че, они прям сейчас играют или перерыв? Я так понял, прям сейчас. Ох, у чела там Несквик стоит на столе. Давно Несквик не кушал. Я помню, покупал Несквик с какао. Типа вот этот порошок. Какао любил делать.
Seems like they got some nice cereals on the desk as well in case they need a quick snack. Always staying well fed. You love to see it, but really I can't.
Он тут пишет, я перед школой кушаю. Но оно вкусненькое реально, вот какао реально вкусненькое очень. Оно прям очень вкусненькое. Типа не прям сильно сладкое, прям такое сбалансированное.
Look at this. This is not what you expect at all. 72% in favor of Zeta Division. Obviously, with them taking them down in a 3-0 last month, it may sway the public just a little bit, but it's definitely not this one-sided in my eyes. I give it a 50-50 at best.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, we went for reply totem. I believe even Arc went for reply totem. So
сразу на не
we
берут.
still have faith in totem, but it's really close, and that was probably the hardest
Гаса,
prediction to
тотем.
make all day. As it was last month, and last month Zeta did take it quite convincing.
Ой-ой-ой, какие быстрые пики Еву.
Incredibly fast here, as we already have a first pick of Nani for Zeta. Reply totem going Gus and Eve. We are in shooting star. Our bands are gonna be Dick, Sprout, and Grom for taking out every single thrower at Zeta Division.
Они очень быстро пики пикают, потому что они подготовленные. То есть они знают, что им пикать, что брать.
Bonnie's going to be their next selection. I do like that. I think obviously it's got that tendency to go very aggressive in those certain moments, and if you do it right, if you play it right, then it's going to be pretty much perfect. So smart decision, I think, from Zeta Division to go for that.
Волыну подправь.
Quite a lot of shots to take.
Да, алло.
Ай,
нога. Все, подправил волыну.
You can kind of slide across that water, peek a wall one way, peek it the other way, and kind of on that unpredictability of which way you're going to go, which no other brawler can do at this point. And Janet as the last pick from Zeta Division to round out their comp. It's a bit of a... I'm not sure how much I like that. I don't know if it's got the range to compete with what Reply Totem have so far, and also next.
I have that final pick to solidify that comp a little bit more on the side of Totem. I'm gonna go for the Carl, so some aggressive ideas across the board. Don't mind it per se, but I don't know. I feel like both comps have some merit. They're both interesting in their own rights. Don't feel like Janet is particularly strong.
Чё, как думаете?
Either. Obviously, it is there to deal with the Eve pick and the hatchlings coming in, which are a bit more of a problem for Bonnie and Nani to take care of. But either way, I feel
Чё, как думаете по пикам, чё как?
their own merit and can make it work either way.
So as we get into the game now, Blue Star is going to be firmly in the hands of Reply Totem as they go instantly in with this flying hook, and they continue this aggression forwards as well. Now, over to that left-hand side, Jiro going to get pinched in, but Joker getting some heavy fire, and now Mario puts himself in a poor position. All three members wastes a spin, and obviously he's a flying hook down by going in for the Blue Star as well. Now at a deficit of 1 star, so it's division up.
Прикол, Джокер в скине Зеты. Ну, то есть, Джокер в этом. Гас, это ж там Зета логотип на этой, на вот этой ачивке. Ну, то есть, на застежке этой. И он против Зеты играет в скине Зеты.
as the hatchlings are a little bit confused for a second, but eventually will go down, and so does the gadget from Meow as well.
Yeah, Joker's going to be eating up that peep with his shield. Nice move to make, and they are still up, so 1 star still needed and more. He might be that 1 star, but he gets the jump out of the drop. The base survives a little bit longer, and that might allow Maru to go aggressive on this right-hand side and try and recover something. They're actually going to wait it out. Still 45 seconds on the
Врагов не всегда 3. 4 против 2.
Down as well, so it doesn't matter who it is, but Meow is looking juicy right now.
Yeah, he has 4 stars to his name, and if he were to go down, it would be a bit of a disaster here for Zeta. Although, any kill would...
Ой-ой-ой-ой, Джокер!
As Joker gadgets him out of existence, and Reply Totem now suddenly lead by 3 stars with 15 seconds left. This is going to be the final chance. They sacrifice Maru a bit early by my taste. He did have the shield to work with, but even that was...
Ребята, а что это у нас? А что это у нас? А это легчайшее. Легчайшее.
The win to Reply Totem, but oh my, was that a close one.
Гений на Карле. Нет, так он правильно все сделал. Он залетел, отвлек внимание. То есть сэкономил 10 секунд времени. Ну, то есть это... Потянул время, и он залетел, потому что он понимал, что если он умрет, звезд им не хватит все равно.
Into the mid there as Meow. Looking like he's sitting quite nicely, leading in favor of Reply Totem once more. Thanks for the flying hook.
Now, low HP, forced to fall back. Joker also needs to be careful because he did get tagged heavily by Garrow. So far, it's just that blue star making up the difference as the hatchlings are placed down by Mari for a chance to maybe push forwards with them.
Yeah, Peep coming out now, and that should be a free few hits for Mario onto Jiro, but he actually gets away.
Хорош, Джокер. Да тут Джокер чисто полуигру керит.
Keeps him alive, and I don't think he necessarily needed it, but always worthwhile to make sure Mario's going to have this. Babies coming out now, the pets, and drop the bait's going to be placed quite high up, not really getting a lot of value at the moment considering they're so far cemented in spawn. And honestly, I don't think Totem are too sad about that. You know, they can take advantage of the aggression that Zeta Division have got to bring in.
Joker. Low HP,
ой, почти Джанет добили.
Pretty bad position. Maru does have his super, and so has at least 1 flying hook left, so could decide to aggress at any time.
Блять, Нани, боже. Нани по КД в Джокера залетает, но не добивает. Нет, нет, нет. Блять, ну Мару, ну вот сейчас реально залет фиговый был. Зачем? Блять, ну зачем Мару?
Yeah, doesn't really want to take flyers. It would make it a 1v2. Try and go for the tank there. Actually, the Peeps missed. Shots coming through from Maru, and now they've got control. Can they get the kill? The jump in there, return from Naui. The babies are tanking. Maru gets the kill.
Легчайшая, блядь, Джокер красава, опять камбэкнул.
To start this massive tumble of effects, but Reply Totem come out on top, and they forced the jump out of the Bonnie, and it didn't pay off either.
Set was settled in 2 games, and both ended in the most chaotic way possible, and it seems like Reply Totem were the ones thriving in that chaos. Let's be honest here, this is already better.
Блядь, Джокер соло делает игру.
They faced each other for Reply Totem in the grand finals of the February monthly finals, because as you said, they did get swept, so it's looking better here for Reply.
Там у чела Несквик, да. Мы еще до этого заметили. Смотрите, как Джокер Джанет убьет сейчас. Бам, сразу. Гаджетом. Смотрите, опять бам, сразу гаджетом. Халява, халява, легчайшая. Что это, случайная выдача? Забрать? О, чисто 10 штук. Подожди, а там я тоже на том аккаунте тоже забрать. Все, на 2 аккаунтах забрал. Ой.
well, double swoosh is going to be up next, and that's going to be a very different vibe, more aggressive, and the bushes enable you to with lots of speed gears and vision gears that are often at play here, and it's one of the maps which I think did change the meta quite a bit as we started seeing the more versatile maps. It's always something I like to bring up.
Спасибо за донат, сейчас гляну.
A very interesting, fresh facet to the game, and bros like Crow demonstrate exactly that. He can be.
Нави играют или играли уже? Антоха, спасибо за донат. Нави не играют в этом ежемесячном. Их не было.
His opposition, you can swap over very nicely, and it still works quite nicely with his range, his features. So I like that aspect a lot, that you see very often on double swoosh, and that you can really capitalize on with brawlers like Crow.
Yeah, I always do like the Pam though. I'll say, kind of like you're really liking the Crow, or I just think Pam's so strong, and especially against the Crow as well. I feel when you can establish a turret, whether that be kind of behind the little right hand side wall, or if you're playing the left hand side a little bit more defensively, or you can place it even further aggressively. If you manage to get all the way up there as well. But Maury's going to be taking the Sandy now. It's the second pick for Reply Totem, and Sandy's been kind of bursting further and further into the meta. It was actually Reply Totem who played it a little bit earlier on in Hard Rock Mine. So whether they'll be able to have the same success or not is the question. And honestly, they didn't have that much success with the Brawler until it got a super. Then it really started to show its worth.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit the name of the game for Sandy, to be honest. Very reliant on the super to provide all the utility you need for your team. Sometimes a little bit lackluster without it. So Amber is going to be the second pick for Zeta Division. I like it here. I know Ark loves Amber, especially on a map like this. I don't mind it. I think the utility from burning up the bushes is super useful for sure. But I do feel like sometimes it does struggle a little bit because the mid-range where it really shines, it's just often not quite allowed by your opposition, where they will either get up close enough to be a nightmare to you and win the matchup, or far enough that you can kind of play around your range as well. Mr. P is the real head scratcher here for me. We saw him played once earlier by Aphelion earlier this morning, with pretty much no success whatsoever. That was on Hard Rock Mine. We'll see the Mortis now from Mary. What is this rap was so normal, and then suddenly the two last picks are the craziest ones of the entire day.
Well, I mean, Mortis, to be fair, has kind of a bit of a say in this, right? You're against the Amber, you're against the Mr. P. It kind of makes sense to bring something like that in, something aggressive. But to start with, I don't know why they brought Mr. P out to start with. It was maybe a little bit questionable, but let's see how it plays out, because I'm intrigued to see if they can really make this Mr. P work, or if they're just going to get completely dominated by the aggressive Mortis. And at the end of the day, I'm surprised they even went Mortis instead of something like Sam or something, more aggressive that we've kind of seen being in the meta a little more recently.
Well, I guess Mortis deals
Мортиса взяли.
a little bit better
Ну под пингвина нормально. Под пингвина и кого еще? Кто там еще в пике? Под Амбер и пингвина, да, хороший пик. Саня, ты чё? Не, Саня не хочет со мной быть. Санечка, иди. Мару все контрит? Не, Ворона он не контрит. Ворон, если замедление закинет там, допустим, то Ворон, то есть Мортис это не контра Ворону. Не, без рофла. Он контра вот Амбер и Пингвину. Ой-ой-ой. Ой-ой, Мару хорош. Мару легенда. Ой-ой-ой. Легенда, легенда. Соло. Легчайшая. Это в сухую, наверное, будет 3-0. Молодцы, тотем. Ой-ой-ой. Ребята, я напоминаю, я на тотем поставил, да-да.
they are able to repeat that quite nicely here. It does seem
О,
as well
на
that
пинчик, на
they
пинчик.
learned a lot from
Всё,
their
нажал.
mistakes. As I mean, you know, there was one team that they needed to study more than any other this year, and that's been Zeta, just because they were the only ones to really beat them this consistently. Let's see though how this second game of gem grab is gonna go, as we have a bit of an awkward fight across the board, but it is gonna result in a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Reply Totem.
Yeah, Joker just survives that one as well, surviving with those 4 gems on a narrow amount of HP. This grass being burned down now. Didn't seem to stop Maru last time, and I don't think it's going to stop him again. He's got the coiled snake ready to go here, and Jiro just going to step out the bush. He's going to get absolutely
Нифига, Мару.
Super follows up once
Ну,
again.
который ультой он не попал, ну ладно.
And even if he doesn't, he's done the same again. He's brought the gems back to Joker, and he does go down, but it doesn't really matter.
I love it. I honestly love the idea. It's working so well as well for Reply Totem. Zeta need to figure something out, as Maru is going to be falling this time around. Joker also low HP, and as a Sandy, can't really afford to play too aggressive in that sort of position. Maru has a healing station. He's going to place it down more aggressively on the right-hand side, as Maru goes in, is able to get the kill this time around, but the burn will trade it out
9
once
гемов.
more. It's going to be a little bit of the danger with that interaction. If the Mortis is too low HP, he'll just burn down.
Давайте, тотем, легчайшее.
Got to be one shot off a super at this point, because he's been playing for it nearly the entire game. Maru just needs to try and open up some room for him to either pick up this last gem or just get the kills and move out with the gems himself. Gonna go in. He's not gonna be able to get that kill once more, and just trying to work for his super. They've got a bit of time. They know they can turn this one round, even if the countdown starts for Zeta. They've definitely still got a bit of a foot in the door.
Oh, there it is.
Ай-яй-яй, блядь, ульта фиговая.
Garo was so close to him as well.
Да ёпала мать, ребят.
Instead is going to be a countdown locked in for Zeta Division.
Блядь, одного гема не хватало.
This could be a problematic one. 11 gems now as well. I think they might still have time with the respawn. They should have time for another gem to respawn, although I'm not 100% positive on
Бля.
spawn, but it spawns on the wrong side. Either way, even if it did spawn on the right side, I don't think Joker would have been able to get there on his own and get out of there. More importantly, that is gonna be a game locked in for Zeta Division, their first so far, compared to the 3 games that Totem got in a row earlier. Let's see if that's gonna be enough to build up some momentum and contest this set. As Zeta Division, they don't want to let Reply Totem be 2 sets up.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like they managed to handle the Mortis just a little bit better, and yes, he definitely should have got the kill. Could have auto-aimed that super instead of being greedy and trying to get more heals off it than just getting the kill and getting back with the gems. But chose to try and play his heart out, and I mean, at this point, stun comes in from Joker. Can't be far off a super, but didn't actually get one in the entirety of the last game, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing any, to be honest, which, to be fair, as a gem carrier, it's not really your role to go aggressive and try to change supers, but it is always welcome, and with the lack of range, it can be a bit of a problem getting in that sort of situation. Meow with a beautiful jump in, and that one is gonna result in
Бля,
the gem carrier
ну,
falling,
блядь.
9 gems being locked in by Zeta Division.
Бля, ребят, ну вы рофлите. Блять, ну так близко были к победе, блять, в гемах во втором сете. Давай, Мару, ладно, еще есть шансы. Мару, давай. Блять, Мару, ну ебаный позор. Опять там, блять, этому комментатору в попочку прессовывают. Ой, господи.
I think it was all calculated. Personally, I think that was all calculated. They counted the damage in their head, you know. No, that was quite lucky.
Sure.
That was quite lucky. But at this point, Zeta, they'll take it, because until then, I mean, they lost 3 games in a row. They were able to come back very nicely, and now suddenly we're all even. And honestly, this is gonna shut down.
2 минуты перерыв. Ну, как раз ради меня они сделали перерыв, чтобы я поссать отошел. Все, я приду сейчас.
And how dominant they made it look in the first game. I mean, props to Zeta Division for being able to still shut that down and reset from there on, because it really looked, and I feel like, you know, 9 teams out of 10 they would have said outdrafted, GG's, go next set, you know. But Zeta Division just didn't give up and were able to fine-tune their strategy to shut down Maru much more efficiently in games 2 and 3 and make him look like, you know, a bad pick.
Yeah, it was really nice adaptation from Zeta Division, really, because Reply Totem, they came out swinging in the first, and Mortis was doing so much, but in the second and third, it was kind of the opposite. He really wasn't able to get those chain supers as much, and he did get quite greedy in the second, where they probably could have tied off the game if he just used his super directly on the Mr. P and brought the gems back a little bit further to Joker once more. But at the end of the day, you can't really be able to expect to win a game if you're not getting the Sandy supers. If you're playing so passively and just trying to let your Mortis do everything, it's not really going to work regardless of how well Mortis does counter the opposition.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, DPS also somewhat translates in how many supers you get, right? And considering the lowest one was still above 200 on side of Zeta and Joker at 77, it's a pretty drastic difference, and it does show quite heavily how much of a difference it makes in the amount of supers that he was able to bring in, which I really don't remember seeing any in the entirety of the set. Really, maybe 1 or 2, but that's being optimistic here, to be honest, and that needs to be approached differently as we move forward here. And off the bat, it's going to be an RT first pick here for Out in the Open instead of Reply Totem, met immediately by the Brock for Zeta's pick. The bans are going to be Max, Bunny, and Tick for Reply Totem, as Zeta Division themselves decided to ban out Jean, Eve, and Max, and we'll see the Gus to follow alongside that Brock pick.
I mean, I like Zeta Division's comp so far, but you can never count out that LT nowadays. It just seems to be quite strong. You know, we saw some previous teams playing it in maps like this where it's so open. It's dangerous. It really is. You don't even have to go into the more aggressive form where you're leaving your legs behind and going forwards. Piper and Janet are going to be the next 2 picks from Reply Totem. Going for a bit more of a ranged approach. I like where they're going with that, and the Piper is going to be pretty solid, especially against the Brock.
Они уже пикают?
Follow it with a homemade recipe, and he's pretty
Ой, мне нокаут.
Yeah, to be honest, what I like a lot was the RT to that extent, as you mentioned on open maps, is you don't need to use your form when, you know, he splits in half. I'll call it a split form, I guess that makes the most sense.
А, ребят, смотрите, каким я богатым стал. 5 золота, 5 старпоинтов, 5 жетонов, 10 голды, 10 старпоинтов, 10 жетонов, 25 голды, ребят, 55 старпоинтов, 100 жетонов, потом 5 голды я сейчас получил и 5 старпоинтов. Богатый?
As the final pick here for Zeta Division. It's a brawler that I don't necessarily mind here, but I don't particularly love it either. I feel like it can be a little bit lackluster and at times fail to really provide the value that you expect from a Sprout. It's one of those brawlers that has so much utility, but there's just no, there's not nearly as many amazing spots to place on your wall as I would like.
Yeah, there's not really that many choke points once you kind of get past the spawn and get into more established fights.
Чудо соло.
Mori down this left-hand side, looking for just a few
Так,
shots.
все, full focus.
Quick little snipe off and a finish, but so far he's not really had the most luck. Joker now with his homemade recipe out. He's waiting for Maru to maybe make a connection so he can pinch out Jiro. Gets the shots off and forces him to jump back, which means they're gonna have a bit of control this mid now. It's a 2v3, but he's looping around quite quick as he's healed up.
Mari struggling to find too many tags so far. I think that was the first shot he's hit so far onto Meow. Another jump back from the Brock. He's been burning through his gadgets. Only one left now. Interestingly enough, not playing the break as well, which you would kind of expect on this map, just to get easier access to the mid. A nice pickup though from Garo onto Joker. Was stuck in that awkward corner.
Бля, тотем, ну ёбаный сыр.
That's going to be the team wipe here for Zeta Division. Zeta for the first time in this match now taking over the lead. It's only by one
Тотем
so
поплыли.
far, but it's the lead
На
nevertheless.
лодке. На остров.
The wall break from Joker, so he can actually retreat a little bit further from where he got to last time and pinched off. Mori Some good follow-up shots. Homemade recipe goes towards now. He would actually misses regardless of him popping that shield. Wasn't necessary, but you always have to be cautious when you're against a Piper with that kind of ability. Meow just trying to push this right side now. A little bit of a swap. As Maru really hasn't. I don't even know if Maru's hit a shot.
ANR в финале, я знаю.
Done too much. Wall was placed up quite high, but instantly brought back as Jiro threw a super onto it.
Very defensive on Zeta's side. Positioning looking a little bit better for Totem, but I'm just not entirely sure about their comp. Joker looking to jump back, and he will open up the walls, which again I'm not entirely sure about. We'll remove some bushes, which
Нормально Маури отмансил.
as Meow gets tagged up quite heavily. This has to
Найс, ребята. Давайте, блядь, Маури. Джокер, блядь, давай соло керри.
The rest of his team pick up that team wipe. Now we're all even again.
Соло на курочке, давай.
Both teams one away from taking the first game of knockout.
Maru just looking for some shots around the left-hand side again, and Maru actually has control of this right side now. I'm not sure if he's got any jumps left. He does still, but Meow is marked up by one of these RT shots and doesn't actually get hit before it runs out, so just has to replace that one onto him as well. But it's good control from Totem. Zeta Division really aren't able to push too far out this spawn, but they've still got to be cautious about overstepping.
It's still very, very slow. Totem do know that if it comes down to the gas closing out the map, the RT is gonna be at its
Блять, дай бог тотем выиграет. Я хочу просто не из-за того, что проголосовал, а реально ну без рофла. Бля. Плакать хочется.
He should get shut down here, and that is going to be Zeta Division picking up this first game.
Ой, господи, за что?
Some opportunities for sure instead of reply totem, but so far, again, the RT just missing the mark a little bit to my eyes.
Yeah, no, I do think the same. You know, when it got hit, it pretty much just keeps on getting hit, especially when Sprout establishes that wall. He can't do anything, and then he just gets pinched in whilst trying to pinch with Joker, and it just didn't pay off whatsoever. A little bit of a swap once again as Jiro comes towards this left-hand side, and Mario going straight back over towards Meow. So this seems like the matchups they want, as they're not the ones rotating, but Mori's kind of moving away, and they've pretty much just given Zeta so much control.
Yeah, to be honest, I am bashing on the RT. I think the biggest problem was the Janet, as it was just not really finding any value, which is a rare thing to see when Maru is the one rocking it, because he's been such a fantastic Janet in the past, but he's getting outranged by everyone. So it's a bit of a struggle to that extent, and the fact that he has piercing shots and AoE damage provides little to no use in this particular matchup, as there is no utility to destroy or nothing that can really get in his way. But Garo is going to be so low. Mari following up, and that's a beautiful kill there. Great team synergy as well from Fly Totem to single out that player, but Maru is giving himself away. Got a little bit scary for a second, but they should be able to dispatch of Naui with ease. Still a little bit closer than I would have liked to see here, all things considered. Joker looking to open up the walls and provide that easier access to the mid for this round and even for the next one.
Yeah, well, we kind of rotated back over to see Maru versus Meow now over the left side, and Joker, oh, what a homemade recipe there. He finds it out. Jiro doesn't have any gadgets left by the sounds of things, or just used it. Wasn't keeping a close eye on that right-hand side, but Mori now finding himself in a great position down there. Doesn't want to overextend too much, as now he can clean him up quite nicely with a little gadget.
Миш, когда подстригаться будешь?
So
О, это я стригся недавно.
Great position, 3v2, and
Но я по бокам подстриг, а челку я не трогал.
Now, let's get a wall. Now he has a shield as well. They need to use them eventually. Maru gonna be jumping back to safety. He's using the jump rather than the drop the base gadget. Joker is so incredibly low. He still stands for now, and things should be smooth like butter here for reply totem, but they're giving away a player. Spot wall is going to be placed again, and
Нет.
it's a 2v1.
Бля!
Oh my goodness, Meow hits both with just a one shot, and what was the freest round ever turns out to be a round for Zeta Division now.
Why didn't they just spread out? They could have just.
Бля.
Even if it took one shot for each of them, it'd have probably died to the zone rather than actually being able to get the kills. So definitely a little bit of an issue there for Reply Totem, and now it's only one round away from them being 2 sets to 1. And in a terrible position from there. Joker now one shot for the Sprout, but managed to retreat and had his jump anyway. But if he is forced to jump away, he's not going to have the best control of the greater map. Now, looking for a little wall down this right hand side by the looks of things, and Jiro can't aggress too much.
Мне кажется, Джокер такой сейчас в мыслях, блядь, да я заебался керить, блядь, давайте, команда, играйте. Что-то такое, думает. Да не, хотя все, ну, нормально играют. Ну, Мару, конечно, в гемах затупил на Морзисе несколько раз. Делал хорошие залеты, а потом как-то вообще поплыл.
To land back, and I mean, it would be very expected where he would land. Either way, getting back into this round, the gas is closing in. Garo getting.
Нет, ребята, пожалуйста, жмем. Блять, ой-ой-ой. Камбэк, ребята. Давай, камбэк. Камбэк и зрел. Рвем трусы, алло.
I'm genuinely surprised how long the RT actually survived in that last fight there. He should have been killed way before that. One shot to Sprout, one shot to Ghost, one shot to pretty much everybody.
Wait, one shot. Что-то там вообще с комментатором что-то поплыл. Чисто это, пластинка заела.
Might want to do like a little combo play with Mori onto Jiro.
Well, again, Joker going for that homemade recipe whilst hiding in the bush and trying to escape from, or like not show that to his opposition so he can get that free early tag. It's not quite going to pay off as Garo just gadgets away anyways. Now placing down a wall that will be isolating Joker, but he's forced to place a more defensive one after he gets tagged up. At the end of the day, that's going to be quite nice for Reply Totem value-wise, as another gadget is used by Meow. I think he only has one left now. And Maru is very low HP, so is Maru. This is looking rough for Reply Totem as Joker is left in a 1v3. He shouldn't be winning, but he will break through the wall anyway.
Джокер как будто по фану ультанул, зачем ульту слил, непонятно.
Quicker in round 2.
Yeah, definitely. So they should be able to have better positioning, at least going in the early portion of this one, but pretty much just provide it to Jiro anyway, let him go around that side. And not really taking advantage of what they broke up. Meow in a great position now, though, and pretty much free to just wall off what they've already broken up, which is...
Не знаю, Джокер на всех хорошо играет, но на Пайпер что-то у него не особо прям летит.
Maru going aggressive against Meow, able to find one shot off, but the Rocket Rain is a problem, and again, Maru falls early. 2v3, and this is a chance for Zeta Division.
Бля, тотем, ну ёпала мать.
And take the upper hand, as they did in the
Все, поплыли, тотем, поплыли.
finals of February. Maru in just
Чисто.
such a troublesome situation, ends up going down. Joker in a 1v3, and that's why he's not gonna be winning. And that means that Zeta Division take the set here. A bit of a wild one all around, but a well-deserved one. And now Zeta Division are up by a set.
Well, Zeta Division, they're coming out swinging just like they were last month, and Reply Totem, they're not going to want to lose to him again, especially when such a point lead. Getting first, and then possibly first again and second, is a great thing to have for Zeta Division. They just need to take down one more set to move on to that finals to face off against ANR. And to be honest, they're in a good position to do just that. Ring of Fire up next. It is a bit of a totem speciality, I will say. Expect to see Mega maybe banned out by Zeta Division because you don't want to be reaching for that, or you don't want to see your opponents reaching for that. But at this point, Zeta Division, they're looking really strong, I will say. And I just don't know if Totem can do it.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think it was quite a sloppy set here. I mean, draft-wise as well, I feel like they got zero value from the Janet pick. I think the RT did all right, to be honest.
Все, пишет, я забыл Б5. Да, Б5. Сейчас еще еще каточка. Сейчас ходзон будет. Так вон же сверху справа, вон, видите? Сет первый, тотем забрали, сет второй. Сет третий, Z, и вот четвертый сейчас ходзон.
Capitalize on this one because I didn't feel like it was a lost cause either. So a bit of a disappointment in this knockout set, and I agree with you. I don't know if they can come back from this, especially now that Zeta Division is just a set away from the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely going to have to be, as you say, a bit of a good draft from Reply Totem here. I'm not sure about how that Janet was meant to work, really. Yes, they kind of brought in the jump gadget, probably trying to play a left-hand side rather than right-hand side, because when you're playing right, it doesn't really get a lot of value, but we saw it playing right-hand side pretty much the entire time, so definitely needs to be a draft from Reply Totem. However, it's a map they're familiar with. It's a map that's, you know, not really going to be too much of an unfamiliarity for them. Whereas out in the open, you know, it can be a little bit different. Our team might be a bit of an influential baller. And to be honest, again, it might be through the mid, but I'm not sure if they're going to put their faith in it once again.
Ай, блядь, Сань, ты чё, ёбнулся? Саня, блядь, да не брыгайся. Саня! Ты чё, Санечка? Санечка к тебе идет опять. Кусает Санечка. А что случилось? Где надписи?
The Meg as well as B and Stu. Zeta Division banning out Squeak, also banning Stu and then Max, and the first pick
Лысого не трогай.
will be Penny on their
А, вот появилась реплей
as
тотем
Reply
за это
Totem now
Division.
have two follow picks to try to counter it.
Yeah, well, clearly didn't want to let that Meg slip over to the Zeta Division side, regardless of how strong they are with it. It's definitely better to not have it in play at all, rather than have your opponents play it and you not be able to at that.
Чел пишет, интересно, Грома возьмут ли? Грома? А там что за карта? Я что-то проскипал. А, огненное кольцо. Могут взять? Могут. Я устал уже смотреть, на самом деле. Ой. Ну ладно, досмотрим. Чуть-чуть осталось, буквально-то. Вот этот полуфинал и финал. Мы уже 4 часа смотрим. Я просто устал ничего не делать, сидеть. Мне подбешивает это. Я привык что-то делать, там, не знаю, что-то тыкать, кликать. А когда просто сидишь, ну, смотришь что-то, ну, хз, не привык.
Always like Bell. It's a bit of a plain pick in my opinion. It's the most standard sharpshooter in the game, I guess. And it just doesn't have all that much to it.
Я тоже кто-то пишу, ну вот.
Especially if your opponents are playing a little bit too close up together, and obviously Bell is a pretty fantastic counter to Lola. So was already 2 counters to Lola. That is a little bit of a scary prospect for Reply Totem.
I really like what Zeta Division have got here, I must say.
Ты помнишь Лоджика, легенду? Помню.
Bounces, the penny splashes, the mutes off on the aggressive side as well. That I think they're in a wonderful position. Obviously, Reply Totem still have this last pick, and there's always going to be the possibility of them kind of bouncing back and being able to bring something that counters them all. But as much as I like Carl, I still think Zeta Division have kind of got what it takes to close this one out here, especially with this composition.
I think Zeta have the better comp. I genuinely do, and I think there are ways to make their comp work on some Reply Totem, don't get me wrong, and they are a team with incredible mechanics, more so than Zeta as well, but they are gonna need to bring them all out now. They really want to be standing.
Да нет, Карл под Отиса нормально, типа, если он по таймингам будет ультовать, а Отис закидывать ульту, то Карл будет перебивать. Ну, сейчас посмотрим. Погнали. Что фу? Да не воняет.
and eventually taken out. Was able to get a
Воняет?
little bit of an early
Ты я ж
start,
тут, как пердеж может, ну, мог дойти.
but with that kill, Zeta quite nicely catch up. Meow placing down an aggressive turret, but it will not be able to find all that map value early on. It is Zeta Division though that have very nice control so far. And slowly but surely Joker is trying to push up, but now that he's marked up as well, it's a bit of a dangerous process for him.
Well, Joker's marked up. He definitely won't be able to stay in the mid much longer, but Jiro misses an auto in there. Nice of him to follow up with the next two.
Но Гера хорошо на беле играет. Я же говорю, я в лиге, помню, против него играл. И в пати с ним тоже вроде попадался. Фу, блин, Михаил. Ну, ребят, ну не пукать не вредно, понимаете? Ой, вредно наоборот. Ты если не пукаешь, то там все оно скапливается. Ну, короче, вредно для организма, надо пукать. Когда пукаешь, облегчение сразу.
Yeah, what a comeback from Totem. They struggled in the early stages of this game. Now they have a 15% lead. Garo all tagged up and Murray having a super on the right lane. They won't be dislodging him from that position anytime soon. They're not really able to create the space they need down in the mid. Joker just juking.
Ваш перейдешь нашел, думаю. Блин, а прикиньте бы, передавалось бы, молодцы, тотем. А прикиньте бы, запахи передавались бы в микрофоне. Чисто я там с подливкой пердану, и всем, ну, через динамик этот запах перейдет.
Definitely so, and I mean, at this point, Zeta need to fight back, because I feel like if it goes to that set number 5, Totem might be able to take it. They've kind of got the momentum on their side at this point, but if they lose this set, then they're definitely not going to be in a good position. Need a much better start and kind of hold it off from there.
Вкусная точка.
So well, regardless of this range kind of deficit that he's got, he's just juking flawlessly, not getting hit at all, and just staying on the zone time and time again.
Very nicely done by Joker. There's a strong early start here for Reply Totem. Yeah, we're gonna place down a trap in the mid. Mari going aggressive and claims the kill with the flying hook. Always something fun to see. He will get marked up, but better him than Joker, as he has more mobility and isn't the mid player.
Ой.
Already past the 50% threshold, and now we will find Joker, so at last something.
Что, сейчас тотем камбэкует?
Zeta Division, but they're quite a bit behind by now.
Yeah, the mortar's eventually there as well. Nest egg thrown quite high up from Jiro up there on the point, but flight is going to be used by Maru. Might be able to find Jiro here, but he actually gets.
Да нет, Джокер все равно проценты фармит.
The takedown onto Mori, and he does just that. But it's Joker still sitting on the zone. Throws an ego out to the side, so he can't even get hit by the splash either, and that is so smart from him. Can't even miss a shot at that point. It's great stuff. Now we get in the mute again, but even he's destroying this side. Totem is still on the mid, no matter what happens.
91%.
I love it. I love the implementation here of the Lola as well, considering how tough the matchups he has. He is doing just such a fantastic job with it and using the ego in more creative ways than we're used to. Murray locking in the final couple of percentages.
Молодец, молодец, Джокер, легенда.
That is the one to close this one.
Nice.
Going all the way to set 5 here between Reply Totem and
Хватит, тотем. Пятый сет ограбления.
Yeah, you know, this is what we're talking about. It's just being so confident on a map like Ring of Fire. It could not have been better placed in this series. 2-1 to Zeta Division, and now 2-2 thanks to that map and thanks to how well they play it. Joker was just playing so well, and the lanes were winning what they needed to win as well. He was able to avoid so many shots, probably like 8 in a row at some point. It was just absolutely ridiculous, and kind of more of the same with British Fire. We got that more long-range brawlers where Juking's going to be a big part of who's going to be able to take home the win. And regardless of Zeta Division having, you know, a bit of a say in that first game, you can see it here in terms of percentages. They were 46-35 up. Then it all kind of just fell apart from there, and couldn't do a lot after that, and that's kind of the issue that they did have. And Reply Totem, you know, they're a team who's going to persevere, who's going to play the long game and be able to make it that far. Even if they're down, they're going to fight to get back up.
Yeah, that was a strong showing from Reply to them. Exactly what they needed. A convincing set. In order
Ну
to
все, я не буду
build up
больше
some
пукать.
confidence again, getting into set 5.
Ну хотелось
Stats
сильно.
wise,
И прям оно там
is the one
разрывалось.
shining the most here. Most skills, most
А?
damage, but overall, it was
Куда?
still very
Нет, не
close.
переезжаем.
Both teams actually have same exact amount of kills. It's just that Reply Totem, they were non-stop in the zone. Joker was very much just
Ой!
non-stop. Even when he was taking some damage, he wasn't giving it up, and he was still making sure to apply enough damage to keep his opposition away. And even though he has a little bit less DPS, the Bell that he was facing in mid has less HP, so, you know, eventually the Bell would be lower HP and forced back rather than himself. Bridge 2-4 for Heist is going to be our fifth and final.
Ребят, в кого верите? В Зету или в Тотем? Ограбление, последний матчпоинт, ну не матчпоинт, а этот. Последний сет, пятый. Тотем, в Зету. Твою мать. Осуждаем.
I believe they've already played this one just a little bit earlier on. I think they played it in their first quarterfinal game. Bell's going to be the first pick from Reply Totem, taken out of Zeta Division's hands this time, and honestly, after the performance in the last set, you could have just left it and just dodged.
В Тотем. Ну, больше чата, ну, большинство чата за Тотем.
Just waiting for Zeta Division's pick now. 8-bit going to be up next, and nice pick from Zeta Division, I will say as well. Got that booster on the road, and obviously you're going to be able to do such a good job, but it's not the best.
Там Санечка накакал, воняет. Я? От меня воняет? А, он недавно какал? Может, он еще выгуливал, нет? Я?
Pretty much indirectly taking out a lot of these long-range brawlers. It's probably the right thing to take, and the mid-range high DPSs as well. It's pretty much good against all of them.
I like this approach from Zeta quite a bit, to be honest. I think 8-bit can be quite strong here, and as you said, it does get countered a little bit by the Bell. But I wouldn't say it's necessarily the hardest counter either. It depends on how you play it out. And we'll see the mag brought in by Reply Totem. You mentioned earlier how much they like it. And it seems like they like it enough to bring it here on a map where I don't necessarily.
Промокод был на 1,5 будет следующий. Не знаю, наберем 1,5, не наберем. Но следующий на 1,5.
I think this is a pretty competent comp here from Reply Totem. As Zeta Division have one more brawler to bring to the mix.
Let's see what they do decide to bring. I like what Reply Totem got so far. They've got the range. Penny's going to be the last pick of Zeta Division, and yet again, I'm going to say, I like both of these drafts. Zeta Division, they seem to have a pretty convincing one. They've just got to be a little bit cautious about the 8-bit with the Bell. If Meg can make these pushes towards safe, which is going to be difficult to do, don't get me wrong, then a lot of damage can rain down, and the same with the Bonnie jumps and stuff as well. So got to be a little bit cautious if you're Zeta Division on that side of things. But if they can keep control, they should be good to go.
Yeah, well, let's see how this fifth and final set is gonna go down. I feel like both teams can definitely work.
Хорошо, что они не затягивают прям быстро очень так. Типа пикают, и катки идут тоже быстро.
To set those two teams apart, send one to the grand finals and knock the other one out in the semis.
Yeah, well, Meg without anything's not really going to get a lot. They're all stuck in the left-hand side, trying to leave a 2% delta, and at the moment that's enough. 5% now, and trying to pinch back, get his mech, and get even more damage off the back of that. But at the moment, the bounces are just going in between them as Joker hit a shot. Gonna see the big peep come out now, but mech up the other side's just getting so much damage, and the strategy just has not paid off whatsoever.
Хорош, Мару.
Yeah, now that he has the mech, it's a whole
different
story. Very much so. Mari went for a jump in, one that got a little bit awkward, and Joker luckily is there to help out and make things right.
Ой-ой-ой, Мару, легенда!
Get more and more damage onto that save. Eventually, though, he's gonna get out of the mech, and now he's not nearly as much of a problem. Peep as well looking for Joker, the TP, but doesn't pay off. Mari connects the shot, and he goes down. Garo is next in line as
Давайте,
well.
Тотем.
He has a nice two-piece and might even complete the team wide. Doesn't seem like he needs to for the time being. A safe approach will also do.
Хорош, Джокер отмансил.
Joker, TP behind.
Ару, хорош, Джокер, вы видели?
Somehow that ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. It's a bit of a choke here, as that surely should have been a free kill.
Yeah, at the moment, Totma quite happy to just chill. Got a nice little jump in there from Mori. As I say, they're happy to chill. They just go aggressive.
Окей, ульта есть у Мару.
Gero over this right-hand side. Bounces coming off that turret, but just not yet. Now he's going to go over a nest egg and might fall down because of it, but a mid shot from Joker. He's going to be sped back up again after being slow.
Джокер отмансил хорошо.
Looking to creep up as Gero places
Ой-ой-ой, Мару.
damage booster. Arrow is going to be out of the mech. Has all given a bit of a chance for Zeta to go for a comeback, but they're still not quite there, and they're not going to be defending Maru. He's not going to be able to close out the save unless he gets his mech, and he does get it now. Surely they'll be able to hold on.
Молодцы, легчайшие. Найс. Ребята, матчпоинт, и реплей тотем в финале против команды Алекса.
Yeah, I will say that Reply Totem, although they won that one, it was pretty much just off a slightly questionable strategy from Zeta Division off the start, pretty much all stuck in the left-hand lane and just Maru getting that.
Бля, не зря на тотем поставил.
So if they can play this one just a little bit more strategically, a little bit better, and not try these questionable strats, then they might be able to bring this one back to a double match point.
It was an early mech this time around as well. Maru nicely winning the left lane was a pretty much wasted damage booster to jump in there. A nice TP from Naui. Naui looking for the 2-piece, but it's going to be Gero to find the second kill instead. And
Две тыки на не дала прям таких смачных.
how that played out, because it nearly became a disaster early on. They managed to save face for the time being, as they still double stack that left lane, leave Joker free to get connections onto the safe, and to be fair, he doesn't do the most damage on safe anyways. Maru is going to be knocked out.
Пенни 18 хп.
Means that there's quite a bit less trouble on that right lane, you know, even giving up on the lane for now.
Yeah, there's a lot of trouble on the other lanes though, as Mori's in the
Ну нет, что-то прям... Вот сейчас фигово пошло.
They all might fall here, but he gets straight back into that tank form as soon as he can. More long-range gameplay. They are a little bit behind on the side of the Zeta Division, but nothing a few shots on safe from an 8-bit or a nanny can't fix. Only 5% now, and Joker just trying to push through mid, maybe throw a few more shots onto safe, but also he really does need to pinch as well.
The bell shot is gonna bounce the one time. Now he finds a nice pickup, a little bit cheeky there onto Joker, 3%. They got only one, and eventually it's now Zeta Division in the lead. Smaro is gonna get TP'd on. He does have his mech again. We saw how valuable that is. He needs
Тяжело.
the most value with it,
29 секунд.
as he managed to do in the previous game. This game so far, he hasn't been able to shine nearly as much. Maru gonna get
Хорош,
pushed
Мару.
over by the peep, and I mean, you know, you gotta improvise sometimes, and Maru does that very nicely here. Still Zeta Division with a little bit of a lead. Joker
Давайте,
and Maru
ребят.
trying to get some damage onto that save. They are able to catch up, but is
63,
that enough? Because there's
62.
3 players from Zeta Division, make it 2, sorry, that are pushing downwards.
Ай, чай, блядь!
Damage to make the difference. We are going to double match point.
Would not want it any other way. Zeta Division managed to take this one, and as I said, you know, if they just play it a little bit less scrappy and straight down one lane and try to do these.
Мешаем интеграция после матча.
Spaced out a little bit more. 8-bit was holding the right hand side really well, and they might have doubled the left at certain circumstances.
Я же интеграцию после матча делаю, когда уже полностью команды доиграли.
Joker going to be playing the left hand lane, and it seems like we might have a little bit of change of strategy from Totem here.
And Joker overextending his welcome there, and how he gets to pick up as well. And very low HP across.
Ой, господи, да, блядь, ребят, ну тотем, блядь, ну пожалуйста. Пожалуйста, блядь, я чё, зря поставил на вас?
Some good value onto that red safe. Mortar is going to be placed down, and they are going for a base race on the side of Zeta.
Ребят, камбэк изрел, изрел, камбэк. Камбэк, Джокер, попукиваем. Давай, Маури, давай, беброчки, блядь, накидывай. Попукивай, Джокер, найс, Бару проходит, давай. Бля, Джокера убили. Ну ладно, там капканы. 2 капкана. Блядь, ну Джокер, ну чё вы, блядь, по нане-то не попадаете? Давайте. Найс, выбили. 51%, давай, хорош, Мару, легенда. С детства за тебя. Блять, 41%, 40, блядь, да какой урон бит наносит, блядь, Нане 2 КХП. Это проеб, это не проеб, это камбэк. Камбэк, Джокер, пожалуйста, блядь, на 1%. Ребята, блядь, верю. Джокер, попукивай. Верю, ребят, последний процент.
Are going to the grand finals again as they will beat Reply Totem just like they did last month. This time around it was a whole lot closer, a little bit of a choke towards the end from Totem, but Zeta Division looking incredible and making sure that they are still able to try to double down and win their second monthly final of the year.
Ай, бля. Джокер, блядь, MVP, легенда. Сейчас еще на том аккаунте тоже куропаточки проголосую за Джокера. Зато у куропаточки ставка выиграла за Зету. Ой, да. А, что ты говорила? Да, у тебя за Зету я ставил. Ребят, ну ладно, пофиг, не огорчаемся. Сейчас финал против Зета, против команды Алекса. Тоже очень потная, очень интересная игра будет. Я чисто только ради команды Алекса смотрю. Без рофла, ребят, только ради команды Алекса. Короче, смотрите, быстренько, я вам напоминаю про акции, которые сейчас проходят в игре. Пины чемпионата, там, ну, которые были в мировом финале. Вот, кто эти пины еще не купил и хочет приобрести, по ссылке в описании, в закрепе это можно сделать. Еще спецакция есть с Карлом, спецакция есть с Тарой. Вот с этими скинами. Ну, Карл, новый Тара не особо. Тара пару месяцев назад вроде эта акция уже выходила. Короче, смотрите. Вот. Промокод следующий на 1500 лайков. Я не знаю, сколько сейчас лайков. На косаре я показывал, на 1500. Хз, там 1500 есть, не есть, потом проверю. Вот. Вас перекинуло на бота в Телеграме. Вы запускаете этого бота, просто запустить нажимаете, у вас вот такая шторка Холди Гемс, тыры-пыры, выбирайте БС. И вот все товары, 30 гема, там 170, вот значок чемпионата, кнопочка есть. Вот, и любой пинчик, один пинчик за 190 можете приобрести. Теперь небольшая инструкция, почему она не тыкается. Короче, небольшая инструкция, 14 гем у вас на балансе нету, допустим, гемасиков. Вы зашли, так же, как я вам все показывал, витрину и так далее. Выбрали 170 гемов, потом вводите почту от Supercell ID вашего. Вот, потом оплачиваете через любые реквизиты, там, Киви, банковская карта, через что вам удобнее. Потом вам код придет на почту вашу, которую вы ввели. Тоже этот код отправляете боту, пишите. Код принят, заказ выполнен. Там чел зашел, за 2 минутки задонил. И 180 гемов у вас на балансе. Также присутствует вот в группе Холди Гемс, как в нее перейти, если вот, допустим, вы на бота перешли. Тут вот сразу есть ссылка на, ну, Холдик Шоп. Вот. И тут можете промотать, тут несколько постов. И чуть-чуть выше, вот тут постик про про гемы за моды. Но не знаю, как там разрабы на это отреагируют. Внимательно вы берете на себя ответственность. Читайте внимательно описание этого поста. Если все внимательно прочитали, то тогда, если, ну, по своему желанию покупайте. Главное, прочитайте все, что тут написано под этим постом. Но вот тут, допустим, другие цены абсолютно нечетные, чисто там 15 гемов, 48, допустим, 15 гемов вам на скин какой-то не хватает, надо, ну, докинуть, да, то вы можете тут 15 гемов, то есть через моды купить. Вот, короче, ну, под вашу ответственность читайте обязательно этот пост перед тем, как покупать. Вот. Все объяснил про значки, про все, короче. Вот, залетайте. Покупка для первых покупателей в 2 раза дешевле. Вот. И все, в принципе. Ну и просто закупайте тут, потому что у левых челов лучше не закупать, потому что либо заскамят, либо еще что-то. По поводу цен многие как-то пишут, возмущаются. Ребят, если у кого-то там дешевле вы видели цены, то не факт, что они, ну, просто гарантированные, понимаете? Могут и аккаунт там у вас сохранить, там, не знаю, или просто как-то, понимаете, своровать аккаунт. Вот, а тут ничего таким не занимаются. Такой, ну, короче, просто таким не занимаются, тут все гарантированно, безопасно и надежно. Так что рекомендую тут, потому что несколько тысяч закупается, 200 тысяч в группе, то есть вы сами понимаете. Вот, и также присутствуют промокоды, которые я там на 1500 лайков, на 2 раздаю. Но не знаю, раздам ли я все промокоды за сегодня. Я один промокод дал, может еще второй, может 1,5 добьем, я еще второй покажу. Вот, так что вот такие дела, закупайтесь, и мы переходим, короче, к чемпионату. Все, он уже сейчас начинается, да? Без перерывов, без ничего. Уже этот тайм-код начинается. Кто выиграет? Я за команду Алекса. 27% за команду Алекса. И, ладно, наверное, у Куропаточки я проголосую за... я же голосовал уже на предикт. Так, все. Короче, iPad убираем и смотрим. Так что, перерыв или нет? Я не пойму. Перерыв или что такое?
They're looking even better than ever. Like their position on this region is just so good. But
что-то не пойму, перерыв?
I'm gonna have to third what you said. I think A&R
или нет? Сейчас посмотрим. Голосуй, я проголосовал.
Yes, they've just taken on reply totem, so it's really weird to say this, but I don't know if they've got what it takes to bring down A&R.
Well, back to the Zeta Division boot camp, and again, Inso still wearing the Shatampo jersey that he was wearing earlier, has yet to remove it, and showing some love, of course, to the regions around the world. But you know, again, it's. I mean, yeah, that is a really valid point to be fair, because Shatampo plays on a pretty big box to be able to get the height diff that he needs to compete on the world stage. So yeah, and Inso is not a small guy, might I add. He is towering over most, so definitely been doing his best to squeeze, and maybe that under, you know, sort of garment that he's wearing is designed to kind of suck him in a little bit, in all honesty. But nonetheless, definitely playing a key role in the Zeta Division.
Миш, будешь в ШД после чем играть? Не, я отдыхать буду. Мы чем уже 4 часа смотрим? Больше 4 часов. Почти 5 часов уже. После чем отдыхать буду.
Yeah, in my opinion, kind of what I said earlier as well is I think Zeta are good, right? I think they're really good. I mean, they won the first monthly final, right? But I do feel like they're not necessarily the most dominant team in the region. I just think they do really well against Reply Totem, and then they do, you know, all right against other top teams. It's just, you know what I mean? It's not like Totem last year that we're dominant against every team. I feel like Zeta is pretty good against every team, and then somehow against Reply Totem, they just beat them every time. And I don't know if that's going to be enough here to take
Это финал, да, это финал.
I mean, they might prove us completely wrong.
Вот, сейчас покажу. Вот, видите? Все. Все, мы уже все матчи посмотрели. Все, абсолютно все. Все, осталось Zeta Division против ANR.
Just kind of stepped up their game a little bit from what we saw previously to last month. Zeta last month looked absolutely on top form, and like I just feel like they've dropped down just a little tiny bit, but not to take anything away from them, of course, but A&R have just kind of stepped on the gas and have really made leaps and bounds from February's performance.
I also think the same. You know, it's weird to say after they've just beaten Reply Totem that they've stepped down, but let's not forget last month they swept them, and this month it was a very close double match point. So, I mean, Zeta Division, they've definitely not done as well as last month. Just in terms of score lines, that is on the table, 100%. But A&R, from where they were last month to where they are now, is undoubtedly a much better team.
Я не понимаю, за Зету 73%. Зета и так еле-еле на соплях тотем выиграли. Все равно чилы за Зету. Так сколько перерыв, алё, чё они пукают?
Yeah, I think that draft-wise, A&R like to keep it rather safe. So I'd like maybe for Zeta to try to use that predictability to their advantage and maybe find some weaknesses here and there that have been systemic in A&R's approach to draft. That is what I think they could do the best, because mechanics-wise, I think A&R are a better mechanical team than Zeta. So really, for me, the draft is where Zeta Division can.
Миш, какой пин купить из пинов чемпионата, если Нави уже есть? Не знаю, я бы кого бы купил. Тотем купил бы пинчик. Причем бы и нет. Зелененький, красивенький. У меня есть 3 пина, это Тотем, Трайп и Нави.
Look ahead to try to pick those holes in A&R, Trav. I mean, this is what it all comes down to in this region. It's become so competitive. This is, in my opinion, the most competitive year that we've had for EMEA. You look at how many teams have not even made it to monthly finals now. This month, Navi, SK Gaming, and Humble. Who's it going to be next month? There's just too many teams.
Ой, роковая шахта.
As we line up our next match, our final match for the day is our grand finals. It's A&R versus Zeta Division. Trav, we're going to come back to you at the end. Me and Teddy are going to take the reins. It's 27% over at event.brawlstars.com in favor of A&R to 73. The majority siding here, Teddy, with Zeta Division.
Yeah, I think people just, didn't quite watch my predictions guide for the EMEA monthly finals of March. If they did,
well, you are the predictions master, Teddy, so I'm hoping that they would.
But to be fair, Zeta are still Zeta, and they still have very good chance at taking this one. I would say it's a 45-55 or something along those lines. And I'm being quite nice towards Zeta here. When I said 45, I meant 45 for Zeta, right? It could be a 40-60, maybe in favor of A&R, but it's going to be a close call either way. And the first pick of Max on the side of A&R is already exactly what I want to see from them.
Yeah, this is very straightforward.
Сензи.
Getting in there early with that Max pick and kind of would have liked to have seen.
Ой, ребят, мне ссать опять охота, я отойду. Пока они пикают.
Going with the Sandy as well is a very underrated one still, but one that we've seen coming really to full front now in terms of the meta. And it's one that people are not banning yet. That's the thing that I've noticed a lot about Sandy, but that basic attack damage increased, the buff going from 860 to now 900 damage. It has just brought Sandy into a much more viable place. And as we saw earlier with Reply Totem, who are kind of the team that have been playing it the most in terms of play rates, just that one Sandstorm can bring back an advantage. Otis now to follow up. And now back to A&R for the draft, and they're going to be a bit concerned about the potential of some tankier ideas here. Zeta with that final pick, they can turn a surprise if they haven't got a response and answer for it. So I want to see something that kind of shows some awareness to it, some preparation for it, because at the moment they haven't really got a counter for it. Spike coming in next then. For A&R, and again, that was pretty much in line with my thought process also, making sure they've got something to have in the back pocket in the eventuality that Zeta's bring out a Sam or an Ash as those final moment picks, but still aggressive options still available. There's Stu lane potentially there as well, and I think it's a bit risky to go with a tank. They've got to have something to accompany those other side lanes ready.
Yeah, I kind of like the Otis, to be honest.
Or not.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. On paper, it deals quite nicely with the Ash, right? But the mute, say there are rats in the mix, it's just not going to be an option in the first place. And even if you do manage to get the Ash, usually he has enough range to kind of just fall back a little bit and then heal back up, and then come back into the mix, and he lost 5 seconds, and you have an Ash full HP facing you again, you know what I mean? So I don't know if it's going to be enough. That's what scares me a little bit. But they will go for Pam as their final pick, which is an interesting approach. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be their mid, which Pam mid on Hard Rock Mine, it feels like a little bit of a throwback to me.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to have it not be 8-bit. 8-bit's a fantastic mid. I feel like with the Ashe now looming over the sides of Zeta, they're gonna have to be.
А как так получилось, что твоя девушка тоже играет БС? Ну вот так получилось.
He's going to struggle a lot in that particular matchup. Sure, it can take care of a lot of the robotic rats relatively easily, but nonetheless, it's a very scary comp that A&R here are running. I mean, they've got the really heavy HP takedown brawlers like Spike.
Все, давайте. Легчайше.
It's looking like a very scary comp, and I'm curious to see how Zeta are going to start off here. Already a scrap sucker there from Geru, and it was a well-placed one at that. It was Rama who actually picked up the 3 gems, but not already pushing himself up deep into this top left-hand side pocket, and eventually gets stunned down. Staying alive though, somehow. Eventually, it is Meow who gets the takedown, and much needed speed to get everyone moving on the right-hand side.
It's an aggressive start from A&R. Let's say the division was an early Sandy super, able still to find a lot of value and eventually a pickup as well onto Rama. Mebius is actually gonna go for one of the gems. Not entirely sure if that was useful at all. But either way, it is Zeta with full on control of the mid now. And setting up quite nicely. This Knob is gonna be aggressive with the robotic Rads. Garo low HP, ends up falling. Rama able to take a couple gems, but the poison will take him down. As Knob is able to still pull back with the gems, and A&R are back to 8 gems, but 3 of them are on Knob and 5 onto Mebius. Not exactly ideal considering they are not the gem carriers. They'll still get a countdown started either way.
Легчайше.
Great teamwork that really was. There's not going to be much that Zeta can really do to contest this situation. Not at all. I mean, they're not even moving. They know there's not enough time to go up the map.
Nice, nice. Легенды, легенды.
It's not the best brawler to have. You know, when it's the natural gems, he's not really a gem carrier, but ultimately was able to get the pickup just in the nick of time to be able to gain those gems away from the Otis. And that was a very, very solid start there from A&R. It's still early days. This comp so far is looking the better of the two, in my opinion.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit. Let's see if they can repeat that success getting into game number 2. Or if Zeta can hold their ground a bit firmer, as they did have the lead for the majority of the previous game, to a nice pump off from A&R to really turn things around. Now he's going to be aggressive on the right side. He takes 2 players to pinch out, but eventually, he actually just ends up in their spawn. They'll take care of him at last. It took a very long time, and the lack of mid presence meant that Knob struggled on the left in his own 1v2, and Garo was free to just roam around the mid, pick up 5 gems, make it 6 now in favor of Zeta Division.
Yeah, it's doing fantastically well. He's pushed back now on the right-hand side, but did have A&R in a really difficult conundrum to get out of this spawn side. 7 gems now to 8 in the pocket for Geru. Just trying to keep Knob suppressed and aware of him. Pretty sure the vision gear being ran by that Geru is the right way to go for it, to keep the awareness of it. Can they, though, get this takedown of Knob? Maybe it's pushing forward really deep here as well. Pretty good defensive work in all seriousness here from Zeta. Now he's so low as well. The healing station coming in clutch. Can they get his final gem? Can they get onto countdown? Or will A&R start to claw this one back? Pushing now. Yeah, Rubber's got to go into the mid, gets the gem.
Не знаю, как Геру выбивать с 8 гемами. Это очень трудно будет. Либо можно не выбивать, а как-то просто накопить тогда гемы. О, почти, но...
Nearly takes down Garo, but not quite able to close out that kill just yet. And seems like he's going to be the one falling instead, and or have brought it back to 8 gems for themselves. Garo is able to find number 10 as it spawns literally right below his feet. 12 seconds left, and A&R, they need to stand in the mid for just a little bit longer, find the next gem.
Ой-ой-ой, бля. Давай, Мебиус. Молодец. Ой-ой, давай. Найс, 200 хп. Ребята, бля, давайте. Ебите.
What a reset. I mean, that is as close as it gets. And then to almost get the takedown of Geru, bring back the gems to make the steal. A&R are doing it.
Все, легчайшее. Блять, только рама. Блять, нет.
So they can't stay firm in the mid anymore.
Нет, не легчайшее
There's
еще.
no way they're gonna be able to make that happen. Oh my word, they have. It's 12 to 12. There's one still sitting there for A&R. They pick it up now. This is so back and forth, and I cannot call it.
Oh, there's another gem that already spawned, so there is time here for Zeta Division to try to turn this one around. They'll get gem number 14. That means that
Пожалуйста, ребята.
the final gem to spawn
16 секунд.
spawns now, and it spawns for Zeta Division to pick up. Now A&R, they will need a
Бля,
gem
гем-то
no
больше
matter
не
what. All
спавнится.
3 players are carrying gems. Either one
15 секунд,
going down would be
бля.
enough to interrupt the
GG.
countdown, but it's not meant to be, and this 29 gem game is going the way of Zeta Division.
Бля, обидно.
What a game. I mean, how often do you see a first set go this way so quickly? It's neck and neck all the steps of the way here. And still up for the
Обидно.
taking. It's just unbelievable stuff, really. I mean, that's how sets end, not how they are moving on to the deciding phase of. But let's see now who gets the first upper hand, who wins their lane, who gets that early utility that they need to enforce upon the opposition. Gary there, a scrap circle there onto Rama. Not a bit out of position, but does their pop a chill pill to bring his health back up to scratch. Meanwhile, on the left, Meow is getting hit heavy there by Mabius. He's able to then force back on his position. So far, just both sides dancing it out. It is 4 gems in the pocket for A&R. I've just got that early lead.
На соплях выиграли. Ну, в любом случае, если даже на соплях, все равно. Заслуженно же.
He was able to create so much space for Rama to get that early lead. Garo is equalizing the gem count now. 4 gems for each side, and with his presence in the mid, might be able to extend it furthermore. Maybe just using fertilize to his advantage, making sure that he remains healthy for as long as he can. Still, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but with the current HP count, A&R have to respect that and reset. Slow things down just a little bit before going back. And going back
Хорош, но...
picks up a nice pickup on the right hand side. Rama pops speed and destroys the healing station. Not looking for...
Ой-ой-ой, Ноб соло. Блять, Ноб соло. Вы видели, что Ноб сделал? Легчайшая. Молодцы, ребят. Молодцы. Первый сет за вами. Легчайшая.
Beautifully done by A&R. And every time I see a smile on Rama's face, I start smiling myself. Because you can see the passion and the love that goes into it. A&R one set up. It was an incredibly close one. It really felt like it could have gone either way, but A&R, they had the upper hand for the most part, able to...
Так, нокаут сейчас следующий. ИББ.
The second one was a steal as well, but they weren't the lead until then anyways. When I say the second one they won. The second one did go the way of Zeta.
Легенды, легенды.
A 29 gem game that ended the way it did. Just beautiful stuff across the board. Just a lot of fun just in this opening set.
I love it when gem grab just causes that much drama early on. It just makes you aware that we're in for a bit of a treat, doesn't it, really? Beautiful stuff from both sides. I mean, it really was, but I just felt like A&R just had that little tiny bit of an edge. The comp, I felt, was just a bit more rounded in that respect, and just you could just see the way that they played it. I mean, maybe it's on that spike. I mean, the amount of survivability that he showed with that fertilized star power was immense. So much DPS across the board, let's be honest. It was now
Сила Казахстана в Нобе. А, Ноб из Казахстана.
Even stats, not gonna lie. 8 kills for both Nob and Naui. 6 kills for both Gero and Mabius. Just that tiny differential between Rama and Meow, but oh my word. I mean, this is just so close to cool. We're already in the first set, moving on to the second now. It's tough to not think that this could go all the way, Teddy.
I'm hoping it does. I genuinely am. Gulch is going to be up next here for...
Нет, он из Армении пишет. А, с Арменией он.
Here for Zeta to slow things down a little bit, but I mean, I think A&R, they have no intentions on slowing things down. Looking how aggressive they were playing before. It's going to be a tick first pick on the side of Zeta, so very much going for a safer, further up approach with that tick pick. I don't mind it. I think tick is very strong at the moment. I think that it does decently as well, and Gordon Gulch just don't really want to get to the very late stages.
Кто-то пишет с Казахстана, кто-то с Армении.
In those
Ой,
situations,
так,
in my
ладно.
opinion.
Questioning a little bit the Sam ban actually on the side of Zeta, if I'm honest, because if I remember correctly, today with me and yourself, the last time we saw it played actually was by Navi in the Snapdragon Pro Series, and you know, despite having, I think it was like about 200 supers for the entirety of the game, it didn't provide any value whatsoever to Gold on Gold, just a map. So clearly Zeta have got something in mind which they want to bring to the table, which the Sam could potentially contest, I assume, but I don't know whether that's the best use of the ban myself. The picks, though, don't necessarily say the same story for me. They're pretty decent. Tick coming in for control, Otis as well, the nanny to finalize things up, and that is a pick which definitely Zeta play very, very well. But I do like the way that A&R's comp as well is shaping up to be. Bonnies, we've seen time and time again, especially versus that Tick, it's going to have a wondrous time in that matchup, especially in the later stages. The shield from Gus, Spooky Boy, definitely going to be bringing a lot to the table there as well to keep everyone's survivability in check. And the Sprout to add to that control, to be able to force themselves through the map and hopefully push back that Tick and give themselves back a little bit more control along the way. I feel like for me, it's actually quite a balanced draft. It's a bit of a tough one to call. I think Zetas can come down crumbling down harder, faster, but if A&R play it slow, they've got a much better late game comp in my opinion.
I prefer A&R's
Если
comp
стрим
personally,
сохранишь, да,
especially
сохраню.
when we know what A&R capable of doing with Bonnie. I feel like they're one of the teams that utilizes it the best. And combining that now with a Gus Shield, which we didn't always see them do in the first place. They were happy to just play Bonnie on its own very often. I can see this being a big problem for Zeta to deal with. But either way, let's see how it plays down on the battlefield. As we jump in for set number 2, and it's going to be max range playing for Taxi on both sides for the early game.
Well, both sides being very cautious in their approach, which I think is wise. You don't want to feed off anything too soon that you don't need to. But a bit more clustering on the side of A&R. We'll spread out our Zeta. It's working out pretty well. Nob now pushing themselves forward just a little bit. The shots are juked pretty well. Gary down the bombs will be aware because maybe Sierra was considering to go in deep in that bottom right-hand side pocket. No supers on anyone's front at the moment, which just goes to show how much awareness both sides are showing for it, but now the peep coming in. When it connect, Nob's low. He might go down, but a big miss there, big blunder. He misses, and Nob will finally go down there to the tick shots, but that could cause a problem here. Maybe Snow will go down. It will be Zayt to take this first round, but a couple of mistakes there to iron out for the next ones for sure.
Yeah, no supers carried over either. It's going to be a bit of an ouch here for A&R. Zeta do have a thick head that will be available off the bat, and it's quite a valuable one as well, especially if there is a jump in from Mebius and he ends up going down immediately. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the end, but Nob will fall, leaving things in a bit of an awkward situation. But Rama should be going down, is able to survive nevertheless. It's a 1v2 and not an easy one to win.
Yeah, really little you can do in that scenario. Zeta starting to gain back a little bit more control over the situation, and good for them. I mean, again, that first set of gem grab was so close to call if you're just joining the stream. I mean, the scoreline at the moment is far from certain here, as this could well be the sort of game mode that does cater more towards Zeta as well. So bear that in mind. Going back in though. Let's see if they choose to swap lanes or choose to stick. They're actually going to side on the same side of the map here. Definitely going to be a troublesome start. Maybe it's getting a couple of taps there, but the clustering is, for me, a little bit worrisome. But the takedown there in favor of Zeta will bring things back into
Что-то быстро отлетели, ну да, что-то реально.
And feels like there's some over-aggression from A&R getting punished again. Maybe losing patience a little bit, or getting overexcited, and Zeta Division making sure to punish them for that. 2 supers already at hand as well. They can nicely carry over to the next round. And this is looking troublesome for A&R, as Zeta Division are a round away from equalizing and taking away the advantage that A&R fought so hard to build up by taking gem grab.
Robin's going to heal up here a little bit. Quite easy to do, but the tick is a problem. We'll be considering has got super as well. Tick head, of course, will come into play. Normally the later stages, unless Meow is getting pressured to do so, that mute as well. Gary's going to be holding on to that dear life, and he knows what an advantage you can bring in those later stages. But for me, I've got to push forwards, and they are going to be doing that now. Maybe it's in the top. Does get the return to sender to the face, but nonetheless did have to make a play. Pops the gadget peep coming in. Is it going to connect? He'll be coming back around. The piloting here of Naui to the testament, and he does get double value. Knob goes down, but Mavis as well weak, and what a great connection.
What a disaster there. It would have been better if just one player tanked for it instead. They gotta play out this round as well, and return to center here, locks in the kill. Maybe it's because of his jump. He's gonna go for it now, but he gets greeted by hell on earth.
Ну,
as soon as he
ГГ.
lands. And that means
Сет нокаута за Зетой.
it's gonna be Zeta to take
Сейчас
this
ББ будет.
game, take this set with it, and even things out one
Хорошо,
stage.
что все быстрые режимы сейчас. Сейчас ББ, ход-зона.
Wow. This
Ой, надеюсь,
is
баунти не
looking
будет.
more likely.
Я просто устал реально смотреть. Сейчас посмотрим, кто доиграет,
We're certainly
кто
gonna go
выиграет.
to
Но
a
я
draw.
говорю, я за
And that excites me greatly.
Алекса команду.
As we saw there, Zeta have got that resolve. They got that ability to stay calm
Но
under pressure.
что-то
It's never
0-2
easy
как-то
in
быстро
a grand
очень.
final when you one set down. Sometimes that can just be the start of a downfall and escalated situation, but that was exactly how Zeta had to respond, and that they have.
Certainly
Как называется последний скин Brawl
was a
Pass?
strong showing from
Алый
Zeta.
РТ, красный,
They are looking
пурпурная
very,
детектив
very
Грей,
good in this set. And honestly, I thought the draft was
алый,
Zeta
давай
being
алый
one,
РТ.
but I think
Алый,
that
да, найс. И на том
even
аккаунте
then,
фастом.
Zeta Division were able to
Алый
very
РТ.
nicely adapt and
Найс, и
prove
там
me wrong.
проголосовал верно.
I'm finding so much value as well. I think if you compare just the Tick versus Sprout, the Tick was able to just consistently harass them. And would you look at that? That is quite a depressing thing to look at if you're an A&R fan. My goodness, 0 kills and in total something along the lines of 120 DPS for the entire team. That's less than Meow, both in kills and in DPS.
That's a double-edged Trav, if I ever saw one. Yeah, it was A&R there, which really didn't hit the mark did they, in terms of their takedowns. Pressure is one thing, but in knockout, takedowns are everything. And that's what Zeta brought to the table over them. And yeah, they'll prefer to have just kind of like, go GG, go next this this set and try to put their stats out of their mind.
Спасибо.
That's one advantage, I guess, from being on the other side of the playing side, is you don't necessarily have to dwell on statistics of your downfall. You can just look straight ahead, leave the past in the past.
О, еще и зловредные поля.
Where we're going next for Brawl Ball, this could definitely be the set that turns things around a little bit more in A&R's favor, but Zeta, with that momentum,
Спасибо, ребят.
definitely going to be feeling a lot more better about the situation. This draft has got to be important. The bans of building this particular map carry so much weight. And they are Primo, Surge, and Ems for Zeta, Ems, Spike, and Poco for A&R. Some very big ones there for me, and absolutely on the money. There's still a great deal of potential.
Бедро, спасибо.
Thank you, brought us to come into the equation. Ash, Sam, Rosa,
Интересно, какие пики возьмут. Бан, Эм, Спайк, Пока или Примо, Вольтемс.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Zeta want to go for a tanky approach, right? Because Primo is mainly used as a way to counter other tanks as well, like the Ash, like the
Нету.
Sam. And betting out both Surge and Ames,
Okay.
also very much indicating that they want to go for something tanky. We'll see though, as Nita is going to be the first pick here for A&R. I don't like Nita, just in general. I like it in Heist with Hyperbear against the safe. Besides that, I just don't really like it. Sometimes it works, but most of the time when I watch it, I just feel like it doesn't. So I think it's an interesting first pick, in my opinion. But we'll see how Zeta Division react to it.
Ворон.
I really like the Nita first pick myself. I mean, it's just got such a heavy win rate in Brawl Ball, and now Crow coming in for Zeta. Not a bad one at all, but they do need to apply something of a tank counter or just a heavy counter. Some of the big HP brawlers here. Some big DPS be quite pleasantly welcomed, I feel. B's probably on the cards here as well, but the spike band's really smart from A&R, honestly. It's kind of like what you'd want to have in your back pocket for these kinds of games, but, you know, Rosa is going to be coming in. Yeah, I've seen this brawler coming back a bit more and more into Sneaky Fields recently. The Unfriendly Bushes gadget is just such a great way of scouting the bushes immediately. That's slow as well. You have some speed to hand. That's kind of where I'm thinking. Both sides have got to be considering this. You need a bit of a max to get everyone moving and out of harm's way. If they don't pick it on the side of A&R, Zeta surely would snap that up in a heartbeat.
Yeah, a little bit scared of...
Розу они взяли, потому что Эль Прима, Эмс, Вольт забанены.
It's quite scary because, I mean, just a
Пчела.
Rosa is always a threat on Sneaky Fields, but when you have 3 other slows potentially from the Crow gadgets,
Фрэнк, лол. Вы видели анимацию Мамонта, видели, когда там как будто как-то с фризами, что ли, он вот так дергался. Вот так как-то дергался.
They've got to counter this out or choose to go with another tank, and I just don't know how I feel about that. If they were to
На часах 0-0. Ду-ду-ду-ду-ду-ду-ду-ду-ду. И надо бы собрать друзей.
I mean, it's not, don't get me wrong, I wouldn't be thinking, right, let's go with Frank on Sneaky Fields. It can get some great results, it really can. But ultimately, there's definitely more favorable ideas there with what was banned. You know, Ash, Sam was still on the table. They went with Frank. The key there, realistically, for me on the side of A&R was getting the B in early so that they would be able to deprive it from Zeta. But, you know, it's definitely a pick from the side of A&R that's got a lot of confidence behind it. You know, you don't go in with just a Frank into Sneaky Fields unless you tried and tested with it. But I do worry Otis can suppress it out so easily and basically cycle off the back of it. So I am kind of going a little bit more on the Zeta side of this comp.
Warren.
I think I was more on the side of A&R until the Frank showed its face. But let's see how they can make this work.
Well, so far it seems like it's going to be with very in favor of Zeta. I hate Nita. I think Nita is terrible. Again, it's there. It dies 2 seconds into the game. I hate Nita. Okay, you heard it here. First, I absolutely despise that brawl. I only like it on highs. As I said earlier, we are not on highs.
Nice.
Here. Either way, it finds a very nice kill now, which
Саня, ты чё?
result in a goal for
Саня,
A&R. I just need to rant a little bit.
А как Саня на стол залез? Ты положил?
Motivate Rama to
Ты
prove
Саню
me
на
wrong,
стол
and he did
положил?
exactly what I wanted. So,
Нет, а как Саня на столе
rant
оказался?
over.
Great to watch. That's like just you were just digging yourself that hole for that entire moment. Oh, hilarious. I mean, personally, Nita here can get some great results. It just depends upon your opposition. You know, in the monthly final qualifiers, I think you believe it was Foot versus Humble. It was, I think it was one of those 2 sides that were really aware to not feed into the Nita, and that's how you have to handle in this kind of situation. If they can just keep the distance from Rama and not feed into the Bruce Bear, it will help them out massively. But Nob is on an absolute tear on his left-hand side. They might not even need the help of that because Rama can just probably walk us through the amount of Frank stuns he keeps landing and he keeps going.
Incredible stuff from Nob. Does not quite manage to get the follow-up, however. Now it
Nice.
low HP. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Mebius needs to be careful because Meow has to jump in, but not did respawn. He's able to defend this time around.
Мармеладка соло тащит.
Really would like to open up that right side as well, but Rosa is staying away from him, which is gonna be quite nice considering that in the open she's a bit of a sitting duck, and Mebius was able to take her out. A beautiful kill from Meow with that jump in. Is that gonna be enough here for Zeta to try to find any sort of opening? Overtime is definitely gonna be challenging for both sides. Not entirely sure who it would be favoring, to be honest. Seems like Nob is gonna go for another super, finds the connection with it. Another stun now as well, and this one will claim the kill, but the poison will take him down as well, and it looks like Zeta should be able to slot this one in just before overtime kicks in, and it means that Zeta take the upper hand again.
So little was in that. I mean, just a couple of HP here or there to determine who was going to stay on their feet or not. I felt as well the way that Nob plays this Frank. I mean, they kind of deserve a bit of a win here or there in this set, at least somewhere along the lines, because he's getting so much value. His DPS at the end of this game is surely on the statistics side is going to be through the roof at this rate. But this B pick really is holding the whole comp together for me on the side of A&R. As much as I know you hate the need to tell you, I feel like it does bring a lot of value with the ability to keep the heals rolling in. But look at this big push, very much the same as in the previous game as Zeta. Don't hesitate, don't spend any time wasted to get a goal in 25 seconds.
Yeah, it's as good as a start as the previous game was. The stun from Nob is gonna miss. Nicely baited out by Naui. We'll get another, but doesn't have time to pump it. Meow with a jump in, and that might very much be set already. The shield on the bear gonna be useless as this Nita pick is, and and A&R will be dropping the set. It's gonna be Zeta Division up 2-1 now in sets.
Well, when the cards started falling down, they tumbled and escalated quickly. Zeta now are in a prime spot. I mean, that is how quickly the tides can turn, honestly. I feel like A&R,
Ну, шансы еще есть.
playing at the very beginning of that set, it just didn't look the same towards the end as they started to maybe doubt themselves a bit more or just kind of underestimate the might of the Zeta comp, because it is a really scary thing. I think Rosa now, for me, kind of gotta be a go-to band.
Ребят, напоминаю, по ссылке в описании и в закрепе пины чемпионата, акция с Карлом со скином красивым, старый, это все можете там приобрести для первых покупателей, скидка до раз дешевле. Обязательно приобретайте, заходите. Вот.
If they're going to be able to claw something back and take the month of March. Zeta looking to extend things more so into having back-to-back wins in the BSC of 2023. And they are surely feeling good about their performance so far today.
Yeah, I mean, looking at A&R, and you mentioned the DPS from Nob, it's definitely by far the highest out of anyone, but he did feed off so much from his interactions against the Rosa. I think it was just an interesting draft from A&R. I didn't mind Frank nearly as much as I minded Anita personally. But let's see if their draft can be just a little bit more on point. Maybe this fourth set can be theirs and we can go all the way to a final fifth set to set both teams apart. I do think that they deserve some praise for, you know, bringing Anita and a Frank on sneaky fields in a grand final. I mean, especially as players that haven't, you know, really won any monthly finals before besides Alex, you gotta have some sort of confidence to make that happen, and I will appreciate that.
I'm kind of surprised. I think Anita is quite a common pick on sneaky fields, in honesty, like in terms of the pick rates. I mean, hate it. Yeah, I mean, you definitely don't like it. That's what I'm sensing, Teddy. Definitely not one for Nita. Oh, I'll make a note. Shooting Beatles up next, then for Hot Zone, and this is where Zeta are looking.
О, я думаю, Zeta тут выиграет.
No Nitas on their side. I'll stop. But certainly, surely some mech bands here or there. I've got to be.
Хотя все равно ставки равные.
I can have moments in this particular map too, so that's worthy to consider. But definitely, Penny's got to be up there. So Meg, yeah, Crow, Penny for Zeta, Sam, Squeak, and Carl for A&R. Let's see what the first son of a brewer is on the side of A&R who won the coin toss.
5 часов стримить не устал? Не устал. Так сейчас уже все, конец скоро.
It's a brawl I do like here. Matches nicely with their way of thinking. Very aggressive brawler, and that's usually the playstyle they would prefer. Zeta Division. They better the mag, which I think here is an absolute threat. Same for the Crow, so I do like their bands a bit more, to be honest. But it makes sense, considering A&R had the first pick to remove those very strong options, and A&R focusing more on banning the best last picks, as Meow is going to be locking in the Gus for Zeta Division. Still in a pretty good place overall. Not as good as it once was, but it can still find a lot of value, especially if you combine it with some more aggressive brawlers. The shield can really come in clutch. Janet is going to be paired with it. Not necessarily my favorite, but it is one of the maps where I like it the most compared to how many Janets we've seen today on maps where I don't necessarily like the brawler pick. I feel like it does quite alright on dueling beetles, so I'm not going to be disappointed there.
Мне кажется, ZTPM возьмут.
Definitely lacks some hard-hitting utility though for Zeta so far. I do like the stew here from A&R. Keep it moving, and it's just got a bit more of an aggressive taste to it.
А, не, наоборот.
I'm gonna come in, which
Наоборот,
would be
ПМ взяли
very much
эти.
appreciated, in my opinion.
Команд... Ну, Рама взял. Бель.
Going with the bell, having a bit more lane control, and hopefully some shots to bounce between the situation. But for Zeta so far, I feel like this comp is definitely safe in their hands.
Я бы Спраута взял без рофла. Хотя под Стю... А, не, Стю раскрытие же сделает. Так что не, Спраут сюда не подойдет.
Let's see what their third and final pick coming in now will be to finalize this.
Lolo.
It's gonna be Lola. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. I mean, it is picking ultimately Lola into Bell, and that's never a great thing to do, but I mean, it does have pretty decent matchups against everything else. So I don't mind it necessarily at all. I think Lola's not a bad shout to have at all, but I just like the A&R comp. I would like them to win this set just simply to see this go to the 5th and final.
Yeah, same. And also because I like my predictions, to be honest. But
well, that's it. You are the predictions master, so you know exactly.
That is true. I've got one wrong today, though. I'm a little bit disappointed, but everything is good. Everything is good. Looking at the drafts, though, I do personally prefer Zetas just a little bit. I like the ideas from A&R too. Don't get me wrong. The double spawnable setup as well with both the speed zone and the healing station, I think can be very, very strong, but getting to that situation can be a little bit scary as well. We'll just see how it plays out here. So far, so good for A&R as Nob is finding so many great connections on the left side. Does end up being taken very low HP, and Meow finds a nice pickup onto Ram, and suddenly Zeta Division are going to be able to build a little bit of a lead with that good early start.
Well, speeds are down now, but Gary does put the nest egg, and that's going to be the rubble. Pick up the scraps on that one. A very swift takedown there after the drop the base, and Meow very, very close to going down himself. Nob comes in, and now this is where that Lola pick is going to thrive at the back of the ego pop, but when those gadgets deplete and there's nothing left, Nob is going to be able to surely get a much more favorable transaction there. Now he's marked as well. It's exactly what you want to be doing on that right-hand side lane if you're Nob. So I like the way they're playing it. It's very, very close in terms of the scoreline, though, and A&R have got to start to deplete this. Yeah, the utility's got to go down, but look at how many marks they are placing. The accuracy is pinpoint precision here from A&R.
Yeah, very nice shots from Nob. He's been playing fantastically so far this game. They will be able to take over the lead again.
Что тут у нас?
Only by a couple of percentages. Still need to be very careful about how they approach this. Healing station is so useful though. Every tag that Meow connects, Rama doesn't even really need to carry. He'll heal up quicker than he takes damage.
Ну, Рама нормально так попукивает.
If not quicker, at least it will definitely extend his stay down in the mid. Ego not really gonna find any value. A bit of a missed opportunity, I think, there from Naui, as he is low HP himself, and Meow will have a super. Except he doesn't really want to leave the zone. He's gonna pump it either way. But that instantly creates a huge weakness in the mid here for Zeta Division, and A&R now a couple percentages away from taking this game.
Oh, I love that placement there from Maybe. It's just going super aggressive there with the healing station and the another squeeze now. Just 1% there remaining for them. We'll seal it.
Молодцы, молодцы.
And now we have got a match. We really do. It is starting to get a bit more even out. It's not Zeta looking as strong in this fourth set as they were previously.
Миша, завтра стрим будет? Не знаю, посмотрим.
Potential here for A&R to bring this one back and rein things in. Going into the match now, and this is really make or break now for them. They've got to get a good start and land these shots as they were previously, because as they know, Zeta have got really great utility to hand. They'll be looking to exacerbate a lot of it early on as they did previously. They've got to try to draw that out as quickly as they possibly can. Roma's just been dancing around this whole entire game, but now pretty low and gonna go down to Meow. Let's drop the base. Nob and Mavis will be staying firm here, but the positioning control very much with Zeta in these early moments.
Ой-ой-ой.
Scattered from Garrett, getting Mebius low HP. The ego there from Naui goes down pretty much as soon as he placed it. Now he's very low HP again. Rama trying to get out of there is able to do so successfully. And AR kicks things off with pretty nice lead. A healing station now as well, and it's been such a big problem for Zeta Division to try to deal with that healing station. And so far, I feel like that's the biggest problem of that Lola pick. It was their last pick, and that should have been something to deal with the healing station, because so far, as soon as it's placed down, it's just such a nightmare for them to take care of it.
Well, gadget pop there from Mabius. It's getting so much value, and again another aggressive healing station, but quickly and swiftly taken care of by Zeta. Now he low, Meow low as well, but will he be able to stay standing in these moments, because that mark is going to be crucial now. Meow takes the skies and Nob does go down. Meow somehow is getting so many taps. Rama 715 HP and a Dream trying to heal himself up with the back of the Gasser Hill, and doing so magnificently well. He's still juking it, allowing Nob and Mavis to come back in, and 71% was captured over that period of time. Great delay strategy, but now Zeta got completely control. All three players on their feet. What is a crucial moment. They're now even out. 71% on each side, and who is going to take this game?
Yeah, potentially a bit of a fumble there as well, with Mebius using his healing station when nobody was really there to capitalize from it. Garo with some great jukes and some great connections from Zeta Division. They'll take this one. That means that now they have a match point in their hands. Zeta a single game away.
Match point.
Match.
What a turning point. I thought that was going to be a set sweep in all honesty for A&R, but let's see how they respond. This is going to put them to the test now, because Zeta have been in these positions before many a time over, and they know how to handle the pressure of the situation and get it tied up. But as we go in, speed zone down early there for Rama. Connecting shots from Nob on the left. Maybe it's just trying to whittle down Naui a little bit, but it's Rama who's the weakest of everyone. Has got the gas to heal, but 120 HP. Needs to be a little bit more reserveful there. Takedown of the drop the base is important, but they've lost control on the side of A&R, and Zeta now are in a commanding position with 20% of a lead.
Хорош.
Yeah, nice gadget.
А, какой хороший, Лёва. Я уже забыл, за кого это. Ой, я устал просто, у меня уже голова не думает. Я реально устал уже думать просто. Что-то силы закончились. Просто, хотя я просто сидел, смотрел, но в любом случае реально просто силы уходят. Даже просто сидеть, смотреть. 63%. Я хз, как это камбэкать. Но могут камбэкнуть.
Nob trying to get the taps into the ego there to put pressure onto Naui. What a great turnaround this is turning to be, but one slip will prove to be potentially the downfall here of A&R as Meow pushing forwards now. Big shots bouncing between both Naui
Nice.
and everyone on the side.
А, нет, какой найс. Да там Гера убил этого, кого, Ноба? Ой, и я найс говорю. На все это ГГ. ГГ, good game. Ой, все, Зета забрали финал. Обидно. Да. Ой. Да. ГГ. Ладно. Ребят, напоминаю то, что акции в игре, которые сейчас проходят, на пины. Акция с Карлом, акция с этим старый. Вы это все по ссылочке в описании в закрепе можете приобрести. Модер кидает ссылочку. Быстренько вкратце расскажу и буду с вами прощаться на этом. А, сейчас, подождите, MVP выберем. Не знаю, раму выберем. И на другом аккаунте тоже на рандом, не знаю, раму. Короче, смотрите. Быстренько расскажу и будем прощаться. Смотрите. Вас перекидывают по ссылке в закрепе, в описании, модуль кидает, везде есть ссылочка, просто переходите. Вас перекидывают на Telegram-бота, выходит, вы запускаете его, выходит вот такая шторочка, вот, Hold Games, допустим, нажимаете на кнопочку BS, вот, и все кнопочки есть, там, 80 гемов, сколько вам приобрести надо, и вот значок чемпионата есть кнопочка, и любой пинчик за 199 можете приобрести. Быстро я теперь небольшую инструкцию показываю, гемов на балансе у вас нету. Вот, как я показывал, там купить, вот ботик опять BS, и выбираете, что надо, допустим, 170 гемов, вводите почту от Supercell ID вашего, написали, потом оплату делаете через Ки, через банковскую карту, через что вам удобней, оплатили, потом код придет вам на почту от Supercell ID, пишите также этот код боту, и заказ выполнен, все, чики-пуки, чел зашел, за 1-2 минуты задонил, гемы у вас на балансе. Также есть гемы через моды, вот в группе Holding Games есть, сейчас вам этот пост, ну можете просто на стриме этот почитать, там на паузу поставить. Есть через моды гемы, но вы берете на себя ответственность, потому что разрабы фиг знает, как там на эти моды отреагируют. Вот, внимательно перед тем, как покупать, прочитайте этот пост, если хотите через моды купить. Внимательно прочитайте пост. Вот, все, что тут написано, обязательно прочитайте внимательно. Вот, и потом, если захочете, приобретете. Вот, но тут другие нечетные цифры, ну, то есть нечетные гемы, там, 15, 48 и так далее. Допустим, вам не хватает на БП, там, 15 гемов, вы можете, ну, короче, через моды докинуть. Или там 48 не хватает. Ну, короче, вот, это по вашему желанию, только обязательно читайте перед тем, как покупать, все, что написано, ну, под постом ниже. Ну, то есть на этом посте, ниже витрины. Вот, все сказал. Теперь покупатель скидка в 2 раза дешевле. Это те, кто, ну, не закупал ни разу. И по поводу промокодов. Я один промокод выдал. Вот, 1,5, я не знаю, набрали, не набрали, наверное, не набрали. Вот, так что вот такие дела, короче. Все, спасибо всем за стрим. Чемпионат, в принципе, получился интересным. Но хотелось бы, конечно, если бы команда Алекса выиграла, было бы круто. Все, всем удачи, всем пока, хорошего вечера. И я, ребята, отдыхать. Так, сейчас. Вот так скроем. Все, давайте, ребят, ББ всем. Всем пока. Спасибо за стрим. Завтра буду ли стримить, хз, посмотрим. 1300 лайков. То есть 1,5 не набрали. Ну ладно, все, ББ. Спасибо за стрим.